Folks, look, we have a choice. When Trump and the MAGA Republicans made their choice. We can choose to build a better America, or we can continue down this sliding path of oblivion to where we don't want to go.
And coming up in World This Morning, rival governments of Egypt and Libya at odds as Egypt's foreign minister walks out of Arab meet, chaired by Libya's foreign minister. And in Pakistan, several casualties, inundated homes and fears of illness as the country deals with the aftermath of severe floods. All this and more coming up on World This Morning. Stay tuned.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here. Protest is taking place and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These are workers who are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो. This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses. Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade, he is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police. Very major provocation by the Pakistani side which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far.
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम. राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन.
Welcome back. You're watching World This Morning, and in other news from Pakistan now, displaced families there were facing wrecked homes and the risk of disease after unprecedented flooding. Aid agencies in the flood-ravaged country have warned that they were facing huge challenges trying to reach people in need due to the damage to infrastructure and communication. Here are the details.
Pakistan is reeling under the aftermath of massive flood. There is casualty, fear of epidemic outbreak, illness and flood-battered homes. Pakistan blames climate change for the recent heavy monsoon rains that triggered floods. Villagers displaced by flooding in southern Pakistan said that they had received no aid after being forced to flee their homes.
ये जो बंद टूटा है, ये पानी आया है, पूरा इलाका हमारा डूब गया है, पूरा किसी को भी कश्ती नहीं मिल रही है, किसी को लोग यहाँ पर मर रहे हैं, हुकूमत कोई भी हुकूमत का बंदा नहीं आया है, यहाँ 200 रुपए ले रहे हैं ये बेड़ियों वाले, उससे आगे 200 रुपए ले रहे हैं गड़ा गाड़ी वाले, लोग कहाँ जाएं?
Over the weekend, residents there were ordered to evacuate their properties before engineers cut into an embankment at Lake Mancha to release rising floodwater.
तूफान सतायो उन खां पोइ असांजा घर घाट ड्रही विया असां सभिनी वटि भॻायूं असांखे न कैंट मिलियो न वरी असां सां कंहिं मदद मिसकिननि सां कयो केरु न आयो न वियो हिकु मुआयो या बचायो ॿुधी उन खां पोइ पाणी कटायो आहे असां ॿचिड़ा खणी पंहिंजे मथे ते ट्रपड़ खणी आहियूं कंहिं बि असांखे को सवारी न ॾिनो आहे सवारी न ॾिनो आहे असां यको ट्रपड़ हे ॿचा पंहिंजा मथे ते खणी आयासीं.
The provinces of Punjab, Sindh, Balochistan have been the most affected, and the majority of people killed were women and children. At a roadside in Pakistan's Sindh province, families were seeking shelter from flooding that had killed more than 1,300 people and displaced millions. In flood-stricken Pakistan, the rains have now threatened a famed archaeological site dating back 4,500 years, the ruins of Mohenjo-daro.
जो आम लोगों की आबादियों पे और उस पर नुकसान हुए असरात हुए हैं बारिश के वहीं पे यहाँ पे हमारे मोहनजोदड़ो साइट पे भी काफ़ी असरात हुए हैं जो काफ़ी डैमेजेस हुए हैं दीवारें जो थी वो डैमेजेस हुई हैं लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जो हमारे ओरिजिनल स्ट्रक्चर है जो वो दीवारों के अंदर हैं और बाहर से जो उनके प्रोटेक्शन वाल्स हैं अमूमन काफ़ी वो गिरी हैं.
Vast area of the countries are still submerged under flood waters. So far, Pakistan has received aids from China, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, Uzbekistan, UAE and some other countries. Pakistan has appealed to the international community for an immense humanitarian response to tackle the flood triggered by unprecedented monsoon. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Egypt's foreign minister withdrew from an Arab League session chaired by the chief diplomat of one of Libya's two rival governments. The seats of the Egyptian delegation were seen empty as Najla Mangoush, the foreign minister of the Tripoli-based administration, was addressing a meeting for the Arab foreign ministers in Cairo.
Egypt's foreign minister withdrew from an Arab League sessions chaired by the chief diplomat of one of the Libya's two rival governments. The move was an apparent protest against her representing Libya at the Pan-Arab Summit. Egypt supports her administration's rival. The seats of the Egyptian delegation were seen empty as Najla Mangoush, the foreign minister of Tripoli-based administration, was addressing a meeting for the Arab foreign ministers in Cairo.
إن استقرار بلادي هو مصلحة إقليمية دولية والتزام حكومة الوحدة الوطنية بأمن جيران ليبيا هو التزام مبدئي وأن خطر الإرهاب وعودته لاستهداف الآمنين والأبرياء ومصالح دولنا لم يختفي ومكافحته هي مسؤولية تضامنية بيننا جميعا وشركائنا الدوليين.
Egyptian foreign minister left the meeting room in the Arab League headquarters when Mangoush took her seat to chair the meeting. Libya's current political stalemate grew out of the failure to hold elections in December and Biba's refusal to step down. He led the transitional government. The divisions have contributed to fresh fighting in the war-torn country. The escalation threatens to shatter the relative calm Libya has enjoyed for most of the past 2 years. The oil-rich nation plunged into chaos following a NATO-backed uprising that toppled and killed longtime autocrat Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. Agency report, Republic TV.
German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier and his Israeli counterpart Isaac Herzog visited the memorial to the murdered Jews of Europe next to the Bundestag in Berlin. Both presidents marked the 50th anniversary of the Munich Olympics massacre, where 11 Israeli athletes were killed by Palestinian terrorists.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog and German President Frank-Walter visited the concentration camp of Bergen-Belsen in northern Germany. After a tour of the memorial site, they met survivors and German high school students. Steinmeier and Herzog held prayers and laid a wreath for the victims. More than 52,000, mostly Jewish prisoners, died at the concentration camp, and over 19,000 prisoners of the war, mostly from the Soviet Union, died at the adjacent POW camp.
Angesichts der Gräber der Toten von Bergen-Belsen, von Millionen Ermordeter der Shoah, ist jede Form von Antisemitismus, die es heute in Deutschland leider und weiterhin gibt, ein Alarmsignal für unser Land.
Herzog arrived for a state visit to Germany earlier this week that also included a trip to Munich. He participated in the 50-year anniversary ceremony for the 11 Israeli athletes murdered by Palestinian militants at the 1972 Olympic Games. This comes less than a week since the German government finally agreed to a compensation deal with the families of the victims of the attack worth 28 million euros. Agency report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in now. According to reports, a document which outlines a foreign government's military and nuclear capabilities was found at a former US President Donald Trump's home. Reports suggest that a foreign government's document has been found at Donald Trump's home, and well, details as of yet are still sketchy, but news are coming in of documents found at and they are being said to be incriminating documents of a foreign government found at former US President Donald Trump's house. Earlier, we'd been bringing you reports of how there were FBI searches conducted at his Mar-a-Lago home, and now reports suggest that an incriminating document or documents have been found at his home. The breaking news coming in here from Donald Trump's home. Authorities suggest that a document has found outlining the government's military capacity. And now for some sports news. Half centuries by Sri Lankan openers helped Sri Lanka clinch a 6-wicket win in a thrilling Super 4 clash against India at the ongoing Asia Cup. Sri Lanka are now a step closer to reaching the finals. On the other hand, India can sneak into the finals by a miracle, and the chances are now dependent on permutation and combinations that emerge from the matches of other teams. Batsman Suresh Raina announced his retirement from all formats of cricket on Tuesday. Raina was part of the 2011 World Cup winning team under the captaincy of MS Dhoni. He will not be playing for Uttar Pradesh in the upcoming domestic season. Newly appointed All India Football Federation President Kalyan Chaubey said that it is important to increase grassroots participation in the sport to find more talent in the country. The All India Football Federation announced the name of its president in its 85-year history, with Kalyan Chaubey defeating the legendary Bhaichung Bhutia in the elections for the top post. And we now slip into a very short break, but well, that's all in the world this morning. But coming up next in the Morning Express, the battle of the Shiv Sena before the Supreme Court today. The fight of the real Shiv Sena continues. The apex court to hear the case today. Also coming up, Congress to launch Bharat Jodo Yatra today. Rahul Gandhi to start the yatra from Kanyakumari.
A very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here. Protest is taking place, and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These workers are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade. He is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा. हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा. राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन. आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें. आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय. राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन.
The Karnataka hijab row continues. The apex court is to hear the plea challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment. The fight for the real Shiv Sena is on the Supreme Court's doorstep. The court is to hear the case today. The Congress to launch the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul Gandhi begins the yatra from Kanyakumari.
भारत तो डिवाइड हो गया 1947 में. अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है. भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है.
Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma attacks the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra, says Bharat is already united. The face-off over Liquorgate continues. The BJP workers staged mega protests in the national capital. Arvind Kejriwal to meet Sonali Phogat's family. The Delhi Chief Minister is on a 2-day visit to Hisar. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just come in a while ago. We are, of course, talking of the sad demise of the Karnataka Minister for Forests, Umesh Katti, who passed away late on Tuesday evening. What we are given to understand that is that he suffered a cardiac arrest at his home and he had no pulse by the time he was taken to hospital. This, of course, his death has been condoned by the Chief Minister, Baswaraj Bommai, as well. Well, the Karnataka minister was just 61 years old and he suffered a cardiac arrest at his home. He was, of course, brought to hospital immediately, but by the time he came to hospital, we are given to understand that he had no pulse and sadly passed away. He was the Minister for Forests. Baswaraj Bommai, of course, has condoled the sad demise of the Minister for Forests. He passed away late Tuesday evening after suffering a heart attack. Now, we're given to understand that the Chief Minister has spoken of how big a demise this has been. He was from the Belgavi district.
I have lost my very, very close friend. He was a brother to me. Our family relation goes back almost 40-50 years. His father, Vishwanath Katti, was a great leader. Also passed away during the sessions of Assembly, in Assembly Hall. He had some heart problem, but we never thought that he's going to pass away so soon in this way. He has contributed a huge, in a very big way in cooperative field, irrigation, power, and he held various departments as a cabinet minister, PWD, forest, horticulture, agriculture, food, and all the portfolio handled it very, very efficiently. He has left a huge vacuum. It's very difficult to fill up. And he was a champion for development of North Karnataka. He was a voice of North Karnataka. Today we have lost a very big voice of North Karnataka and a farmer-friendly politician. There's a great loss to the state as well as to me personally.
And Nivedana, in fact, joins us with more details on this. Nivedana, good morning. As the Karnataka Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai over there was talking about, he was also the Food and Civil Supplies Minister. So quite a shocking demise. He was just 61.
That's right. In fact, Baswaraj Bommai had spoken to the media a couple of hours ago as well, when he was talking to the local media, rather the Kannada media publications, where he did get really emotional while talking about Umesh Katti. He said that they shared a very special bond. In fact, he went on to state the contribution of Umesh Katti to the North Karnataka region, especially to the farmers, in terms of whatever they require to ensure that, for growing of their crops, especially in times of floods. He used to go and visit them and find out what the situation was like. He's also been, he called him a friend, and he said, in fact, just a few days ago they were talking and everything seemed fine. So obviously this, demise of his is not only tragic, but something that has shocked them as well. Of course, he was feeling unwell, like Karnataka Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai did state, but he died of a cardiac arrest. What we also understand is this happened at his Dollar Colony residence, and on the other hand, even the Revenue Minister of Karnataka, R. Ashok, did pass on his condolences. Now, Umesh Katti is one of those BJP leaders in Karnataka who has immensely contributed to the development of the state, but especially in regions like Belagavi, Nupur.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, he was believed to be quite a tall leader from Belagavi, and there is a mourning that's been announced for him in Belagavi district. Thank you very much, Nivedana, for joining us with those details. So the sad passing away of the Food and Civil Supplies as well as the Forest Minister of Karnataka. Moving on. Now, Sonali Phogat's daughter, Yashodhara Phogat, has launched a social media campaign seeking a CBI probe into the alleged murder case. Now, she's created her account on Twitter and put out a tweet seeking public support to hand the case over to the CBI.
A Goa court extended 2 days of custody of 2 accused arrested in connection with the alleged murder of BJP leader Sonali Phogat. Judicial magistrate at Mapusa extended the police custody of Phogat's associates Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh. The duo was arrested in the last week of August and remanded to police custody for 10 days. Their custody expired on Tuesday, after which they were presented before a local court. The Goa police had first arrested Sangwan and Singh, who accompanied her on the Goa trip. Then they arrested Edwin Nunes, the owner of Curly's restaurant in North Goa, where the BJP leader and her aides had partied on the intervening night of August 22nd and August 23rd. Drug peddlers Datta Prasad Gaokar and Ramakant Mandrekar was arrested in connection with the case for allegedly supplying drugs. Meanwhile, Sonali Phogat's daughter Yashodhara has launched a social media campaign seeking CBI probe in the murder case. She has created her account on Twitter and put out tweets seeking public support to hand over the case to CBI. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In fact, the latest that we are getting in this case is that the Haryana Women's Commission has asked the police to provide security to Sonali Phogat's daughter. The Women's Commission has written a letter to the DGP of Haryana with a request for providing security to Yashodhara. In the letter, the Commission has mentioned that till the time the investigation is complete, Yashodhara Phogat should be given security. Do remember that this case, of course, is something that many people are asking for a CBI inquiry, including her daughter Yashodhara Phogat, who has started a social media campaign asking for the case to be handed over to the CBI. It has so far been an investigation that is being simultaneously being carried out in Goa by the Goa police and in Haryana by the Haryana police. However, there are now calls for this case to be handed over to the CBI so that there is a proper investigation that can be conducted. There are 2 people who are already accused who are in prison for this. Amandeep also joining us with more details. Now, Amandeep, good morning. Amandeep, what we are learning is that the Women's Commission is asking for security for Yashodhara Phogat till this case is essentially settled. Now, Sonali Phogat, of course, unfortunately passed away a while ago, but even her husband had earlier passed away under mysterious circumstances.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. Every single day has passed with a certain kind of development into Sonali Phogat's murder case. And in fact, now in a fresh development, Haryana Women Commission has written to Haryana Police DGP to provide the appropriate security to daughter of Sonali Phogat, Yashodhara. And in fact, the reason behind is since she is vocal, she is demanding the CBI probe, and in fact, she is highlighting the fact that there is a deep-rooted conspiracy behind the murder of her mother, and that is the reason. And in fact, it was clearly mentioned in the communication that was sent to Haryana DGP by Haryana State Women Commission Chairperson Renu Bhatia that till the time the investigation of Sonali murder case are under progress, the security is very much mandatory for Yashodhara. She is a minor girl and she is out in public. She is meeting people in a very exposed manner, so she requires an appropriate security so that at least her life remains safe. And in fact, this communication has sent to the Haryana DGP. But the point is that now Yashodhara is fighting, the family is fighting for the justice of Sonali Phogat murder case, continuously raising the demand of the CBI probe and in fact seeking the public support, launching the social media campaign, but still there is no such development in the handing over this case to the CBI. And in fact the family is continuously highlighting the fact that they are smelling a deep-rooted conspiracy behind the murder of Sonali Phogat, and in fact there might be some big faces who are actually conspired and planned this entire murder. It was not the handiwork of Sudhir or Sukhvinder, and in fact there are certain people who are behind, who are actually hatched the entire conspiracy to kill her mother. And meanwhile, Nupur, it was also highlighted in the letter that there is a huge property that Sonali left for her daughter, and in fact that also turned to be one of the reasons that somebody might attack, or Yashodhara might face some kind of threat, so somebody tried to grab her property. So security is very much mandatory, since family is raising voice continuously those against who are actually who are conspirators of this murder.
Right, as you're pointing out, obviously, there is a lot more to this case than meets the eye currently. There has also been a talk of a political conspiracy, at least that's what we've been hearing from the family. Could you talk us more through that aspect?
Well, absolutely. The family is continuously alleging and leveling the allegations that there are certain big faces, politically well-connected faces, who actually hatched the conspiracy to kill Sonali Phogat. Though they are also highlighting this fact also that Sudhir and Sukhvinder both were accompanied Sonali Phogat since years. It was not new that they have joined Sonali Phogat. One is PA and one has also attached to Sonali Phogat. If they wanted to kill Sonali Phogat, they could have done it earlier. Why they have done it now, and in fact why she was taken to Goa? And these are the questions that are arising continuously, and even the family is highlighting this fact. That is the reason they are continuously raising the demand to hand over the investigation to the CBI, just because there are certain big faces. They are smelling that there are certain big faces who are actually conspired this entire murder, and even they are also connecting the dots that on one side Sonali Phogat was taken to the Goa by Sudhir and Sukhvinder, on other side at his Hisar farmhouse, the DVRs of the CCTV, even the phones, the laptops have been forcibly stolen from her residence. So they are trying to connect these dots that there is a huge conspiracy to clear all the evidence before killing Sonali Phogat as well. So that is the reason they are continuously demanding the CBI probe into this, so that at least the big names should be exposed. Yes, no.
Right, absolutely. Amandeep, as you're pointing out, obviously the demand for a CBI inquiry into this is growing, and her daughter and family, of course, at the forefront of this demand. But Amandeep, Amandeep, thank you very much for joining us with those details for the moment. Amandeep, of course, is bringing us details of how there is a demand that Sonali Phogat's daughter Yashodhara Phogat should now be given security until at least this case reaches its logical conclusion. There are also demands being made that this case now be handed over to the CBI for further investigation. Well, of course, there has been talk of the fact that there could be a larger conspiracy at play in this. At least that's what the family alleges. The family, of course, alleges that there was a conspiracy involving Sonali Phogat's property, and therefore they want this case to be handled by the CBI. There are also allegations that have come in from the family that there is a political conspiracy as well. So all those details, of course, are now emerging. The two people who've been accused in the murder, of course, are still in custody and they are being questioned. But the police in Goa as well as in Haryana are both trying to join the dots. Miss Renu Bhatia on the phone line with us. She's from the Haryana Women's Commission. Ms. Bhatia, good morning. Thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. Ms. Bhatia, we understand that one of the demands that the Women's Commission is making is that Yashodhara Phogat be given security. Do you perceive a threat to her life?
It's not that until there is any threat, we have to work on it. It was like I found Yashodhara is too young She's just 15 years old to face all these kind of problems, and without her parents, she may get into any problem. So it was just to make her safe. I wrote a letter to DG that till the case is being handled, till the people are put under the behind the bars, we should take care of Yashodhara officially.
Right, Ms. Bhatia, also, as you're pointing out, obviously she's just 15 years of age. Do you think that perhaps she needs more protection in terms of going forward as well? Because right now, of course, Sonali Phogat's family is taking care of her.
See, when I found on the television, when I was watching all the channels, and I found Yashodhara going here and there for her mother's case, I just got in mind that she may not get into any problem because she's the only person for her property. The moment I read about her mother's property, so I just had in mind that she may not get into any trouble because of that property, as the case was being proceeded in that direction. That Sudhir Sagwan was being found that he was after the property of Sonali Phogat. That was the only, thing in my mind, that she should be protected from all these kind of things, as she's too small.
Right, Ms. Bhatia, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. So that was Renu Bhatia from the Haryana Women's Commission asking for protection to be provided to Yashodhara Phogat. Yashodhara Phogat, of course, has also asked for a CBI inquiry into her mother's alleged murder. Now, the IT hub of the country, Bengaluru, was brought to a standstill after heavy rains hit the city, with waterlogging being reported at various places. The state government has now woken up to allocate more funds to fix the city's infrastructure. Here's a comprehensive report.
The tech city Bengaluru faces the worst waterlogging woes. With the unprecedented amount of rain, roads are inundated, electric poles are damaged, the power supply is hit, schools are shut. Pictures coming out of India's IT capital reflect a total collapse of urban infrastructure. Residents of Bengaluru are struggling to go about their normal lives, as even travelling from one place to another has become one of the biggest challenges. This isn't it. The flood havoc has turned fatal too. A 23-year-old young woman was electrocuted to death in the city after she lost her balance and fell off from her scooter. The woman was trying to get up when she held an electric pole and got electrocuted. With a young life lost and citizens suffering amidst the crisis, the state has now swung into some action and released a big budget to tackle the menace. Chief Minister Bommai has announced a fund of Rs 300 crores only for Bengaluru's flood management, in a total budget of Rs 600 crores for the entire state. Meanwhile, reports also came that Rs 1500 crores have also been allocated to build a storm water drain in Bengaluru, which will only begin once the water recedes.
I have taken it as a challenge, and I have given 1500 crores for all this rainwater storm drain. Secondly, yesterday I have given another 300 crores to remove all this encroachments, to do a pakka structure there, so that in future there will be any impediment or any bottlenecks to flow of water, and no encroachment is also taken place.
But even as the situation remains grim in the city, the Chief Minister has put a face-saving defense and said that a false picture is being portrayed that the entire city is underwater, which was not the case.
All the tanks are full and they are overflowing. Some tanks are breached, and there is continuous rain. Even today it is raining. Every day it is raining. Therefore, Bangalore, there is a picture that entire Bangalore is in problem. Entire Bangalore is not in problem.
Crores of money spent from citizens' pockets, yet pathetic infrastructure. Civic apathy claiming young lives, but politicians busy bickering and playing blame games. This is what the citizens of Bengaluru are forced to put up with. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Enforcement Directorate has arrested the former NSE chairman Ravi Narayan in the co-location case in Delhi. Earlier, Delhi court had dismissed the bail application of the former managing director and chief executive officer of the National Stock Exchange, Chitra Ramakrishna, in a money laundering case related to the alleged illegal fold tapping and snooping of NSE employees. Investigation in the Harsha murder case has revealed that the accused had developed enmity towards the Hindi community during the CAA NRC issue, the hijab controversy and cow preservation activities of the Bajrang Dal. Activists, for these reasons, the accused conspired to create terror among people of the Hindu community and to create communal disharmony. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, his deputy Tejasvi Yadav and several opposition leaders will attend the Indian National Lok Dal's public rally on the 25th of September in Haryana's. Now, the INLD Supremo Om Prakash Chautala has invited the NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, the National Conference President Farooq Abdullah, among others. The September 25 rally is set to not only showcase opposition unity but also anger against the BJP government. The Supreme Court said that it may list cases filed by rival groups of the Shiv Sena in relation to the Maharashtra political crisis for hearing today after senior advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul, appearing for the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, sought an urgent hearing in the matter. The hearing is set to take place at 10:30. The stage is set for Rahul Gandhi to launch the Congress's 3,570-kilometer-long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari. The party described the march as its biggest mass contact program till date. The objective of the yatra is to unite the country and rally against prevailing politics of fear, bigotry and prejudice. Primary and high school students in Bengaluru's East Zone will remain closed today due to heavy rainfall and waterlogging that has been caused due to widespread rains. The Supreme Court will hear the Uttar Pradesh bulldozer case today. In the last hearing, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for the state government, told the court that the Jamaat had filed a reply a day earlier. The Uttar Pradesh government has said that the process of demolition of this illegal construction was started long before. News just coming in fact, from Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. We are learning that a family member of a victim is holding a protest after they were denied compensation for the person who had allegedly succumbed to his injuries. Now, on August 25th, we are given to understand that a case was filed in which a person named Mohan Singh was reported to be injured. He died during treatment. So this is the latest that we are getting. So the family essentially refusing to cremate the body, asking for justice. The victim's family is staging a protest. These are pictures that you are getting from Itawah. The victim allegedly was beaten to death. Pictures on your screen are of the protests that are being held by the family.
तारीख में एक मुकदमा लिखवा गया था जिसमें कि मोहर सिंह नाम के व्यक्ति को चोट आने की सूचना थी और उसी का इलाज हुआ। इलाज के दौरान ग्वालियर में आज उनकी मृत्यु की सूचना प्राप्त हुई। सूचना पर उचित धाराओं में मुकदमा दर्ज कर दिया गया और आवश्यक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
किन किन धाराओं में मुकदमा दर्ज हुआ है?
ये 302 में 302 IPC और SC।
कितने लोगों के खिलाफ?
4 लोगों।
मामला ये सब मारपीट करी है, माता जी के भी लात मार दी, वो भी मर गई।
बचाने के लिए गई थी।
पूरा मैटर बताइए क्या है, कब का मामला है?
शुरू से खत्म हो गई। रक्षाबंधन का त्यौहार था तो मेरे बहनों भी आए और दोनों लोग गए थे पैसा मांगने के लिए कि मेरे बहनें बेटियां आई हैं, उनके लिए हम पैसा राम जवाहर के लिए मांग ले। आज उन पे चाहिए थे साइकिल 500 रुपये थे, टायर टू डराया था।
किससे?
ये मेरा भाई खत्म हो गया।
किससे रुपया मांगने गए?
राजवीर यादव से। राजवीर यादव के।
Well, that, of course, is the family that's continuing to protest, refusing to cremate the body, saying that they want action to be taken against the accused. In fact, you're watching Republic TV, and still to come on the Morning Express, the Congress is to launch the Bharat Jodo Yatra today. Rahul Gandhi will begin the yatra from Kanyakumari. And the face-off over Liquorgate continues. BJP workers are set to stage a protest in the national capital.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
Good evening, viewers. In 18 months, we will be in general elections mode. In 22 months, we will have another brand new government at the center. The BJP says it's getting ready to win a third term under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In response, the opposition is in a flurry, an absolute flurry. There's so much excitement. Everybody, as usual, is meeting everybody. And everyone, as usual, is getting excited about getting everyone to meet everyone and getting everyone together to fight everyone's enemy and everyone's existential threat, the BJP. But I'm highly confused, viewers. How can there be 4 parallel campaigns? Arvind Kejriwal wants to be Prime Minister under the Make India #1 theme. Rahul Gandhi wants to be Prime Minister again under the Bharat Jodo theme. KCR wants to be Prime Minister and says that destiny and well-wishers want him to play a national role. And Nitish Kumar says it is my life's mission, he says. He says it's his life's single-minded mission to bring everyone together, to bring the BJP down to 50 seats. Viewers, my prediction is that this way, the opposition is so divided on personal ambitions and strategies that the BJP will actually increase its vote share and seats in May 2024. So here we are, in exactly the same place we were 5 years back. Hashtag, a familiar one tonight, Modi versus who? Who's the other side? I can't figure out at all. Let's see if we can figure out on debate #1 tonight. As the Lutyens media goes absolutely crazy and screams with excitement about Nitish's exciting 3-day trip to the capital. It's all getting frighteningly bizarre, viewers.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
Here are the headlines for 8:30. The Karnataka hijab row continues. The apex court to hear plea challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment. The fight of real Shiv Sena continues. Supreme Court to hear the case today. Congress to launch Bharat Jodo Yatra today. Rahul Gandhi to start Yatra from Kanyakumari.
भारत तो डिवाइड हो गया 1947 में। अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है।
Assam Chief Minister Himanta attacks Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra, says Bharat is already united. The face-off over the liquor gate continues. BJP workers to stage mega protest in the national capital. Arvind Kejriwal to meet Sonali Phogat's family. Delhi CM is on a 2-day visit to Hisar. Thanks for staying with us on the Morning Express. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. We have a lot lined up for you, but starting off with the face-off over the liquor gate continues as the BJP workers to stage mega protest in the national capital.
The ED has stepped up heat in Delhi excise policy case. On Tuesday, ED conducted raids at over 35 locations in the national capital and elsewhere in connection with the Delhi excise policy case. The pan-India crackdown were in Delhi, Gurugram, Lucknow, Hyderabad, Mumbai and Bengaluru. The ED also conducted searches at the premises of entrepreneur Vijay Nair in Mumbai in connection with the Delhi liquor scam. As per the CBI FIR, he was actively involved in irregularities in framing and implementation of the excise policy of Delhi government for 2021 and 22. Breaking his silence over the raids conducted by ED in the Delhi liquor scam, Manish Sisodiya dubbed it an attempt to stop AAP's work in the education sector.
किसी तरह से जो देश में शिक्षा का माहौल बना, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी काम कर रहे हैं, उसको रोक दिया जाए, उसको किसी तरह से आगे बढ़ने से रोका जाए, लेकिन ये रोक नहीं पाएंगे. ये CBI यूज कर लें, ED यूज कर लें, हर चीज यूज कर लें, लेकिन शिक्षा के काम को रोक नहीं पाएंगे, ये हमारी गारंटी है.
Meanwhile, Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta dubbed it as one of the biggest scams.
जो नई शराब पॉलिसी बनाई, जिसको भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी तक कहती रही कि आपने शराब ठेकेदारों का L1 का कमीशन 2 से 12 क्यों किया, वही बात जो कल लिस्टिंग हुई उसमें भी वो बातें सामने आई. बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है जो दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा जो दिल्ली के डेवलपमेंट के लिए लगना था, वो शराब माफिया को लुटाने का काम किया है.
Delhi BJP also carried out signature drive seeking public support for sacking of Deputy CM Sisodiya. Party leaders including Delhi BJP President Adesh Gupta and MPs Manoj Tiwari and Ramesh Vidudi participated in the campaign held around 20 metro station and other prominent locations in the national capital. At present, searches have been carried out at more than 35 locations with a focus on liquor companies that received license from the Aam Aadmi Party government. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that was about the liquor gate ED raids as well. Moving on to breaking news coming in. Twitter versus Elon Musk continues. Now, Elon Musk's legal team asked for delay in Twitter trial. This is, of course, the latest coming in terms of the trial regarding Elon Musk's bid to the $44 million deal for Twitter. Should be delayed by several weeks is what the latest is coming in terms of that. This is what Musk's lawyer has been requesting. The fact that to allow the billionaire to investigate a whistleblower's claims about security on the social media platform. Now, the Musk lawyers was quoted saying, doesn't justice demand a few weeks into this? Now, last month, the whistleblower allegations became public that provided Musk, the world's richest person, fresh ammunition to bolster what legal experts said was a long shot attempt to walk away from the deal without paying a $1 billion termination fee. So in terms of that, this is the Twitter versus Elon Musk delay where he's asking for a particular trial. Now, his lawyer as well has reacted about this, stating or rather asking that doesn't justice demand a few weeks to look into this. Now, a trial over his bid to end the $44 billion deal for Twitter should be delayed by several weeks is what the billionaire has asked for. And this is the latest coming in terms of the latest between Twitter versus Elon Musk. Moving on, the BJP is expected to hold a meet comprising its top leaders as they prepare for the 2024 general elections as Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar moves towards uniting the opposition.
As the opposition raced the poll pitch with Nitish Kumar holding hectic parleys in the two-day visit to the national capital,
हम लोगों का बातचीत और एक ही व्यू है हम लोगों का, सबको मिलकर के आगे बढ़ना है, सबको तो है ही, एक ही व्यू है।
The BJP has also set the ball rolling for 2024 elections. A mega meeting of the BJP's top brass chaired by Amit Shah with party chief JP Nadda and various other leaders took place at the BJP headquarters in Delhi yesterday. Over 25 union ministers including Kishan Reddy, Bhupendra Yadav, Giriraj Singh, Smriti Irani were present at the key strategy meet. The BJP chalked out a strategy for boosting its chances in the select 144 seats that the party found difficult to tackle in 2019. The BJP, while chalking out the strategy to tackle 144 seats, has divided the constituencies into clusters and appointed one union minister as the in charge to carry out a SWOT analysis. In stark contrast to how the opposition is busy stitching alliances, the BJP has lost numerous allies since 2019. This key strategic meet comes right ahead of the meeting of the chief ministers and deputy chief ministers of BJP-ruled states with the Prime Minister and the Union Minister Amit Shah next week. The opposition is forecasting a gale to sweep the BJP out of power. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On to other news. Ahead of the BMC polls, the Shinde camp sought urgent hearing regarding the party symbol. Taking note of the situation, the Supreme Court said that they may list the matter before a 5-bench judge. Here's more.
Ahead of the big BMC promise by the Maharashtra Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde's camp made major accusations against Uddhav Thackeray's faction. The Supreme Court took note of the Shinde camp's allegation about Thackeray camp stalling the proceedings regarding the party symbol. Following which, a bench of Chief Justice Lalit and Justice R. Ravindra said that they may list the matters in front of a 5-judge bench. This comes as the Election Commission took note of a plea by the faction led by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. The Shinde faction sought to be declared the real Shiv Sena and granted the party's bow and arrow pole symbol. However, the top court directed the Election Commission not to pass any order on the Shinde faction's plea. This comes after the Uddhav group had raised several constitutional questions related to defection, merger and disqualification of the power of the speaker as witnessed in Maharashtra during the Shinde's rebellion. The top court had said the petitions raised important constitutional issues related to the 10th schedule of the constitution pertaining to disqualification powers of the speaker and the governor and judicial review. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have big news coming in. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari on Tuesday highlighted the importance of seat belts in a car and said that it would be mandatory for all the passengers in a car to wear them. Now, sharing a video from an event, the Union Minister said that the seat belts will be mandated and quoted, "It will now be mandatory for all the people sitting in the car to wear a seat belt," tweeted Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. Now, remember, this announcement also comes 2 days after former Tata Sons chairman Cyrus Mistry died in a car accident near Mumbai, and police probe later revealed that he was not wearing a seat belt. Right after this, of course, this announcement has come where Gadkari made the announcement on Twitter by sharing a video of him speaking at an event. He also informed that the safety alarms that typically beep when those on the front seats don't wear the seat belts will now do the same for rear seat passengers as well. Now, the Union Minister clarified that the new rule will be applicable to all kinds of cars, including small and big. He also went on to state that fine is already in place for those not wearing the seatbelt. For more on this, we're joined in by Harsha. Harsha, the latest being, of course, that now seatbelts will be mandatory even for rear seat passengers. But what else are we gathering in terms of this new rule that will be implemented?
Exactly. Now we are getting to that, know that the safety rules and regulations in the car's rear seat is going to be more tightened, and now we are getting to know that the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who is the road transport minister, has also stated now the new rule will come up where it will be mandatory for every passenger to, if they are sitting in the rear seat, they have to wear a seat belt, and this has been a topic of discussion. This has been a topic of discussion after the death of Cyrus Mistry in a road accident where he was not wearing seat belt when he was sitting in a rear seat. And it is one thing which it is also seen that if someone doesn't wear a seat belt, then the airbags of the car doesn't open, and this is a topic of discussion. And even for the entire report, Palghar police has also sent a file to Germany, the car manufacturer Mercedes, also for the entire report that why didn't the seat belt, why didn't the airbag open in this manufactured car, which is Mercedes? Why this ill-fated incident entirely happened? And Union Minister Nitin Gadkari now has stated in an event that in coming 3 to 4 days, rules and regulation will be formulated for this new rule regarding the safety procedure in the rear seat of the car as well. Now, when the safety button beeps in the car when someone sits in the front seat, if he doesn't wear a seat belt, now the same safety beep will happen if someone will not wear seat belt in rear seat as well. So this has been a topic of discussion after the death of Cyrus Mistry, that how safe seat belts are very important when you're traveling on road, when you're traveling on national highways, because so many accidents have been seen. So it is important and mandatory now to wear seat belt when sitting in rear seat. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Harsha, for joining us with the latest on that. Well, the Union Minister has said that seatbelts will now be mandatory. Now, remember, this is, of course, keeping in view everybody's safety, especially after the accident and the death that we saw of Cyrus Mistry. Now, also moving on to news that is making across the globe, the UN atomic watchdog urged Russia and Ukraine to establish a nuclear safety and security zone around the nuclear plant in Ukraine. Now, this comes after mounting fears of the fight possibly triggering a nuclear catastrophe. In fact, the head of IAEA warned the UNSC of an impending after an inspection visit at the plant. Georgian PM met with EU top officials to Brussels to discuss the country's membership bid. Now, the EU foreign policy chief expressed some concerns over Georgia's bid to join the EU, citing issues of judiciary, rule of law and freedom of media. Ukrainian president expressed hope that the IAEA would force Russia to demilitarize the power plant and return to control to Ukraine. He further added that if Russia has put the world on a radiation disaster edge, then the world must take appropriate measures so Russia is forced to stop terror. A new attack hit Slovenia, damaging several houses in the city located in eastern Ukraine. Amid the sound of explosions, people tried to clean the debris and fix the windows and roofs broken by the blast. However, no casualties were reported. The US State Department congratulated the UK's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, saying it looks forward to continuing its close cooperation on a range of important priorities, including continued support to Ukraine in the face of Russia's war.
Becoming the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the UK and the US are the closest of friends and allies, and we look forward to continuing our close cooperation with Prime Minister Truss and the new government on a range of important priorities, including continued support to Ukraine in the face of Russia.
You're watching Republic TV. We have to go on a short break, but after a short break, we'll give you all the action and drama regarding the BJP protests at all 19 locations at 19 metro stations in national capital Delhi, where all the senior leaders of BJP will be present at different metro stations. This is the protest of BJP against Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM Delhi. So are you watching Republic TV? Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. The BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade. He is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
Very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they're supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा. हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा. आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा. राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन. आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें. आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय. राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन.
Have big news coming in. Capital Patna on Tuesday night, the whole area was stirred by a double murder. On Tuesday night around 10 p.m, what we're understanding is that two youths riding a scooty were shot by criminals, after which all the criminals have escaped. One youth, Chandan Kumar, died on the spot, while the other youth, Abhinandan alias Golu, died in the hospital during treatment at night. The deceased Chandan Kumar has been identified as a resident of Gulzarbagh Dadar Mandi in Patna. A double murder has been reported in Patna. Now, two accused shot at in Patna, Bihar. Now, this is the Bihar double murder shocker that we have in the capital Patna on Tuesday. The whole area was stirred by the double murder, and this incident happened around 10 p.m. is what we're understanding so far, where two youths riding a scooty were shot by criminals, after which all the criminals have escaped. Now, one youth named Chandan Kumar died on the spot, whereas the other youth, Abhinandan, also called as Golu, died in the hospital during the treatment. This is the double murder shocker that is coming out of Bihar. Now, two bike riders shot dead late at night. This happened around 10 p.m. We have also understood that the deceased Chandan Kumar has been identified as a resident of Gulzarbagh Dadar Mandi in Patna. Now, Chandan Kumar used to work in Kankarbagh hardware shop in Patna is what we're understanding, while the other, Abhinandan, was a land broker. Now, the police officer has also stated 5 to 6 people were standing together in mutual enmity. Both have been shot. For more on this story, we're joined in by Prakash. Prakash, we're understanding about this incident so far, but what are the other details that we've gathered?
Well, there are two incidences that took place in Bihar. One in Patna, a double murder incident at Shitla Mata Mandir on the Patna bypass area near Nalanda Medical College Hospital, where two friends, Chandan and Abhinandan, who were riding on a bike and were coming from a destination and were shot at a point near the temple. And the exact reason is not yet known, but police sources say that they had some personal animosity. While Chandan worked for a hardware shop in Patna, whereas Abhinandan was a land broker. So it seems that the police say that there was some personal animosity, as a result of which both were shot dead. but the police is investigating into the case. The police is conducting raids at various places, and on the spot, cartridges have also been recovered. In another incident in Siwan, while the police was on its patrolling duty, one person was shot dead by assailants and few villagers were also injured in the process. So, time and again, these kind of incidences are being reported in Bihar, which questions the law and order situation in Bihar ever since the formation of Mahagathbandhan government. Now, after both these incidences have taken place, it raises question on the Bihar police, but the police say that they are trying to nab the culprits as soon as possible. Back to you.
Right, Prakash. The other question, of course, being in terms of investigation, have they revealed anything so far? The investigation is currently underway, but what else have you gathered from what they have collected?
The police is on the manhunt, that's what they say, and they're trying to interrogate a few people as to who are the perpetrators of the crime, and that's how they will also ascertain the CCTV footage on the spot, and based on the forensic evidences, they will try to nab the culprits. That's what they say.
All right. Thank you, Prakash, for getting us all those details on this double murder shocker that's coming out of Patna. We also have Amit Sharan Patna, the city DCP, who has spoken about this particular incident. Let's listen in.
इसमें एक लड़का है जिसका नाम है चंदन कुमार, पिता दीपक रजक। ये रहने वाला है दादर मंडी आलमगंज थाना में। और दूसरा जो मृतक है उसका नाम है अभिनंदन सौरभ और गोलू, ये छोटी पढ़ाई कराने वाला है। तो अभी तक जो बात छन के आई है, ये 4-5 लड़के वहाँ पे खड़े थे, आपस में कुछ देर तक झगड़ा हुआ है किसी बात को लेकर। उसी के बाद बाकी लड़कों ने इन दोनों को गोली मार दी है, जिसमें से एक की वही स्पॉट डेथ हो गई है चंदन कुमार की, दूसरे को अस्पताल ले जाने के क्रम में गोलू की मृत्यु हो गई।
Now, this is the double murder shocker that is coming out of Patna. What we're understanding so far is that this incident took place last night at 10 p.m. But like even Prakash did state that the police is investigating and finding out the reason for the crime. This is the latest on the double murder case. But we're slipping into a short break. But on the other side, the fight of real Shiv Sena continues as the Supreme Court to hear the case today. Congress to launch the Bharat Jodo Yatra today. Rahul Gandhi to start Yatra from Kanyakumari. All of this after a short break.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here. The protest is taking place and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These are workers who are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो।
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade, he is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
This is a very very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out.
Let's find out what's making news in the world of sports. Casper Ruud defeated Matteo Berrettini in straight sets to reach his first US Open semi-final and increase his hopes of becoming world number one. The French Open finalist must make the final to have a chance of going against Rafael Nadal for the top spot in the rankings, and if he were to meet Carlos Alcaraz for the title, the winner would also become world number one. Ons Jabeur reached the last four at the US Open for the first time in her career after Napoli trained on the eve of hosting Liverpool for the Champions League Group A opener. Liverpool have started the Premier League season with just 2 wins from 6 games.
You're watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us. On the other side of the break, we have lot more action and drama to show you on the BJP protest, which is happening today at 19 locations at 19 metro stations in national capital. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here. Protest is taking place, and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These workers are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade. He is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
This is a very major provocation by the Pakistani side.
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम. राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन.
The Karnataka hijab row continues. The apex court is to hear the plea challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment. The fight for the real Shiv Sena is in the top court, Supreme Court, to hear the case today. Congress are set to launch the Bharat Jodo Yatra today. Rahul Gandhi will begin the yatra from Kanyakumari.
हो गया 1947 में अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है।
Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma attacks the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra, says Bharat is already united. The face-off over Liquorgate continues. The BJP workers are to stage a mega protest in the national capital. Good morning and welcome. This is live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the latest that we are getting from Karnataka. The Chief Minister, Baswaraj Bommai, along with his ministers, CN Ashwath Narayan, R. Ashok, local MLAs, BBMP officials and concerned department people are visiting rain-affected and waterlogged areas in the outer ring road near the Eco Space. The visit, of course, took place early morning today. Do remember that there has been considerable criticism of the government over its mismanagement of the waterlogging issue. One death also was unfortunately reported in Bengaluru yesterday. So the Chief Minister has announced a package of relief worth about 300 crores to overhaul the infrastructure of Bengaluru. But pictures on your screen are of this early morning visit that Baswaraj Bommai, along with his senior cabinet colleagues, took to the outer ring road of Bengaluru. Do remember that that's a major arterial connection and there are several parts of the outer ring road that still remain submerged. Do remember that there was, of course, heavy rainfall that was reported on Sunday evening, but it's been nearly 48 hours and several parts of the city still remain waterlogged. Not just that, we're also learning that several of those lakes in Bengaluru are overflowing. They've breached the danger mark, and that is causing even more chaos. Nivedana is reporting on this. She is joining us from our newsroom. Nivedana, give us more details in terms of how bad the situation is currently. Now, there are several areas which still remain inundated, and the lakes, we understand, several of those are flowing above the danger level.
Right, Nupur. So one of the worst affected areas in Bengaluru due to this particular flood-like situation is Whitefield. Now that is exactly where we are seeing, even in those visuals, where Karnataka Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, along with the Revenue Department Minister R. Ashok, were going and inspecting this particular issue. Because remember, this is the IT corridor of Bengaluru. Now they also contribute to about 32% of the state in terms of revenue as well. They have been the worst affected. Of course, the entire city has also been affected, but remember that this part of the city also has many prominent lakes, including the Vartur Lake, the Yamlur Lake, and one of the reasons why this flood-like situation has happened in the city is because of the fact that these lakes were also encroached, which is why this waterlogging situation has, resulted in the city when we are seeing incessant rainfalls. On the other hand, flood-like situations, traffic coming to a standstill, citizens getting stuck, even when you look at those visuals, citizens are definitely being affected on a day-to-day basis. But coming back to the stock of the situation that the Karnataka Chief Minister has been taking, yesterday he did announce that 600 crores will be granted for the state, but 300 crores alone will be allotted to Bengaluru to combat the situation. But he also stated all the work will only start once the rainfall recedes. But on the other hand, the Met Department has also stated that the state will continue to see heavy rainfalls for the next 3 to 4 days. So it really depends now as to how they will be taking stock of the situation, because this has to be in tandem with many civic bodies, including the BWSSB, which is responsible for the water, the BESCOM for electrocuted wires, which we have seen has also resulted in deaths, and of course the Brihat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike, which is responsible for the civic and infrastructure in the city, Nupur.
All right, Nivedana, of course, continuing to bring us those updates. Thank you very much for joining us. As Nivedana is pointing out, it appears that even as the Chief Minister is taking stock of the situation, it will be a while before the waterlogging in Bengaluru is completely taken care of. In fact, we are now getting more news from Bengaluru. We are now learning that there was a fire incident that was reported at a shopping mart in Bengaluru. The incident took place at the family supermart in Richmond town. The incident took place at night, so thankfully, since there was nobody at the shopping mart, no injuries have been reported. The accident is suspected to have taken place due to a short circuit. Firefighters were successful in extinguishing this fire. So the fire incident being reported at a shopping mart in Bengaluru. The incident took place at the family supermart in Richmond town of Bengaluru. We are given to understand that this was caused due to a short circuit. Fortunately, there were no shoppers at night, and that is why there appear to have been no injuries to anybody in this fire. The fire, of course, was successfully brought under control by firefighters. Visuals on your screen are of the flames of this fire, and it does appear to be quite a big fire that took place at the family shopping mart in Richmond town. I think we've still got Nivedana on this. I'm going to go across back to her. Nivedana, the blaze, I beg your pardon, does appear to be quite huge in those pictures that we are now accessing. But thankfully it took place at night, and so no one was injured?
That's right. That's what we're understanding so far. Now, we also understand that this happened in Richmond town and the family shopping mart that was located near the Nanjapa circle. On the other hand, there are no casualties that have been reported, but coming to the goods that were damaged, it's 4 lakhs in cash, 3 crores worth of goods, and furniture worth 1 crore were completely burnt in the shopping mart, is what we're understanding so far, Nupur. We will continue to track the story, but we're also told that the local
All right, now we're going across to West Bengal right now, where we are given to understand that the CBI is raiding the Law Minister of West Bengal, Malay Ghatak's house in Asansol. His entire house has been surrounded by security personnel in Asansol. So we're given to understand that Malay Ghatak's home is being raided by the CBI. This is news that's just coming in. What we are given to understand that the Bengal Law Minister home is being raided by the CBI even as we speak. This is with regards to a corruption case, we understand. I'm going to go across on the phone line to Shavan for more details on this. Shavan, good morning. Please give us more details in connection with these raids that are being conducted against Malay Ghatak.
Right, this is a major crackdown by the Central Bureau of Investigation. We are now being told that top leader of the Tripura Congress, Malay Ghatak, at his residence, the Central Bureau of Investigation has reached. The teams have reached. We are being told that the searches would be carried out. As of now, what we are picking up is that this is pertaining to the cattle smuggling case. Now, what's the allegation and what is it that we suspect at this point in time? Remember, what has happened so far is that the Central Bureau of Investigation in the last few weeks has essentially gained momentum in this entire case, keeping in mind that one, they have made some big arrests with Trinamool Congress strongman from Birbhum, Anubrata Mondal, in their custody. And secondly, also Saigal Hussain, his bodyguard, was also picked up. Now, the question here is that there was a money trail that had emerged. In fact, about 16 to 17 crore rupees were already seized by the Central Bureau of Investigation. However, what the agency essentially suspected is that some part of the money that they were basically deriving out of this was actually being utilized by certain other party leaders. That is the suspicion that the CBI has at this point in time, and that is the reason why we have been given to understand that a lot of confidants of Onubrata Mondal are basically under the scanner. As far as Malay Ghatak is concerned, remember the searches have just begun. So we to wait for some sort of an official confirmation to come in as to why exactly these. It's going to perhaps take some time because the Central Bureau of Investigation teams have reached a short while back and the searches are about to begin. So we perhaps have to wait for some more time to gather more details in terms of what they have in their investigation.
All right. As you're pointing out, of course, we're given to understand that Shravan, he was questioned before in the cattle smuggling case as well. So can you give us more details on that aspect, the questioning of Malay Ghatak earlier by the CBI?
Just a moment. Well, in fact, remember there is a cut money that the CBI is essentially looking at, the cut money that was allegedly received by certain Trinamool Congress leaders. Now that's an allegation, it's a suspicion at this point in time. What is going to be very important for the CBI is to basically find out the money trail in this entire matter and how exactly are certain political leaders within the Trinamool Congress, whether at all they have benefited out of the cattle smuggling. Now, for instance, the cattle smuggling that was taking place in Birbhum and Murshidabad district of West Bengal. Remember, the Central Bureau of Investigation has made this sensational allegation that there were certain Trinamool Congress leaders who were basically providing protection to these cattle traders, and in return they were basically getting money for the same. Now, the main kingpin as far as the cattle smuggling case is concerned, which is Inamul Haq, who was also taken into custody. It is Inamul Haq who was actually giving the money to Saigal Hussain and others, the confidants of Onubrata Mondal. Now, whether the money was only reaching Onubrata Mondal or was it going above, that is a concern that this Central Bureau of Investigation has at this point in time. Earlier too, remember, Malay Ghatak has not just been summoned by the Central Bureau of Investigation, he was also summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, because remember the Enforcement Directorate is also looking into this entire matter, in which they are essentially looking at more characters like Vinay and Vikas Mishra, and the fact that they were basically providing this money for cattle smuggling for over a period of time.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, Shravan, what I wanted to ask you was there were also the fact that the ED had summoned him in the coal smuggling case as well. That's an ongoing investigation, in which, of course, Abhishek Banerjee has also been summoned by the ED before. So essentially trouble mounting from Malay Ghatak?
Well, there's absolutely no doubt about the fact that this means more trouble for Malay Ghatak, given the fact that he's a senior leader of the Trinamool Congress. Let's not forget that Malay Ghatak is the same person who's in charge of various states for the Trinamool Congress. In fact, in the state of West Bengal, in the state of Meghalaya, where a lot of Congress leaders had basically defected and they had joined the Trinamool Congress, Malay Ghatak had played a very important, rather crucial role, if I may say so. What's going to be very important to point out here is the fact that they are essentially looking at the role of Malay Ghatak, whether at all he plays any role in terms of in the cattle smuggling case, as well as remember in the coal smuggling case also, several of the Trinamool Congress leaders have been under the scanner. At this point in time, we perhaps cannot come to any sort of conclusion because the matter is still being investigated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But why it means more trouble? Because the fact that searches are now being carried out at the premises connected to senior leader of Trinamool Congress, that is Malay Ghatak.
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, as Shravan is pointing out right now, what we're given to understand is that his home in Asansol has been ring-fenced by security forces. even as searches are being conducted over there. We're going to try and get you those visuals in just a bit. But obviously, this is going to be more trouble for the TMC because there's another minister in the dock in trouble, essentially. And I'm going to go back to Shavan for that. We're also going to have a connect with our Bangla newsroom very, very quickly in just a bit. But yeah, we will go to them in just a bit. But Shavan, as I was pointing out, Mamata Banerjee, this also is increasing trouble for her in terms of the fact that, one senior minister after another is, or someone who's close to her from her inner coterie is now being summoned in these corruption cases.
Well, it is undoubtedly a difficult situation for the Trinamool Congress, starting from the SSC recruitment scam in which their senior leader Parthu Chatterjee was arrested, and then immediately after, in a couple of days, you've had the arrest of Onubrato Mondal. However, Onubrato Mondal does not really hold any position as such in terms of the fact that he's not a legislator nor a parliamentarian, but he's largely considered as the strong man of Trinamool Congress in the district of Birbhum, someone who was largely seen very, very close to the chief minister. Having said that, you've seen how the Trinamool Congress has reacted over a period of time. In the case of Parthu Chatterjee, remember, with the recovery that was made by the enforcement directorate, it was perhaps very difficult for the Trinamool Congress to defend the party leader, and that is the reason why he was immediately placed under suspension. And the fact that the Trinamool Congress had essentially distanced itself by saying that if he is guilty, then go ahead and punish him, but if he isn't, then perhaps the Bharatiya Janata Party should be, apologizing simply because they believe that the central agencies are working at the behest of the BJP. Now, that's the allegation that the Trinamool Congress had to make. Now, with regards to Onubrato Mondal, the matter is a little different because we have not seen the same kind of an action that was taken in the case of Parthu Chatterjee. As far as Onubrato is concerned, the party has also been seen as someone who's trying, the need to perhaps protect him. And in fact, there were multiple rallies that were carried out by the chief minister, in which the chief minister is basically lashed out at the center, saying that when they are politically being defeated in the state of West Bengal, they are basically resorting to cheap politics, and they are saying that it is the
All right, I think we are running into some technical difficulty with our signal with Shavan over there. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But just to tell our viewers that visuals that you see on the right-hand side of your screen are coming to you from Asansol, where the home of the law minister is located. Now, that entire home has been ring-fenced by security officials, and we are given to understand that the raids are being carried out. Now, this is in connection with the coal scam. That's what we know, but there are linkages that have been drawn in the cattle smuggling case. Also, he was summoned by the CBI as well as the ED in both cases. He is the law minister of West Bengal. We are still awaiting to get a reaction from the TMC. But as Shavan was pointing out, of course, this is the third leader or someone who's supposed to be in the close camp of Mamata Banerjee, against whom action is being taken. Of course, first there was Partha Chatterjee, then there was Arpita, then of course Onubrato Mondal, and now Male Ghatak. So obviously the TMC, we are still waiting for reaction for them, but considerable trouble mounting for the TMC in West Bengal. I'm going to try and go back to Shavan on the phone line to take us through if any reactions, if any, we are getting at the moment. But do remember that this is not all. Abhishek Banerjee, Mamata Banerjee's nephew, has been summoned multiple times by the ED in connection with the coal smuggling case. In fact, his wife has also been questioned in the coal smuggling case, and currently, of course, we are now given to understand that Male Ghatak, the law minister, his home is being raided in Asansol, and also he's been summoned twice already by the agencies in two separate cases. Now, in the cattle smuggling case, we are given to understand that the ED primarily wants to establish whether the proceeds of crime were just stopping at at Anubrata Mondal, or were they going further up the chain? So that's a large part of the investigation of the ED as far as the cattle smuggling case is concerned. But there's another case in which he's been questioned, that, or at least summons have been issued to him to be questioned. That is the coal smuggling case, in which, of course, Abhishek Banerjee is also being questioned. So it is tough times for the TMC in that sense. Senior leaders, whether they are in the government or outside of it, are being questioned by agencies. We are still awaiting for the first reaction to come in to the law minister's home being raided. But in the past, of course, we have heard Mamata Banerjee talk of the fact that this she sees as action being taken by the agencies. This is political vendetta. Mayuk also joining us on the phone line. Mayuk, good morning. Mayuk, considerable trouble for West Bengal government. In the dock this time is the law minister. Any reactions that we are getting from the Trinamool Congress or the government so far?
Well, it's a preliminary stage of the developing story, and what we are getting in it's a big story. Law Minister Malay Ghatak's house is being raided by CBI, and he has two houses in Asansol. One is a parental home in Asansol, the old house, and another one is the new house where Malay Ghatak used to stay with his family. He still stays with his family whenever he is in Asansol. And on the other hand, we are getting information that most of the places in Asansol, these places will be raided, and most importantly, the CRPF have taken position in vantage points in several parts of Malay Ghatak's the residential premises. So this is going to be a long day for the CBI and as well as for the TMC and BJP, because this is going to be one of the biggest political fights in Bengal. The law minister's house is now being raided by the central probing agency, and the central agencies right now have started the investigation there. That they have started the raids there, and that's what we are getting in from our Republic Bangla visuals, that most of the points of Malay Ghatak's residential premises, the residential complex has been, the CRPF has taken position there, and most importantly, what we are getting in is that 6 CBI officials, they have entered the house and they have started the raid, and most importantly, this team has come from Kolkata, and it's a 3 to 4 hours journey. That's Asansol. So in Asansol, they have already reached. So the CBI has started the day early, and most importantly, in a manner where it's going to be a very long day. It's going to be a politically super high day, because of the fact that this is none other than one of the senior most members of Trinamool Congress. He has been with Trinamool Congress since the time of the foundation of Trinamool Congress, as well as the sitting law minister of the state of West Bengal. So this is right now what we are getting in from our sources. It's a developing story. More information we will be getting in from our Republic Bangla Bureau. Right now, it's this information what we are getting.
Mayuk, just very, very quickly, now there are 2 cases that agencies are essentially investigating. He was earlier summoned in July by the Enforcement Directorate in, I think, the cattle smuggling case, but there has been some mentionings, of allegations against him in the coal smuggling case as well. So can you clarify for us what action these agencies are taking and in which case right now?
Well, right now what we are getting is Mamata Banerjee's, most of the ministers, they have been accused of several other cases, but what we are getting is Malay Ghatak has been under scanner for the coal scam, the illegal coal transfer scam. That is what we are getting in. Earlier also several other leaders, they have been accused in this coal scam. Right now, the law minister of the state, as well as a senior Trinamool Congress leader, Malay Ghatak, he is under scanner because of this coal scam. He has earlier also been summoned in this coal scam. Here also, he is primarily one accused in the coal scam case that is ongoing in West Bengal, and that is being probed by CBI, as well as the money trail part is being investigated by ED right now.
All right. Of course, as Mayuk is pointing out, this is looking like a rather long day. We're still to get reactions from the TMC. But Mayuk, in the past, the TMC, of course, has called this political vendetta. And in the past, Mayuk, in the 3 cases that we've seen against the TMC, it was very difficult for the TMC to defend Partha Chatterjee just because of the sheer amount of, cash that was found in his home. But thereafter, Anubrata Mandal and now Malay, obviously, the TMC is perhaps going to use the same refrain that this is political vendetta. What is your gut on that?
Well, yes, Trinamool Congress is fighting her. The spokespersons are fighting her to defend themselves in a situation. It's a very tough battle for them, and most importantly, all the visuals are on screen. You cannot deny the fact that there was Money Mountain. You cannot deny the fact that their cash was found in one of the associates of Partha Chatterjee's house. More than 50 crore rupees were found. You cannot deny the fact that envelopes having Partha Chatterjee's departmental emblem, those were found, and identity cards, admit cards were found. So clearly there was scam in Partha Chatterjee's case, and Trinamool Congress has also disassociated themselves from Partha Chatterjee. Whereas in case of Anubrata Mandal, they are still clinging to Anubrata Mandal. They are still defending Anubrata Mandal, saying that Anubrata Mandal is just passing through a sub judice case, and this is a sub judice case, and they are going to react only after Anubrata Mandal is announced a culprit in this case. Right now he is an accused. So Trinamool Congress is going in a very balanced way, where Trinamool Congress is trying to defend its top leaders in one hand. On the other hand, they are trying to disassociate themselves from cases where it's quite eminent. It's in front of your eyes. And here also in the local Trinamool Congress leader's house, where the cheat fund case has been found and he has been arrested in Bhatpara, there also they have disassociated themselves from that leader. But right now, we are looking into the fact that what Trinamool Congress is going to react regarding Malay Ghatak's case. Earlier also, several top TMC leaders have said that this is a vendetta politics against Trinamool Congress, against opposition by the ruling dispensation in centre, and they are using CBI and ED against Trinamool Congress like they are using it against the opposition parties. That is what they are alleging for a long time now. So Trinamool Congress leaders, what they are alleging is mostly against the centre, and how centre is allegedly using the forces as well as the agency. So right now we are waiting for the Trinamool Congress official reaction regarding this raid in Malay Ghatak's house.
Right. Mayuk, of course, is bringing us the latest on this. Thank you for the moment, Mayuk, for joining us. As Mayuk was pointing out, the CBI currently, of course, using its forces to ring fence the entire area where raids are being conducted. You're watching Republic TV. We will continue to update you on the latest. Pictures on your screen are of the residence of Malay Ghatak in Asansol, which is currently being raided.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
Good evening, viewers. In 18 months, we will be in general elections mode. In 22 months, we will have another brand new government at the center. The BJP says it's getting ready to win a third term under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In response, the opposition is in a flurry. An absolute flurry. There's so much excitement. Everybody, as usual, is meeting everybody. And everyone, as usual, is getting excited about getting everyone to meet everyone and getting everyone together to fight everyone's enemy and everyone's existential threat, the BJP. But I'm highly confused, viewers. How can there be 4 parallel campaigns? Arvind Kejriwal wants to be Prime Minister under the Make India #1 theme. Rahul Gandhi wants to be Prime Minister again under the Bharat Jodo theme. KCR wants to be Prime Minister and says that destiny and well-wishers want him to play a national role. And Nitish Kumar says it is my life's mission, he says. He says it's his life's single-minded mission to bring everyone together. to bring the BJP down to 50 seats. Viewers, my prediction is that this way, the opposition is so divided on personal ambitions and strategies that the BJP will actually increase its vote share and seats in May 2024. So here we are, in exactly the same place we were 5 years back. Hashtag, a familiar one tonight, Modi versus who? Who's the other side? I can't figure out at all. Let's see if we can figure out on debate number 1 tonight. As the Lutyens media goes absolutely crazy and screams with excitement about Nitish's exciting 3-day trip to the capital. It's all getting frighteningly bizarre, viewers.
This is a very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far. So it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the...
You're watching Live and Breaking, and breaking news coming in now. The Income Tax Department is conducting searches across India over bogus donations made to little-known political parties. The raids are based on reliable intelligence inputs received by the department. Most of these donations are allegedly received in cash, and these little-known outfits are used as tools for laundering of funds. So, mega IT crackdown across India. It's a big lead that we are getting of IT searches. The Income Tax Department cracking down on alleged money laundering, a new way of money laundering. Shawan, to tell us about this breaking news here. Shawan, we're hearing about a mega IT crackdown. Little known outfits being, little known political parties funded by bogus funds. Well, tell us more.
Well, in fact, the latest details we are picking up that this is undoubtedly, if I can say, one of the biggest searches that are being carried out by the Income Tax Department, over 50 locations. Now, this number could very much vary because we are currently looking at the initial stage of the searches, but searches which are multi-state. In fact, we are being told that major crackdown that's taking place in Ghaziabad, Lucknow, Gurgaon, in some parts of Gujarat, as well as Madhya Pradesh and the national capital. Now, what's important to point out here is that they are basically conducting searches across India over bogus donations made to little-known political parties. The raids are based on reliable intelligence input that was received by the department. Primarily, I'm given to understand this is based on the report that was prepared by the Election Commission. Most of these donations are alleged received in cash, and these little-known outfits are used as tool for, is what we have been told. These are the latest details that we are getting as far as the searches that are being carried out by the Income Tax Department. In fact, I'm also being told by my sources that corporate firms are basically under the scanner at this point in time. Corporate funds who have provided donations to these little-known political parties, and that too through entry operators. So these are not exactly clean transactions, if I may say so. What you are looking at, they are that entry operators who are basically used by these corporate firms primarily to make donations to the political party. And these are not big political parties. These are little-known political parties who have essentially been surviving on money that has been come in from dubious sources.
Right, Shawan. So Shawan telling us about how raids are being conducted by the Income Tax Department at over 50 locations. Shawan, when we look at, can we consider it an all-round crackdown on many fronts by central agencies against corruption as a whole? Because money laundering, tax evasion. Well, these are ways by which we can clean up our economy and we can ensure that, there's all-round economic development.
Well, undoubtedly.
Shravan Sen, our senior editor, giving us more updates on this mega IT income tax department crackdown. Over 50 locations being raided. It's a mega crackdown and corporate funds are also under the scanner. And the means by which these funds were being laundered were that, well, black money was being used as far as bogus political parties are concerned. Many of these political parties, little known outfits, many of them perhaps not even political parties at all, but claiming to be so. And money, they would be given donations, and that's how the money was being laundered. And now with this mega IT crackdown, it's a major cleanup. And let's go across now to other top stories from across the country. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavya Path. Rajpath refers to a stretch of road with a ceremonial significance between India Gate and Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer-long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey to last for 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking on the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance, beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organized by the Congress, Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sharma stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India was united today. Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and Revenue Minister R. Ashok, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and Belgavi. An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest, denied cremation for the body and demanded compensation. A case under the Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention of Atrocities Act has been lodged against 4 people. We go back once again to our top story at this hour. The Income Tax Department is conducting searches across India over bogus donations made to little-known political parties. The raids are based on reliable intelligence inputs received by the department. Most of these donations are allegedly received in cash, and these little-known outfits are used as tools for the laundering of funds. So as Shravan Sen, our senior editor, was telling us, we go back once again to Shravan. Shravan, it's the biggest ever crackdown, as you were telling us earlier, on bogus political parties. on little-known political parties that are being used for the laundering of funds. As he told us earlier, 50 sites, 50 locations under the scanner, corporate donations also under the scanner. It's over to you for more.
Well, in fact, what's important to point out here is that this is considered to be one of the biggest crackdowns on donation to political parties. These are little-known political parties. In fact, the Election Commission had prepared an exhaustive list. Now, in that list, they were essentially looking at the role of certain political parties and where exactly was the money really coming in from. What's important to point out here is that they are looking at certain bogus donations. These are bogus donations made to little-known political parties, and more importantly, these donations were actually received in cash to these little-known outfits, and they were used as a tool for laundering of funds. Searches were basically being carried out in Ghaziabad, Lucknow, Gurugram, Gujarat, as well as in the national capital. Certain corporate firms are also basically under the scanner for giving donations to political parties through entry operators. This is based on the Election Commission report. As of now, we have been told 50 locations. The number could very well vary because the searches began sometime earlier this morning. That's the latest that we are getting in at this point in time.
Right, Shravan, and what can you tell us about the penalty for those involved? Because that's what we expect the Indian public would want. The next step to be the identification of specific people, and so that the culprits can be identified and they be brought to book. But what would be the penalty for such activities?
Well, in terms of an investigation, it's not really a penalty that you're really looking at. What is going to be important at this point in time is first the identification of those who are behind these bogus donations. Secondly, what is the intention behind these bogus donations? In terms of for the income tax, it is primarily to see that whether at all this was an attempt for tax evasion. Because if you really look at the donation that has taken place, it is through entry operators, which essentially would mean that this was an attempt that has been made by certain corporate firms to turn their black money into white money. What's going to be important to also look at is that which are the political parties that were getting the money, and whether at all there has been any sort of a declaration that has been made by these political parties. So all that put together, important to point out is that we haven't really seen this kind of a crackdown in the past, especially given the fact that political parties have really not come under the scanner. Now, donations that have been received by little-known political parties have also come under the scanner.
Shravan, meanwhile, what are your sources in the IT department telling you about, the kind of inputs that they received? How long these operations could have been continuing? And also, how long do they, before, they can actually come out with a public statement, if they do make a kind of public statement?
Well, Income Tax Department going by their usual process, it's very unlikely that they are going to release any statement anytime soon. Perhaps it could take at least another 2 to 3 days. It depends on once the searches are over. It's very unlikely that they're going to end the searches in one day. Unlike what happens in the cases of Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department has a different procedure in place. Very, very unlikely that we would be expecting any sort of a statement out of the Income Tax Department anytime soon. Perhaps once the searches are over, only then you would expect the Income Tax Department to come up with a statement. But what all that we know that since these are over 50 locations and this is a massive, being carried out, it is certainly going to take some more time before they issue any sort of statement.
So, political donation crackdown in 5 cities, among them Ghaziabad and Lucknow. Shiv Sena, senior editor on that story, and giving us all the updates as they happen, and putting this mega crackdown on laundering of funds, on money laundering, as little-known political parties are found to be funded by bogus funds. Shravan, many thanks for joining us. Well, we continue with this story. Let's go across to Shravan once again. Shravan, when we talk about, a crackdown like this, well, certainly, as you tell us, there were intelligence inputs, and it's happening in 5 cities. And also, as you told us, political donations, corporate companies under the lens. But as you tell us, tax evasion would be just one of it could be just one of the purposes of such funding. What are the other aspects that the IT department would be looking at and also, when we look at, the purpose of such funding?
Well, there is only one purpose, and that purpose is to hinder whether there has been tax evasion or not. There is no other angle that the income tax department would be looking at, because the mandate of the income tax department in itself would essentially be look into an attempt that is being made by certain entities for tax evasion. And more importantly, as far as entry operators are concerned, they were basically utilized for what purpose, and where did the money really come from? That's going to be important. The source of funding and the that particular funding. So that's the concern that the income tax department would have. Thereafter, if the enforcement directorate or anyone wants to take it following process of action that is filed by the income tax department, then perhaps it paves the way for other agencies to also step in. But that's a long drawn process. It's very unlikely it's going to take place anytime soon. Once the searches are basically over, one would basically look at how things are panning out, and only after that you would perhaps expect some more agencies to step in. But it's very unlikely that's going to happen anytime soon. Only the income tax department currently would be looking at exhaustive searches that are being carried out. It's going to take some more time before they end the searches. There is a high possibility that this could spill over a few days before they end the searches.
Right, there must be many such bogus political parties. And when we talk about, are there any names emerging as far as the kind of political parties that are under the scanner, the corporate sources that are under the scanner? Are there any names emerging at this point? Is it groups of people? Is it companies, or is it individuals who are under the scanner?
Well, I would say a plethora at this point in time, because apart from corporate firms, there are individuals, there are also entry operators who are basically under the scanner at this point in time. As far as names are concerned, the income tax department hasn't revealed any names so far. All that we know is that little-known political parties are also under the scanner of the income tax department at this point in time. These are political parties which have essentially received bogus donations. When I say bogus donations, it would be basically money, cash being received by these political parties, and they were through these entry operators, which is completely illegal. And perhaps the motive in itself would have been completely different.
Right. Shravan, there are specific laws when it comes to donations that can be made. There's a limit to what extent a political party can be funded. Clearly, these have they been followed? Is it within the ambit of the law that these donations have been made? And also there are specific rules about how much cash can be donated to a party.
Well, see, in the ambit of the investigation, that would not really come in. The Election Commission, perhaps in its report, has made those recommendations as to what really can be done, because a lot of criticism, especially of electoral bonds, etc. Those are different aspects altogether. For the Income Tax Department right now, it would be a clear-cut, focused way of investigation, which would essentially mean that who are these corporate firms? Number one. Number two, these little-known political parties, where they're really getting the money from, what is the purpose altogether. Third, whether at all there has been any declaration that has been made by these corporate funds, individuals, when they're making these donations through the donations to the political parties, whether they have made any sort of declaration, because for the corporate funds, remember, they need to perhaps declare it before the Income Tax Department during their returns. Now, what's going to be important to find out here is that
So breaking news coming in now. We'll be going back to Shavan later on, but just fresh leads coming in now in the Malay Ghatak case from West Bengal. Searches are being carried out at 6 locations. 5 locations in Kolkata, 1 location in Asansol. Searches linked to coal theft case. So these are searches being carried out in West Bengal, particularly in capital Kolkata and also in Asansol. And we have with us our correspondent Kishle, who joins us from Republic Bangla for all the latest updates on this story. Kishle, we're hearing that Malay Ghatak now under the scanner. The CBI reaches his home in Asansol. Many locations being raided at this point. Give us all the details.
Exactly, Rukma. Breaking news today morning, Malay Ghatak, who is a very senior minister in Mamata Banerjee's cabinet. He is the law minister and he is also in different committees in West Bengal government. He is one of the decision makers in various policies in West Bengal government, is now under CBI scanner in the coal case. And right now, CBI is raiding his house in Asansol, in one of the districts near Kolkata. And in Asansol, CBI team is right now inside his house, raiding his house, trying to find out documents related to the coal scam, trying to see whether there are cash, whether there are documents that is connected to this scam. And outside his house is all the CRPF personnel are deployed. So it's a full-on raid that's happening in Asansol right now, in Malay Ghatak's house, actually in 2 of his house, in one of his ancestral home and his present house as well. And in Kolkata as well, there is CBI movement. Actively CBI is raiding 5 or 6 places. That's what we are getting to know. 6 places, about 6 places in Kolkata as well. So Kolkata and Asansol are in CBI radar today, these 2 places. And especially the big breaking from Bengal right now is that after Partho Chatterjee, after Anubrata Mondal, now Malay Ghatak, one of the very senior ministers in Mamata Banerjee's cabinet, is under CBI scanner. Partho Chatterjee, when he was arrested by ED and when he was summoned by ED, that was the case of SSC scam or teachers recruitment scam. That was a different scam. Now Anubrata Mondal was arrested by CBI in cattle smuggling scam, and now Malay Ghatak, we see, has been raided in coal scam. So different scams hitting hard Mamata Banerjee's government, and top officials, top ministers and leaders of the Trinamool Congress are being raided, arrested by the central agencies. Today we see early morning CBI made a movement towards Asansol district, and then after that we broke the news first as well, as CBI entered Malay Ghatak's house. A very senior minister and CRPF was deployed outside so that local Trinamool Congress workers or locals do not pose a problem in this whole raiding process of CBI. CBI is getting hold of some documents, that's what we are getting to know, and they are trying to understand the connection of Malay Ghatak to the coal scam. In the same scam, Abhishek Banerjee was questioned before. So multiple Trinamool Congress top leaders are being questioned in this coal scam, as well as also the CBI is trying to look at the officials who were working in the departments of these ministers were also connected to this scam or not. So multiple developments, multiple breakings from West Bengal, and we are breaking it first here in Republic Network.
Rukma.
Right, Kishle, and when we talk about Ghatak, he had been summoned by the CBI by the ED earlier in July itself. What was that about? Was it in relation with this same case, Kishle?
Well, exactly. Malay Ghatak, this is not the first time that he is being probed by a central agency. He was summoned in the same case in Delhi as well, and different central government probe agencies like CBI, ED had been calling him, but Malay Ghatak did not appear. I'll repeat, he did not appear before the central agencies before this. As you mentioned outrightly, ED had summoned him in the same case. Therefore, right now we are looking at now what CBI will be doing in this case and whether CBI will be getting hold of any documents in this case. We will be coming back with more on this update of Malay Ghatak raid on Republic after a short break. Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. The BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade, is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
Very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here. Protest is taking place, and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These are workers who are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses. Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. The BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade, is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
breaking and other international news now. The UN atomic watchdog has urged Russia and Ukraine to establish a nuclear safety and security zone around the nuclear plant in Zaporizhia in Ukraine. This comes after mounting fears of the fight possibly triggering a nuclear catastrophe. In fact, the head of IAEA has warned the UN Security Council of an impending catastrophe after an inspection visit to the plant. Prime Minister of Georgia met with EU top officials in Brussels to discuss the country's membership bid. EU Foreign Policy Chief has expressed some concerns over Georgia's bid to join the EU, citing issues of judiciary, rule of law and freedom of media. And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has expressed the hope that the IAEA would force Russia to demilitarize the power plant at Zaporizhia and return its control to Ukraine. He further added that if Russia has put the world on a radiation disaster edge, the world must take appropriate measures so Russia is forced to stop its terror. A new attack hits Sloviansk, damaging several homes in the city located in eastern Ukraine. Amid the sound of explosions, people tried to clean the debris and fix the windows and roofs broken by the blast. However, no casualties were reported. US State Department congratulates the United Kingdom's new Prime Minister Liz Truss, saying it looks forward to continuing its close cooperation on a range of important priorities, including continued support to Ukraine in the face of Russia's war.
Congratulate Liz Truss on her becoming the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The UK and the US are the closest of friends and allies, and we look forward to continuing our close cooperation with Prime Minister Truss and the new government on a range of important priorities, including continued support to Ukraine in the face of Russia's war.
And coming up next, the fight of the real Shiv Sena is in the top court today, the Supreme Court, to hear the case.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. The BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade, is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
Very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
राष्ट्रवादी कलम, राष्ट्रवादी हम, मजबूत होते भारत के कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Mega CBI crackdown in West Bengal, 6 locations being raided across Bengal. After Partha Chatterjee, now a second Mamata Banerjee minister is raided. Political donations are under the lens. The IT is conducting raids across the country. The Karnataka hijab row continues. The apex court to hear plea challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment. And the fight for the real Shiv Sena is in the top court. The Supreme Court will be hearing the case today. Congress launches the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul Gandhi set to begin the yatra from Kanyakumari. The face-off over liquor gate continues. BJP workers stage a mega protest in the national capital. Well, we are going straight across to the big story that we are tracking here on Republic TV. Searches are being conducted at 6 locations in the coal scam in West Bengal. Now, 5 of these locations are in Kolkata. One is in Asansol. The Law Minister of West Bengal. Right, even as that is happening, we're going to try and cut across to what's taking place in New Delhi. We are now learning that there is a protest that's taking place over there. Over the liquor scam reaching a fever pitch in the national capital. Those are protests that are taking place at various locations. Protests are being held by the BJP, the Delhi BJP MLAs, as well as BJP workers are protesting at various places. Yesterday also they were protesting outside the residence of Manish Sisodia. They are demanding his dismissal over the alleged liquor scam. So protests carrying on today as well. As we are pointing out, of course, these protests are taking place across the national capital. Now, going back to the other big story that we are tracking right now, we are going back to West Bengal, where searches are being carried out in 6 locations in the coal scam. Now, 5 of these locations that are being raided by the CBI, we understand, are in Kolkata. 1 location is in Asansol. Now, searches in Asansol, of course, are being carried out at the home of the Law Minister Malay Ghatak in Asansol. In fact, earlier, of course, the CBI, which is accompanied by the CRPF, had in fact ring-fenced his entire residence in Asansol, and searches were being carried out there. But what we are learning now is that it's not just Asansol where these raids are being carried out. Raids are being carried out in 5 locations in Kolkata as well. Do remember that earlier the CBI, in fact, had issued summons to Malay Ghatak in the coal scam and asked him to join the investigation. Apart from that, the ED also had sent a notice to Malay Ghatak in that particular case. And it's not just Malay Ghatak who, of course, has been questioned in this case. We've seen Mamata Banerjee's nephew Abhishek Banerjee also being questioned by the ED repeatedly in this case. The trouble mounting for the TMC. Of course, this is the 3rd top man from the TMC, the 2nd minister in the government who's now being assaulted by these allegations of corruption. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of Malay Ghatak addressing a meeting over there. But on the left-hand side, you can see pictures of the CRPF at his home in Asansol. Asansol is about 3 hours journey from Calcutta. This team, of course, reached earlier in the morning and began the raids that are being conducted in Asansol. These are in connection to the coal scam in which Abhishek Banerjee is also being questioned by this ED. In fact, day before yesterday also he was at the ED headquarters answering summons in that particular case. So trouble mounting for the TMC, and it's going to be extremely difficult for the TMC to essentially explain what's happening, because do remember that this is not the first time that Molay Ghatak's name has come up in the coal scam. He's been questioned before by the CBI and of course the ED also, which is looking at the money trail essentially in the coal scam case. This obviously is a huge setback for the TMC. We're still awaiting a reaction from them. Do remember that there have been 3 top leaders of the TMC who've been who are now facing corruption allegations. Of course, first it was Partha Chatterjee, that the TMC found extremely difficult to defend, because his associate, of course, in her house, that is Arpita Mukherjee's house, there were stacks of cash, there were property documents and gold bars that were found. So that made it extremely difficult for the TMC to essentially defend him. Then, of course, it was Anubrata Mondal. Anubrata Mondal still in custody, still facing questioning in the cattle smuggling case. The TMC, of course, over there has still maintained that he's not found guilty. They will continue to support him. Now, Molay Ghatak. Molay Ghatak, we're still awaiting, of course, for a sort of a reaction to come in from the TMC. I'm going to go across to Mayuk, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Mayuk, give us more details in terms of, the raids that are being carried out. We are now learning that raids are being carried out in Kolkata as well.
Yes, that's what we are learning from our sources. 5 places in Calcutta and one place in Assam. That the residents of Mangalore stayed in 2 apartments in Assam. So primarily it's one location but 2 buildings. What CBI is trying to find out is whether Malay Ghatak had any role in the whole scam. That's what they are trying to find for a long time now. CBI and ED both have tried to find the missing link, and most importantly, the money trail in this entire case. And ED is also probing into the money laundering aspect of the case, that the coal theft case, along with Central Agency CBI, who is investigating the criminal angle of it. So basically, the whole scam investigation has been divided into 2 parts. One, the criminal angle, where the criminal conspiracy things have been done, the criminal conspirators who are actually taking the backstage, and most of the names are still not being revealed. And on the other hand, the money laundering part. So this 2 parts, the ongoing probe has been linked to an FIR by the CBI in 2020. It's ongoing since the last 2 years, and most of the ministers, most of the leaders, they have been part of this multi-crore rupees coal scam. The Central Bureau of Investigation has also investigated Abhishek Banerjee. The enforcement director has also questioned Abhishek Banerjee's wife Rujita also, and they have investigated most of Abhishek Banerjee's associates and leaders of Trinamool Congresses. One thing they're trying to find out is that who's the mastermind of this entire thing, who's the omnipotent felicitator in this entire case.
All right, Mayuk, thank you for the moment for joining us. Let's also bring in Kishale. He's reporting from a Bangla newsroom. Kishale, good morning. Kishale, trouble mounting for the TMC. Any comments that we are getting yet from the TMC? Because this is the second minister, Kishale, who's in the dock, and the TMC will find it increasingly difficult to essentially defend themselves.
Well, exactly as Moyuk, a senior editor from our Bangla Republic, Bangla, was saying that previously there were multiple questioning to Abhishek Banerjee as well, to Rujira Banerjee as well in the same case. Well, after that, Abhishek Banerjee clearly called a press conference after his questioning, and he said that Trinamool Congress or his leaders and he himself is not in any way connected to any scam. So now after that, when Molay Ghatak, now the law minister, has been questioned
raided, his houses has been raided. It's a very clear question whether Trinamool Congress will be taking a stand against it, whether they will be giving a statement about it. But however, till now we have not received any official statement from the TMC. However, we saw after Partho Chatterjee was arrested, it was very clear from TMC that they have distanced themselves against Partho Chatterjee, and they had removed him from all the party positions and ministerial positions as well. Molay Ghatok is also one of the very important ministers in West Bengal, law minister, and also he is in different committees which governs the state. Therefore, now it is to be seen when CBI has reached his house, and according to our sources, CBI has very crucial evidences that they are right now having in their hands, and they have also got some documents that we are getting to know which establishes some connection between Molay Ghatok and the
All right, I'm just going to come back to you, Kishale. I'll have to interrupt you there. Joining us on the phone line is Dr. Shukanta Majumdar from the Bengal BJP. Dr. Majumdar, good morning. Thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic. Dr. Majumdar, do you think that this is going to be extremely difficult for the TMC to essentially defend right now, because this is the second minister who's now in the dock? Raids being carried out even as we speak against the law minister of West Bengal in at least 6 locations.
You see, this is quite expected because for last few months we were hearing that the speculation regarding the involvement of this man, this Molay Ghatak, with coal scam. And I think it is quite late, and it should have been long ago. So, and obviously it will be difficult for the TMC, because not only this Molay Ghatak or Partho Chatterjee or Kesto, all the leaders, though they are involved in this kind of corruption. Someone may be in the coal, someone may be cow smuggling, someone may be in the chit fund ghotala. So all kinds of ghotalas, those are happened in West Bengal. The involvement of the TMC leader is obvious. Without TMC leader, presence of TMC leader, no ghotala can happen, no corruption can happen in West Bengal.
All right, Dr. Majumdar, thank you for speaking to us. So the BJP over there saying that this was long due, it should have happened before, and that there is corruption that the TMC government is sitting over. I'm going to go back to Kishale on that one. Now, Kishale, give us more details in terms of the CBI's investigation in this case so far. Now, the ED, of course, is also simultaneously investigating this case, and earlier Abhishek Banerjee was also summoned by the ED. In fact, he's faced several rounds of questioning by the ED in the same case.
Exactly, Nupur, as Shawan was putting it, and then Moyuk was also saying that Abhishek Banerjee had been questioned in the same case by ED. ED had also summoned Molay Ghatak, and he did not appear before this as well. So CBI and ED simultaneously, as you rightly put, is looking into this case, as this case not only involves a huge amount of money, multi-million dollars of money, but also very influential people from West Bengal, and therefore right now we see one of the most influential leaders and topmost ministers being raided by CBI. ED had questioned Abhishek Banerjee before this as well in Kolkata office CGO complex, and as I was saying that after the questioning, Abhishek Banerjee very clearly said that if anyone from Trinamool Congress is connected, or if I am connected, then punish me as you wish, but I am not connected. Now when CBI has reached Molay Ghatak's office and his house, it is to be seen what reactions come from Abhishek Banerjee. We are getting to also know from our CBI sources that there are very crucial evidences that CBI has their hands into, apart from all the evidences that already ED had before they had started questioning all the leaders connected to this case. We are also getting to know that in the office of Molay Ghatak, CBI officials are looking into crucial documents that they believe can be very important sources of information about the connection of these Trinamool leaders and the ministers to coal scam. Whether these evidences establish the connection or not, the future will only say. But right now, the biggest breaking from West Bengal is that one of the top ministers of Mamata Banerjee's ministerial berth is being raided, and CRPF jawans are being posted around his house so that no Trinamool Congress workers or no one can create an interruption in this whole investigation. Nupur.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, we're still awaiting for a reaction really to come in from the TMC on this. But give us more details into, into how close Molloy Ghatak is to Mamata Banerjee. For our viewers, break down how important he is in the West Bengal government.
Well, Molloy Ghatak has been in the Trinamool Congress from its very initial days, and he had been holding many important organizational positions in the Trinamool Congress and then many important ministerial berths in West Bengal government as well after Trinamool Congress came to power. Right now, he is the law minister of West Bengal, and he is also in different committees that govern the state of West Bengal in terms of its law, governance, economy, etc. So Molloy Ghatak, who is in a close connection with the chief minister as well, being the law minister, he has regular meetings with the chief minister. He is often seen to be visiting chief minister's house, and when chief minister holds a press conference, he is often seen on there as well. So all these connections, as we have seen last time when Anubrata Mondal was arrested, Mamata Banerjee said that why Kesto? Kesto is what she calls Anubrata Mondal lovingly, his nickname. So why Kesto? He's innocent. He's a very good man. That's what Mamata Banerjee said after he was arrested. Now when Molloy Ghatak is arrested, and he's one of the most important ministers in West Bengal, he's one of the most important leaders in Trinamool Congress, he's one of the most important personalities in governance of West Bengal government right now. So whether Mamata Banerjee reacts again, whether Mamata Banerjee openly supports him, or whether Mamata Banerjee distances herself, whether Trinamool Congress distances themselves like they did in the case of Partho Chatterjee, that is to be seen. But it is very clear that Molloy Ghatak, one of the most important personalities right now in West Bengal government and the Trinamool Congress, is being raided, and we are getting to know from our sources that there are very crucial evidences that CBI has got their hands into before they raided his house. They are raiding 5 locations in Kolkata and 2 in Asansol, 2 of his houses in Asansol and 5 locations in Kolkata as well. CBI officials are also in the office of Molloy Ghatak, where he used to sit as a lawyer, his office as well, and they are looking into all the documents that they're getting their hands into. They're also trying to find out whether there are any cash amount that is being stored in his house or not. So all these updates are coming back to back from our sources. So we are getting to know, and we are also getting to know that CRPF personnel are posted around his house as well. Nupur.
All right, Mayuk reporting on that from sorry, I beg your pardon, Kishle, in fact, reporting on that from Kolkata. Thank you very much for joining us, Kishle. We'll come back to you. We are, in fact, now getting more breaking news. We're now learning that the National Investigation Agency will be filing a charge sheet in the Pulwama Jaish conspiracy case. Now, the details of the charge sheet that we're now accessing seem to suggest that the Maulvi has been named as the main conspirator. The Maulvi has given, according to the charge sheet, the Maulvi is accused of giving shelter to terrorists in the madrasa in Pulwama. Maulvi Malik has been named as the main conspirator. He's also been accused of using donations generated in the madrasa in the name of religion for harboring terrorists. That's the NIA's charge sheet that Republic TV has managed to access in the Pulwama madrasa case. Now, we're also learning that the madrasa, according to the charge sheet, was used to radicalize youth in the Kashmir Valley to join terror outfits. The charge sheet also names 8 other accused. And it says that all these 8 accused were part of Pakistan's conspiracy to destabilize India. Essentially, primarily, the charge sheet that has been filed by the NIA in this case seems to suggest that this madrasa was being used to shelter terrorists and also was being used for Islamic propaganda to radicalize youth in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm going to go across to Gursimran, who has more details on this. Gursimran, good morning. Even as we access the details of this charge sheet, essentially what's been said in the charge sheet is that the Maulvi, along with others, was not just harboring terrorists, but also using the madrasa to essentially radicalize the youth.
See, National Investigation Agency will be filing the charge sheet in a short while from now at the NIA Special Court in Jammu against Maulvi Nasir Ahmad Malik and 7 other persons who were part of the conspiracy that was hatched by the terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed on the behest of the Pakistani handlers who are working to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir. And the conspiracy was to use madrasas as a terror habitat center where the terrorists are given the cover for a longer period of time. This especially pertains to an encounter that took place in the Chukalan area in Pulwama on March 2021, during the investigation of which it came into being that the terrorists have stayed there for over 2 months. So Pakistani terrorists and the local terrorists were there for a longer period of time, and the investigation agencies also got to know that the donations that were generated on the name of Zakat for this madrasa was used for the purpose of habitating the centers for the purpose of using it for the terror funding in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Important to mention that there have been several incidents where madrasa have been used and the money that is generated for the purpose of religious donations that is being used to carry out terror activities in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Also, it was known to the agencies during investigation that this madrasa was being used so as to radicalize the youth of the Kashmir Valley to join the terror ranks. Now, Maulvi Nasir Ahmad Malik and 7 others have been named in the charge sheet that will be filed by the National Investigation Agency in a short while from now, and we are getting to know that this madrasa was being run from 2020 in the Chukalan area of Pulwama by Maulvi Nasir Ahmad Malik. Prior to this, it was for the 7 to 8 years that he was imam in a local masjid in the same area, after which in 2020 he established his own madrasa. The madrasa was being used as a harboring place for the Pakistani as well as the local terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed in the area, so that they can be given a safe haven from the security forces. Yes.
Absolutely. Gursimran over there accessing the details of the NIA's charge sheet against Maulvi Nasir Ahmad Malik. Thank you very much for joining us, Gursimran. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavya Path. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organised by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था.
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Asoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi. An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President J.P. Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
You're watching Republic TV. You have to go on a short break, but on the other side of the story, we'll show you the BJP protest which is happening in national capital. Manoj Tiwari, Adesh Gupta leading the protest against Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal and Delhi's new excise policy. Visuals from national capital on the other side of the break. Stay tuned. Keep watching Republic TV.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here. Protest is taking place and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These are workers who are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade, he is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
Very major provocation by the Pakistani side which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kinds.
के तह तक नहीं जाएंगे तब तक हम लोग चैन से बैठने वाले नहीं हैं। ये जो लोग यहाँ खड़े हैं, ऐसे ही देश के हर मेट्रो स्टेशन पे लोग खड़े हैं दिल्ली में आज। मैं इन लोगों का सिर्फ हौसला करने आया हूँ और अरविंद केजरीवाल से जब कहा जा रहा है कि आप इस घोटाले का जवाब दो, मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो, तो दिल्ली छोड़ के बाहर चले जाते हैं। आज पता चला हिसार में है। अरे भाई, हिसार में जा रहे हो तो दिल्ली के शराब घोटाला की भी जवाब दे दो। नहीं दे सकते हो तो कम से कम ये तो दे दो कि तुम्हारा SYL पे क्या तुम्हारा स्टैंड है। आज पंजाब से पानी SYL का छोड़ने को लेकर के बिल्कुल चुप्पी बांधे हुए हैं। हिसार जाए तो बताना चाहिए, वो भी नहीं बताते और शराब घोटाला की भी जानकारी नहीं देते। अगर इतनी सारी चीजों के बावजूद भी ये चुप्पी है तो अपराधी चुप हो सकता है, न जनता चुप होगी और न तो कानून चुप होगा।
सर, कल जिस तरीके से ईडी की रेड भी हुई थी उस पर सौरभ भारद्वाज का कहना था कि ईडी की रेड क्योंकि मनीष सिसोदिया के घर नहीं हुई है तो क्लीन चिट दे दी गई है मनीष सिसोदिया।
सीबीआई ने बहुत कड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया है इस लाइन पे। जब भी सीबीआई कहीं रेड करती है या ईडी कहीं रेड करती है तो वो अभियुक्त को नहीं बताएगी, आरोपी को नहीं बताएगी कि तुम्हारे यहाँ क्या मिला है, तुम्हारे साथियों के यहाँ क्या मिला है। ये तो उसको अपने चार्जशीट में आपको पता चलेगा। और मुझे लगता है कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने ये कुकर्म करके अपने लिए एक और गड्ढा खोद लिया है। सीबीआई का स्टेटमेंट क्या है? नो क्लीन चिट हैज बीन गिवन टू एनी अभियुक्त इन दिस केस, एनी आरोपी इन दिस केस। इसके बाद भी अगर उनको लगता है कि वही अपराधी हैं, वही क्लीन चिट देंगे, वही जांच एजेंसी है, तो कोई बात नहीं। दिल्ली के बच्चे को विश्वास है कि बच्चों को ढाल बनाकर, महिलाओं को ढाल बनाकर जो लूट हुई है, उस लूट का दूध, शराब का शराब करके ही रहेंगे।
सर, मनीष सिसोदिया ने कल कहा कि सीबीआई को कुछ नहीं मिला, ईडी को भी कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, आना है तो आ सकते हैं, जहाँ जा रहे हैं वहाँ कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। बीजेपी की सारी बातें होती है बेचने से।
अभी तो देखो स्टिंग आ गया। जो 13 नंबर का आरोपी है उसके पिता का स्टिंग आ गया कि कैसे ये लोग कैश में बना के पैसा मांगते हैं, किस प्रकार ये लोग 145 करोड़ अगर शराब व्यापारी को छोड़े हैं तो स्टिंग बता रहा है कि उसको कहते हैं कि 140 करोड़ में से तुम 20% तुम ले लो और बाकी 80% हमको कैश में पहुंचा देना। दिल्ली की जनता माफ करेगी। मैं समझता हूं आज मनीष सिसोदिया को बचाने के लिए ये सारे भ्रष्टाचार का एक एंगल अरविंद केजरीवाल से भी जुड़ गया है।
आपको इतना जल्दी क्या रहा है?
All right, so that of course was Manish Tiwari over there questioning the Kejriwal government. Manoj Tiwari, I beg your pardon, questioning the Kejriwal government on the liquor scam. Now do remember that the BJP has been asking the Aam Aadmi Party to reply to specific allegations that have been made against the Delhi government in the liquor scam. So far, of course, we've not really seen specific answers coming in. The BJP planning mega protests across the national capital. Let's go across to Harsha, who's reporting from one such protest site. Harsha, give us a sense of what's happening where you are reporting from. The BJP, of course, trying to put on the pressure on the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi.
Exactly, Nupur. Now we are showing you the visuals from outside Lakshminagar metro station. You can see here huge number of Karyakartas, workers from BJP are present here. Manoj Tiwari himself is leading this protest which is staged at Lakshminagar metro station, and he himself clearly stated that CBI has not given clean chits to Manish Sisodia, and Saurabh Bharadwaj and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders should not be very confident that he has got a clean chit. They have not got a clean chit, and the investigation will be more deeper now of Deputy CM Manish Sisodia, and he himself has stated that BJP is not going to stop here. They are going to stage protests until unless Manish Sisodia resigns from his place. And Nupur, these are the visuals from Lakshminagar. But today BJP is staging such protests at 19 locations, at 19 metro stations in the national capital. So this becomes very much important as Manoj Tiwari, who was the ex-BJP president of Delhi and now here MP of Delhi, and now when he stands there staging the protest at Lakshminagar metro station, very clearly stating that so much of corruption and bribe has been taken by Delhi ministers, by Delhi Deputy CM and by several public servants as well. There are many involved in the bribe and the corruption in the new Delhi excise policy, and they are all going to be exposed by CBI and by ED as well. And he also stated that Manish Sisodia should not be confident, saying that ED will not get anything. BJP will show, enforcement director will not get anything, but enforcement director conducting raids, and surely they will go to the Manish Sisodia's residence and something concrete is there which they have hidden, and the truth will come out and truth will prevail. And there are also so many Karyakartas, but Nupur, one thing is for sure, because this protest is happening at metro station, so public is facing lot of issue. The people who are daily passerby, daily go by the metro station, who take the metro daily for their office, for the different places, they are facing lot of disruption because of this protest. Therefore, we are seeing whose security personnel who have been deployed, Delhi Police security and CRPF as well, who have been deployed here at Delhi metro station. But day after day we are seeing such protests of BJP Karyakartas and leaders here in national capital. Yesterday we saw a march from NSIC to Manish Sisodia's residence, and today at metro station. So pressure seems to be digging deeper by BJP against the Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely, Harsha.
And today this protest has started and it will go long. Yes,
Absolutely, Harsha. As you're pointing out, the BJP trying to pile on the pressure on the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you for the moment, Harsha, for joining us with those details. And we're now cutting across to more breaking news that we are getting right now from Tripura. 18 Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested in Agartala. Now, we are given to understand that 6 Bangladeshi nationals were arrested from Rajnagar area of Agartala. This is after there was information which was acted upon. These Bangladeshi nationals, of course, have been arrested from Agartala, but this was the first batch. Thereafter, we are told that about 16 more have been arrested. I'm going to try and go across to Aniruddha, who's bringing us details on this in just a bit. But at the moment, we are given to understand that the total number of Bangladeshi nationals who have been arrested is about 18. Aniruddha is on the phone line with us. Aniruddha, give us more details about these arrests that have been made. We are given to understand that they did not have the requisite papers.
Yes, Nupur, in fact, it is a serious thing that has come to light in Agartala because these 16 Bangladeshi nationals were living in Agartala for quite some time, and it has been learned that one person named Rajiv Mia was helping them in taking selfies in Agartala, despite knowing the fact that they don't have any refugee papers and they happen to be illegal Bangladeshi nationals. So a case has been registered in this regard to separately by the Tripura police, and investigation into the entire incident is on as why these people were living in Agartala and what engagement that they have been on for the past few years, because it has now become an issue of national security, and the fact that the Bangladeshi nationals, many suspected Bangladeshi nationals, in fact, from Tripura, who have been linked to the AQIS and ABC, arrested very recently.
All right, Aniruddha reporting on that, getting us the details. Thank you for the moment for joining us. Now, Karnataka's Minister Umesh Kanti passed away late Tuesday evening after he suffered a heart attack. The minister reportedly felt chest pain at his Dollars Colony home and collapsed, following which he was shifted to hospital where he was declared dead.
Karnataka Minister of Forest Umesh Kanti passed away on late Tuesday evening after he suffered a heart attack. According to sources, the 61-year-old minister felt chest pain at his Dollars Colony home and collapsed, following which he was shifted to Ramaiah Hospital where he breathed his last. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai condoled the demise of the Minister of Forests Umesh Kanti. The Karnataka Chief Minister said that his death is a huge loss for the state. Bommai also called the late minister a brother and said that he did a lot of work for the state.
I lost my very, very close friend. He was a brother to me. Our family relation goes back almost 40-50 years. His father Vishwanath Khatti was a great leader. Also passed away during the sessions of Assembly in Assembly Hall only.
The Chief Minister informed that the mortal remains of the deceased minister would be shifted by air ambulance and he will be accorded the state honours.
He has left a huge vacuum. It's very difficult to fill up. And he was a champion for development of North Karnataka. He was a voice of North Karnataka.
Karnataka Minister for Higher Education Ashwath Narayan, while recalling him, said that though he was a man of few words, he was a people's man.
Massive heart attack, myocardial infarction. He has lost his life, and he was the most respected, and always he was very cool, man of few words.
Dr. Aruna Ramesh, the HOD of Emergency Services at Ramaiah Hospital, said that the minister must have suffered a massive heart attack at home. He added that he was brought unconscious to the hospital in the late evening.
When he came in, he was unconscious, not breathing,
and he did not have a pulse. So as a routine, it is considered as cardiac arrest, and we started the CPR for him. And we continued doing the resuscitation while we were monitoring the patient, and whatever was necessary was done. All the medications was given, and his airway and breathing was taken care of. But in spite of all our efforts, we could not revive him. At 11:40, we declared him dead.
According to Karnataka Chief Minister, all procedures will be done after public viewing at 2 p.m. at Shankeshwara. The last rites will be performed with state honours at Belagavi. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Continuous action and drama in the national capital. The BJP is staging protest against Aam Aadmi Party's liquor policy. The liquor gate is not going to be stopped here. Troopers for Manish Sisodia gear ups as BJP continuously stages protest. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
Good evening, viewers. In 18 months, we will be in general elections mode. In 22 months, we will have another brand new government at the center. The BJP says it's getting ready to win a third term under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In response, the opposition is in a flurry, an absolute flurry. There's so much excitement. Everybody, as usual, is meeting everybody. And everyone, as usual, is getting excited about getting everyone to meet everyone and getting everyone together to fight everyone's enemy and everyone's existential threat, the BJP. But I'm highly confused, viewers. How can there be 4 parallel campaigns? Arvind Kejriwal wants to be Prime Minister under the Make India #1 theme. Rahul Gandhi wants to be Prime Minister again under the Bharat Jodo theme. KCR wants to be Prime Minister and says that destiny and well-wishers want him to play a national role. And Nitish Kumar says it is my life's mission, he says. He says it's his life's single-minded mission to bring everyone together, to bring the BJP down to 50 seats. Viewers, my prediction is that this way, the opposition is so divided on personal ambitions and strategies that the BJP will actually increase its vote share and seats in May 2024. So here we are, in exactly the same place we were 5 years back. Hashtag, a familiar one tonight, Modi versus who? Who's the other side? I can't figure out at all. Let's see if we can figure out on debate #1 tonight, as the Lutyens media goes absolutely crazy and screams with excitement about Nitish's exciting 3-day trip to the capital. It's all getting frighteningly bizarre, viewers.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they're supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
You are watching Republic TV, and the latest that we are getting in the coal scam is that the residence of Malay Ghatak, the Law Minister of West Bengal, is currently being raided. Now, a team of CBI officials is raiding the 3 houses of the West Bengal Law Minister Malay Ghatak at Asansol in connection with the coal smuggling case. Raids are also being conducted in at least 7 other places across 6 other locations, I beg your pardon, across the state, including Asansol and Karnataka. Malay Ghatak, of course, had earlier been questioned in connection with the case by the ED as well. And today's raid comes at a time when several Trinamool Congress leaders, including the party's National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, also Mamata Banerjee's nephew, are on the radar of central agencies. While the sacked Minister Partha Chatterjee, of course, is in jail in connection with the SSC scam. Anubrata Mondal was arrested by the CBI in the cattle smuggling case. Now, this is the second minister from the West Bengal government who's now in the dock. Raids are being conducted after the ED had summoned him for questioning in the coal smuggling case. In fact, pictures that are coming on your that we will be getting to you from his residence in Asansol seem to suggest how the central agencies, even as that raid is being conducted, have surrounded his home. Security forces have completely ring-fenced his home over there. Pictures on your screen are of those CBI officials entering. They entered the residence a while ago. Kishale on the phone line with us now. Kishale, give us more details of what's happening even as we speak. Now, there are two of his residences in Asansol that are being raided, but also we are learning that there are other places in Kolkata where raids are being carried out.
Exactly, Nupur. We have seen that how in Asansol, two of his residences are being raided by CBI, and there are some Trinamool Congress workers outside trying to create a ruckus. In Kolkata as well, in Bibadi Bagh, one of his residences have been raided. There is CBI presence there, and it is suggested, according to our sources, that Malay Ghatak is inside that house in Kolkata itself. We are not sure about it, but according to our sources, there's a high chance that he is in Kolkata right now there. So at one hand, in Asansol, in front of his house, there are assemblance of some Trinamool workers who are trying to protest against the CBI raids. Inside his house, CBI officials are raiding, and also CRPF Jawans are trying to stop anyone from entering his houses in Asansol and Kolkata as well. CBI team is also in his Kolkata house in Bibadi Bagh, and there is a high chance that Malay Ghatak is inside his Kolkata house right now, and after some time he may come out of that house. We are keeping a very close watch on that, whether Malay Ghatak is there in that house or not. According to our sources, there is a high chance of that. Nupur.
All right. We are, of course, trying to get more information as to whether Malay Ghatak is inside the house or not. But Kishale, any reactions that we are getting yet from the TMC? Now, in the past, of course, they found it difficult to at least defend Partha Chatterjee. But as far as Anubrata Mondal was concerned, they are still maintaining that, only after the case reaches the courts, and once the case is decided either way, till then they're going to keep backing Anubrata Mondal. What are you hearing in terms of the reactions coming in after raids were conducted on Malay Ghatak?
Well, Nupur, Malay Ghatak is one of the very strongest leaders in whole of this West Bengal region, in this Birbhum region, and also Asansol and the adjoining Durgapur regions. He's been in Congress from very early days. Later on, he joined Trinamool Congress from its early days. So he's one of the pillars in the Trinamool Congress organizational party as well. So it is a shocker for Trinamool Congress as well, as Malay Ghatak is being raided. There is a high chance that there will be more raids connected to this coal scam as well. When Partha Chatterjee was arrested, just after his arrest, Trinamool Congress officially declared that all his party positions are being taken away till the time he is proved that he is not guilty. He won't be a minister. He won't be any of his party positions. In Anubrata Mondal's case, however, as I was pointing out earlier, and you were also pointing out, Nupur, that Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress maintained that Anubrata Mondal is innocent, and there will be no action, and still now we see there is no action against Anubrata Mondal in terms of his party positions and in terms of his influence in Birbhum. In case of Malay Ghatak, whether he'll be removed from his ministerial positions or not later on.
All right, now, a news that we are just getting is of the midday meal scam. The IT department is conducting searches at about 4 to 5 locations in Mumbai. It is conducting searches after it received specific information over the scam. Income tax raids are being conducted at various locations in Mumbai. This is with the midday meal scam. This is news that's just coming in. We're trying to ascertain more details. We're going to go across to Alisha shortly for more information on this. But here's what we know so far. The IT department, we are told, is conducting searches at about 4 to 5 locations in Mumbai. These searches are being conducted after specific information was received over the midday meal scam. Alicia on the phone line with us. Alicia, all right. Alicia joining us live right now from Mumbai. In fact, Alicia, good morning. Give us more details of what you're learning.
Well, this is just an information from the income tax sources that they have been conducting raids at 4 to 5 location in Mumbai, and it is regarding in connection with the midday meal scam. Importantly, what we have been told by our sources that after getting some specific information about the scam, the raid has been conducted. The searches has been conducting by income tax department, but we'll wait for more details about it, what exactly it is, because as of now they haven't disclosed the exact location. But agency was working on this, the midday meal scam, which has been ongoing in the various states. But while talking about in Mumbai, there is some specific information that has been gathered by, has been received by the agency, after which IT has been conducting searches at 4 to 5 specific locations in Mumbai. And even there are more other places as well where the IT is going to conduct searches, is what we have been told. The action is already is ongoing in across the states and even other states. So we know that the agency is being conducting searches when it comes to the midday meal scam. Moreover, we'll gather more information from our sources, because at this point of time they haven't disclosing any specific location. But yes, we have been told that there are searches that is being carried out by income tax department in connection with the midday meal scam, and it is around 4 to 5 locations in Mumbai. And we'll get to know what exactly this or many more locations it will be. We'll continuously rolling on this coverage on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here. Protest is taking place, and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These are workers who are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national.
What else is making news across the world? The UN atomic watchdog has urged Russia and Ukraine to establish a nuclear safety and security zone around the nuclear plant in Ukraine. This comes after mounting fears that the fight possibly triggering a nuclear catastrophe. In fact, the head of the IAEA has warned the UNSC of an impending catastrophe after an inspection visit at the plant. The Georgian Prime Minister met with EU's top officials in Brussels to discuss the country's membership bid. The EU foreign policy chief expressed some concerns over Georgia's bid to join the EU, citing issues of judiciary, rule of law and freedom of the media. The Ukrainian president has expressed hope that the IAEA would force Russia to demilitarize the power plant and return its control to Ukraine. He further added that if Russia had put the world on a radiation disaster edge, then the world must take appropriate measures so Russia is forced to stop terror. A new attack hit Sloviansk, damaging several homes in the city located in eastern Ukraine. Amid the sound of explosions, people tried to clean the debris and fix the windows and roofs broken by the blast. However, no casualties were reported. You are watching Republic TV, and coming up next, the fight for the real Shiv Sena is now in the top court. The Supreme Court is hearing the case.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in national capital right in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. The BJP MLA, he has now crossed the barricade, he is now being detained. The BJP MLA who is now being detained here by the officials of Delhi police.
Very major provocation by the Pakistani side, which they have done in the Arnia sector of the international border. Today morning, the Pakistani Rangers fired upon the BSF working maintenance team that has gone in the forward area in the Arnia sector, and it was given a befitting reply by the Indian side. This clearly shows that Pakistan is in on the no mood to maintain peace along the international border.
This is a voluntary action being done by the people. There was no involvement of the police so far, so it's undoubtedly crackdown on jihadi activities. They are supporting the action that has been taken by the Assam government and the Assam police. Locals have now come out in the open and they are supporting the actions of the Assam police, keeping in mind the grave danger because of the infiltration of these kind of anti-national elements.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here. Protest is taking place, and that's of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the streets of national capital. These are workers who are holding this placard which reads शराब के ठेकेदारों से 6% कमीशन खाने वाले केजरीवाल सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करो.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम. राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन.
Mega CBI crackdown in West Bengal, 6 locations being raided across the state. After Partha Chatterjee, now second Mamata minister raided. Biggest ever crackdown on political donations. Income Tax Department carries out searches at over 50 locations across India.
And breaking news coming in now in the top court today. As we were telling you earlier in the day, the Sena versus Sena case hearing is currently underway. The Sena versus Sena hearing on in the Supreme Court. Sibal, that's Kapil Sibal, senior advocate, questions the Election Commission's powers for the Uddhav camp as far as the Shinde camp is concerned. And so it's their stand that since the polls are nearing, there is a need to freeze the symbol. So it's a matter of who inherits the Sena and which is the real Shiv Sena. And the Uddhav camp and the Shinde camp in court today, the Supreme Court hearing in the case underway. It's a fight for the symbol of the Shiv Sena. It's a fight for to be declared the real Shiv Sena. And both camps of the Shiv Sena, the Shinde camp and the Uddhav Thackeray camp in the Supreme Court where the hearing is underway. Kapil Sibal speaking for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. And as far latest reports that are coming in, Kapil Sibal is questioning the Election Commission's powers for the Uddhav camp. So Sena versus Sena hearing on in the Apex Court. Kapil Sibal questioning the EC's powers for the Uddhav camp. The Shinde camp maintains since polls are nearing, there is a need to freeze the symbol. And joining us now on the phone line is our senior executive editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy. Niranjan, when we talk about this particular hearing, how would you look at it? As far as we know, the hearing is underway now. It's a fight for the real Shiv Sena. Who will be declared the real Shiv Sena? It's over to you to take us through this breaking development.
Well, yes, the hearing is underway in the Supreme Court, and as we speak, the Supreme Court, in fact, has listed the matter to be heard on the 27th of September, and arguing for the Shinde camp, senior advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul has said the power of Speaker Governor has nothing to do in this case. Municipal elections are knocking on the door, and that there needs to be a freezing of the symbol. As far as the advocate for the Shinde camp is concerned, they said the Uddhav camp's disqualification of members will have an impact. But he claims that there is no impact at all. Sibal has argued for the Uddhav camp, saying that the question is the powers of the EC and what the powers of the EC are when there is a split between the parties. So Sibal, essentially for the Uddhav Thackeray camp, has questioned the powers of the Supreme Court, and the lawyer for the Shinde camp has told the Supreme Court, or rather argued in the Supreme Court, saying that the EC needs to be directed to proceed on the symbol matter and withdraw its previous orders. And in this case, the other party has filed an application. The Supreme Court has said the question is whether the EC should go ahead or not. And Sibal is basically arguing how can one decide a split in the faction in the light of the 10th schedule, and that's the big question to look at. And basically he's arguing against the Shinde camp in this particular case. So these are some of the updates that we have, keeping a track on the story closely, and for the Supreme Court, the judges are saying that they will list the matter for the 27th of September, and that's the big breaking news update. Let's give you some more breaking news updates right now. Back to you for now.
Well, Niranjan, we'd like, it would be great if you could, spend a little bit more time and tell us about, what would be the important issues that we could hear about as far as this particular hearing is concerned. There's the matter of disqualification, there's the matter of the symbol of the Shiv Sena, there's a matter of the name Shiv Sena as well. So if you could throw more light on these issues that are going to be heard in the hearing today.
More or less, ended for the day because the court has decided to hear on the 27th. So the further hearing will be on the 27th. And the Supreme Court has decided to now go ahead and hear the Shiv Sena election simulation on the 27th of September. The court will now have to decide whether the Election Commission can decide on the symbol until the Supreme Court decides on the disqualification of the MLA. So it will essentially be, the locus will be on whether the Supreme Court can hear this matter or not, or whether the Election Commission can hear this matter or not. And that is something that will be decided on the 27th of September. 27th, Supreme Court will decide whether the Election Commission should proceed on this issue to decide which faction can stake claim to the symbol of the bow and arrow of the Shiv Sena. Back to you for now.
Right. Well, Niranjan, many thanks for joining us there. So, what we are hearing as far as the hearing of the Sena versus Sena case in the top court is concerned, well, the Supreme Court hearing was underway and Kapil Sibal was speaking on behalf of the Uddhav camp. And now the case will be heard on the 27th of September, if I'm not wrong. That's what Niranjan, our senior executive editor, was telling us. And it's a fight for the symbol of the bow and arrow of the Shiv Sena. Matter of this symbol to be heard on the 27th of September. And Alisha, to bring us more breaking updates on this story. Alisha, we're hearing that the matter of the symbol will be heard on the 27th of September. Having said that, we'd like you to tell us about all that happened in court. All eyes were on this hearing of the Sena versus Sena case in the top court.
Well, yes, it was a hearing that was ongoing in the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has clearly mentioned that Supreme Court will hear the Shiv Sena election symbol issue on September 27. The court has to decide whether the Election Commission can decide on a symbol until the Supreme Court decide over...
Alisha, very quickly we have to go across to a breaking update. We'll be coming back to you, but there's more breaking updates coming as far as the story is concerned. And it's the Sena versus Sena is the day that the top court hears the Sena versus... and Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut, who is implicated and an accused in the Patrachol land scam. Now, Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet Sanjay Raut. On a day that the Sena versus Sena case is being heard in the top court, Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet Sanjay Raut. He has sought permission from the Arthur Road Jail SP to meet Sanjay Raut. Arthur Road Jail is the jail where Sanjay Raut is being kept in custody. And it's believed that a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office was made to Jail SP seeking permission to meet Sanjay Raut at SP office in Arthur Road. Well, we are hearing different reports, but as of now, it appears that the SP denied permission, asking that they file an application before the court seeking permission to meet Sanjay Raut. Alisha, it's over to you to take us through what you were telling us about the court and also this new breaking development from Mumbai. Uddhav Thackeray seeking permission to meet Sanjay Raut in Arthur Road Jail.
Well, yes, it's a confirm from the Arthur Road Jail SP itself. We had a word with them and clearly mentioned that it was a call that was made by Uddhav Thackeray office, clearly seeking permission of Uddhav Thackeray to meet Sanjay Raut at SP office as well. So the permission has been denied, and clearly the SP has mentioned that if he want to meet any of the jailer, because the rule for every jailer is the same. So if he want to meet any inmate, so they need to file an application before the court, and only if the court grant the permission to meet an inmate, then only we can allow us. So if there is a call that is being made, cannot be entertained, is what we have been told. And importantly, that was a call that was made by Uddhav Thackeray office to the Arthur Road Jail SP seeking permission to meet Sanjay Raut, and that too not in a jail, because we know as per the procedure, when if a family member or a relative who comes to meet to an inmate, there is a glass in between and no one is is been allowed to meet face to face, but there would be a glass between the jailer and between the relatives of the inmate. But what the demand that has been made by Uddhav Thackeray office is that Uddhav Thackeray wants to meet Sanjay Raut at SP office, and that has been denied by SP itself. It clearly mentioned that if someone has to meet, every rule for every inmate is the same, and also for the family members or the relative as well. So that is what has been suggested and been given to the same person as well. The suggestions has been given. It's clearly mentioned by the SP as well that file an application before the court, seek permission from the court, then only we would be allow you to meet any of the inmate. And this is where the permission for Uddhav Thackeray has been denied, because there was no official application that has also been given to the Athar Road Jail SP, but informal call that was made from Uddhav Thackeray office that was seeking permission to meet Sanjay Raut in Athar Road Jail, but that has been denied. And he clearly asked the concerned person who called from the Uddhav Thackeray office that file an application, a petition before the court, and then only seek a permission. If the court grants the permission, then only will be allowed the Sanjay Raut to meet Uddhav Thackeray.
So it's confirmed once again, Alisha, that Sanjay Raut, who has had, it's been heard before that he is a troubleshooter for Uddhav Thackeray, and Uddhav Thackeray's office calling Athar Road Jail for a meeting with Sanjay Raut on a day, when the Sena versus Sena case is being heard in the top court. That is very significant.
Well, yes, of course, because at a certain point where the hearing that was going in the Supreme Court over the disqualification and also over the Shiv Sena symbol, where the Supreme Court has clearly mentioned that over the symbol, it is the Supreme Court to decide whether the Election Commission can decide over the symbol or not. And that decision will be taken by the Supreme Court on 27th of September. But right after that, we seeing that there is an application, there was a request that was made by Uddhav Thackeray seeking permission to meet Sanjay Raut at SP office and not according to the other inmates has been made. So these are some of the other protocol that has been broken is what we can say. But the permission has been denied because jail authorities are very much reluctant over the decision and the rules and regulation that has been formed. So they have already informed that if some of the other person has to meet the inmate, they have to take a permission from the court, and that is what has been suggested to the Uddhav Thackeray office as well. It is clearly mentioned if Uddhav Thackeray want to meet Sanjay Raut, so he can file an application before the court seeking permission to meet Sanjay Raut, and then only the jail authorities, the administration will be allowed Sanjay Raut to meet Uddhav Thackeray or the other person. But more importantly, yes, as you mentioned that Uddhav Thackeray is very much keen to meet Sanjay Raut, because during the ongoing and specifically the application even yesterday, when Eknath Shinde's camp legal team has requested the Supreme Court to hear the matter, because the BMC poll is something very much nearby, and the decision that has already been taken by Bharatiya Janata Party yesterday, because Devendra Fadnavis, who is the Deputy Chief Minister, has made it official that this BMC election is where Shiv Sena, that is Eknath Shinde camp, and BJP are going to fight together. They are going to do this elections together. They are going to fight this election together. And this is something will be a problem for Uddhav Thackeray as well, because Amit Shah, who has been known as a very top strategist, who came to Mumbai and held a meeting with the BJP and clearly mentioned that Uddhav Thackeray, the person who betrayed the party, cannot be succeed, and also has given a target to the Bharatiya Janata Party of the 150 seats for the BMC. But what has also been mentioned by the Amit Shah, that Eknath Shinde is the real Shiv Sena, which is why we should go and they should fight together in the upcoming BMC election, and which is why after even we saw that Amit Shah, who not only went to take a darshan at CM official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow, but also
right. So in the run-up to the BMC polls, it's very crucial, as you have pointed out, Alisha, that this decision should be made. Who inherits the bow and arrow symbol? Who is the real Shiv Sena? And so we see that Uddhav Thackeray calling up the SP at Athar Road Jail on a day when the Sena versus Sena case is being heard in the top court. And now let's move on to other breaking news stories. The Income Tax Department is conducting searches across India over bogus donations made to little-known political parties. The raids are being based on intelligence, on reliable intelligence inputs received by the department. Most of these donations are alleged to have been received in cash, and these little-known outfits are being used as tools for the laundering of funds. And as we were telling you earlier, IT raids are on across various locations in Ghaziabad, in Lucknow, that's in Uttar Pradesh. And to tell us more, we have with us Vivek. Vivek, we are hearing about a crackdown in 5 cities. What are the latest updates you're hearing about these IT department crackdowns, little known political parties under the scanner?
ठिकानों में आज आईटी ने एक साथ रेड मारी है और जिन जगहों पे रेड मारी है उनके जो संबंध है वो बताए जा रहे हैं कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज बना करके, एनजीओज बना करके फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड का कहीं ना कहीं मामला है। मैं इस वक्त जिस लोकेशन पर मौजूद हूँ ये लखनऊ के हुसैनगंज की छितवापुर की लोकेशन है और ये जो सामने जो घर दिखा रहा हूँ ये गोपाल राय का घर है, जिनके घर में आज सुबह आईटी की टीम पहुंची है। गोपाल राय जो है वो राष्ट्रीय समाजवादी क्रांतिकारी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं और गोपाल राय ने अपनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के अलावा कई एनजीओज में भी इनका दखल है, कुछ एनजीओज में है इनके। अगर सबसे पहले इनके एनजीओज का जिक्र करूँ तो देखिए, केंद्रीय लोक शिकायत एवं जांच संस्थान एक इनका एनजीओ है जिसके माध्यम से ये काम करते हैं और इसमें भी ये कहा जा रहा है कि इसमें जो पैसे रुपए आए हैं फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड का कहीं ना कहीं मामला है, पैसे रुपए के लेन देन का मामला जिसमें फंडिंग लेकर के उसका उपयोग कहीं और किया गया है। इसके अलावा दूसरा अगर मैं कार्यालय दिखाना चाहूँ तो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर देखिए कार्यालय नेशनल फेडरेशन ऑफ द ब्लाइंड, ये एक दूसरी एनजीओ है जिसका ऑफिस भी यहाँ था और इसमें भी ये कहा जा रहा है कि इस एनजीओ में भी गोपाल राय का लेन देन था। इसके अलावा तीसरा अगर आपको कार्यालय दिखाना चाहूँ तो प्रबुद्ध महिला शिल्प कला केंद्र, जो कि औद्योगिक एवं प्राविधिक शिक्षा परिषद उत्तर प्रदेश से मान्यता प्राप्त है और इसका भी एक सेंटर यहाँ पर था जो समाज कल्याण विभाग द्वारा ये चलता था और इसमें भी कहा जा रहा है कि इसमें भी पैसों का लेन देन हुआ है। इसके अलावा अगर ऊपर की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊं तो अखिल भारतीय गौ रक्षा परिषद का भी एक कार्यालय था जिसमें कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकली एक्टिव होना, सोशली एक्टिव होना और तमाम, अगर सामने की और तस्वीर आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा कि इस वक्त बीजेपी के जो तमाम बड़े लीडर्स हैं उनके साथ गोपाल राय की ये तस्वीरें हैं और आपको बताऊं कि ये गोपाल राय की तस्वीरें अभी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं के साथ है, लेकिन गोपाल राय इस बात में माहिर हैं कि किसी की भी सरकार हो उनसे उनके संबंध हमेशा अच्छे होते हैं। पिछले चाहे समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार की बात की जाए, चाहे बहुजन समाज पार्टी की सरकार की बात की जाए, जब जिसकी सरकार रही है गोपाल राय हमेशा उनके संपर्क में रहे हैं और फिलहाल आईटी की रेड आज सुबह से ही चल रही है और मैं घर के अंदर की तस्वीरों की अगर मैं बात करूं तो वो भी मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा कि कैसे अंदर जो पुलिस की जो फोर्स है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। आपको मैं घर के अंदर की तस्वीर आपको दिखाता हूँ। ये देखिए घर के अंदर की तस्वीर जहाँ पुलिस का जो सिक्योरिटी का जो डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो यहाँ पर किया गया है और कहीं ना कहीं आईटी की जो टीमें हैं वो यहाँ पर तमाम उन कागज़ों की जांच कर रही हैं जिन कागज़ों के माध्यम से ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो लेन देन हुआ है वो कौन से कागज़ हैं, कहाँ से कौन से पैसे आए, वो उसके कोई डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं कि नहीं है। तो ये तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसको लेकर के आईटी की टीम ने आज सुबह यहाँ पर रेड किए और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के नाम पर, एनजीओज़ के नाम पर जो पैसे आए हैं उन पैसे का इस्तेमाल कहाँ हुआ है इसकी जांच कर रही है फिलहाल आईटी की टीम।
Right. And Vivek, we also heard that there were intelligence inputs, very reliable sources that told the IT department that, that caused the IT department to conduct these raids. What are you hearing about that? Also, in Lucknow to be exact, how many locations are being raided? Are there offices being raided? Are there residences being raided? Give us more details.
देखिए लखनऊ की बात की जाए तो लखनऊ में सिर्फ अभी तक गोपाल राय के जो घर हैं, गोपाल राय के जो दफ्तर हैं वहाँ पर फिलहाल आईटी की टीम पहुँची हुई है और अभी गोपाल राय से जुड़े हुए जो जगह हैं वहाँ पर फिलहाल आईटी की टीम ने रेड मारी हुई है। हालांकि देश के अलग अलग संस्थानों, देश के अलग अलग जगहों पर हालांकि ये रेड और भी जगहों पर चल रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश के गाजियाबाद के कुछ एरियाज में कुछ जगहों पर रेड की बात भी बताई जा रही है, लेकिन लखनऊ की बात की जाए तो लखनऊ में गोपाल राय का जो घर है वहाँ पर सुबह ही आईटी की टीम पहुँची है और लोकल पुलिस की मदद से आईटी की टीम फिलहाल अंदर है और जो तमाम एनजीओज़ की बात की जाए, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ की बात की जाए, उसमें फंड्स कहाँ से आते हैं, पैसे कहाँ से आते हैं और उसके बाद उनका इस्तेमाल कहाँ होता है, कहाँ वो पैसे दिए जाते हैं। इसको लेकर के जो जांच है वो फिलहाल आईटी की टीम कर रही है। तमाम जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स है उनकी जांच कर रही है और कहीं ना कहीं ये जानने की कोशिश कर रही है कि क्या कोई फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड हुआ है क्या, क्योंकि आईटी के जो सोर्सेज हैं उनका ये कहना है कि उनको तमाम ऐसे लिंक्स मिले हैं, कुछ हवाला के ट्रांजैक्शन जैसे भी लिंक्स मिले हैं जो अलग अलग लोग कर रहे थे। और इसी में जो है ये कहा गया है कि जो आईटी की टीम है वो आज सुबह यहाँ पहुँची हुई थी और इसी के कारण जो है आईटी की टीम यहाँ पहुँचने के बाद आज फिलहाल उसने रेड की हुई है और रेड के बाद अब देखना होगा कि कब तक ये रेड चलती है और आईटी की टीम को क्या चीज़ें यहाँ पर मिलती हैं। क्योंकि आपको बताऊं कि तकरीबन 5 से 6 लोगों की ये टीम है जो सुबह तकरीबन ये कहा जा रहा है कि 9 बजे के करीब में यहाँ पर गोपाल राय के घर पे पहुँची है और उसने जो लखनऊ की जो यहाँ के जो लोकल थाने हैं उनसे मदद ली है और मदद लेने के बाद फिर वो अंदर जा कर के फिलहाल उनसे जो पूछताछ है वो कर रही है। और ये पूरा 3 मंजिला इनका जो मकान है, इस पूरे 3 मंजिले मकान में किसी को भी अंदर बाहर जाने की अनुमति नहीं है, बाहर से कोई अंदर नहीं जा सकता है और गोपाल राय के घर के अंदर जितने लोग हैं सबसे भी जो पूछताछ है वो की जा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक तरीके से ये जानने की कोशिश की जो फंड्स हैं, फाइनेंसेस हैं वो कहाँ से आते थे, कहाँ जाते थे, उनका इस्तेमाल कहाँ होता था, क्या वो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो राष्ट्रीय क्रांतिकारी समाजवादी पार्टी गोपाल राय ने बनाई थी क्या वो किस तरीके से काम करती थी, क्या उसके और पॉलिटिकल लिंक्स थे। क्योंकि गोपाल राय के जिस तरीके से संबंधों की बात की जाए तो जो भी राजनीतिक दल सत्ता में होता है उसके हमेशा ही करीबी रहते हैं, उनके लोगों से गोपाल राय मुलाकात करते रहते हैं और तमाम एनजीओज के माध्यम से भी जो काम करते हैं उसका भी कहीं ना कहीं काम लोगों की मदद करने को लेकर के कहें या फिर लोगों के लिए काम करने की बात कही जाए। लेकिन उसमें जो बड़ा पॉइंट आईटी की टीम को मिला है, आईटी का जो इनपुट है कि वो एनजीओज के नाम पर पैसे जो आते हैं उसका इस्तेमाल लोगों के हित में ना करके वो कहीं ना कहीं पैसों का ट्रांजैक्शन किसी और इस्तेमाल में लिया जाता है। हवाला ट्रांजैक्शन जैसी भी बात कुछ सुनने में आई है। अब देखना होगा कि आईटी की टीम को जांच में क्या चीज़ें मिलती हैं, क्या जो चीज़ें ढूंढने आईटी की टीम आई है उसको डॉक्यूमेंट्स क्या मिलते हैं और उसके बाद आईटी की टीम उस पर क्या कार्रवाई करती है।
Right. Vivek, what other information do you have or kya information here about Gopal Rai? Where is Gopal Rai right now? And inside his home, how cooperative have they been as far as allowing the IT to conduct its searches are concerned? And are his family members inside the home? Well, Vivek, our correspondent there in Lucknow, he's at outside the residence of Gopal Rai, whose home is being searched by the Income Tax Department as a mega crackdown against tax evasion and corporate funding. Well, Vivek, we are also hearing of companies, corporate firms, which have indulged in this practice of, bogus donations to little-known political parties. What are you hearing about that?
बिल्कुल जो कॉर्पोरेट कंपनीज की बात है, क्योंकि देश भर के तकरीबन 100 जगहों पर ऐसे छापे पड़े हैं और तमाम ऐसे लोगों के यहाँ छापे पड़े हैं जिन्होंने बोगस कंपनीज बना करके भी चीज़ें की हैं। लेकिन मैं जिस लखनऊ में जिस लोकेशन पर हूँ वहाँ पर कंपनीज की कोई बात नहीं है। यहाँ पर एनजीओज का मामला है और साथ ही साथ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का मामला है। राष्ट्रीय क्रांतिकारी समाजवादी पार्टी गोपाल राय ने कुछ साल पहले बनाई थी और उसके नाम पर गोपाल राय जो फंड्स लेते हैं उसका इस्तेमाल कैसे करते हैं इस बात की जाँच होनी है। गोपाल राय तमाम एनजीओज के हिस्सा हैं और एक इनका खुद का अपना एनजीओ भी है। तो जो एनजीओ है वो उसमें कैसे पैसे आते हैं, क्योंकि सरकारी तमाम पैसों के लेन देन का मसला है। सरकार की जो तमाम स्कीम्स चलती हैं उन स्कीम्स के माध्यम से गोपाल राय को पैसे मिलते हैं और उसके बाद उन पैसों का इस्तेमाल कहाँ होता है इस बात की जानकारी आईटी की टीम फिलहाल कर रही है।
So Vivek, well, you keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. So mega raids by the Income Tax Department at various locations, particularly in Uttar Pradesh, in Lucknow as well as Ghaziabad. We were connecting with Vivek, our correspondent in Lucknow, there for all the updates from the Uttar Pradesh capital. And now moving on to other news stories.
Bihar Deputy Chief Minister and Health Minister Tejasvi Yadav paid a surprise visit to the Patna Medical College Hospital on the intervening night of Tuesday and Wednesday for inspection. This exposed the worsening state of the hospital and the minister assured that the action will be taken against the defaulters and loopholes will be fixed. The health minister also interacted with officials and patients along with their families. He said that he was surprised to see the condition of the hospital, where patients were lying on the floor of the corridor of the hospital with dirt and medical waste all around. Stray animals were also seen roaming in the hospital. The patients who were admitted put forth their complaints to Tejasvi Yadav regarding the lack of facilities including medicines, toilets and other basic facilities. The minister expressed surprise at the unavailability of senior doctor at the hospital during the night. Instead of the health manager, nurses were seen discharging their duties. The superintendent of Patna Medical College Hospital also reached the hospital after Tejasvi's visit.
वहाँ की हालात जो है हमें सूचना मिली थी, क्योंकि वहाँ गरीब लोग जो हैं, ज़्यादातर मरीज़ अलग अलग ज़िलों से बिहार के लोग आते हैं, तो हम लोग जाकर के देखना था कि भी क्या दिक्कत है। सूचना के आधार पर प्रैक्टिकली जाके देखे, चाहे दवा की बात हो, डॉक्टर सीनियर डॉक्टर कोई नहीं था, दवा की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, साफ सफाई नहीं था, पेशेंट जो है वो उनको सुविधा नहीं मिल रही थी।
Taking note of the complaints from the patients about unavailability of the facilities, the minister said that this is the extent of carelessness as senior doctors were not on duty at night. Tejasvi assured that the state government will mend all the loopholes. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After Partha Chatterjee, now second Mamata minister raided. All the updates here on Republic. Stay with us.
This morning, about 35 locations where the searches are being carried out. This is a pan-India searches, not just in the national capital, multiple locations in the national capital itself, but also in the NCR region. And apart from that, the focus is also right now in Mumbai. It's amply clear that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially focusing right now at the money trail. Whether it's all public servants were bribed by these liquor companies, those who had received the licenses.
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organised by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था।
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding.
Welcome back. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic, and breaking news coming in even as the CBI is conducting raids at Law Minister Malai Ghatak's home in Asansol. These are visuals of the TMC, of which he is a senior leader, staging protests in Asansol over the CBI raids. Early this morning, the raids were conducted at his residence in Asansol. Malai Ghatak is a senior leader of the TMC. The raids are in connection with the coal theft case, or rather the coal scam case. As this protest visual that we are seeing, we're getting you it directly from Asansol. Let's go across to our correspondent Kishle. Kishle, when we talk about the raids, what are you hearing as far as latest updates on that front are concerned? Meanwhile, here we are seeing the TMC again protesting about the CBI raids. What are the demands now?
Well, Rukma, exactly as the CBI is raiding different locations, and most of these are Malai Ghatak, the Law Minister's house, in different parts of West Bengal, including Asansol and Kolkata. The Trinamool Congress, the local Trinamool Congress workers in Asansol, they are protesting against CBI and ED, and they are saying that nothing can be done wrong by their leader, Malai Ghatak. So at one hand, CBI is inside the house, raiding Malai Ghatak's house and looking at the documents they are getting their hands on, and on the other hand, the CRPF personnel are posted outside his house so that no one can enter, no one can stop the process of investigation. Even as that is happening, the Trinamool Congress workers, local workers, and we are hearing that some councillors as well are in the spot trying to protest and trying to say that Malai Ghatak has done nothing wrong, and CBI ED is doing all this because they are politically motivated. That's one thing. And on the other hand, in Kolkata as well, in the government quarters where Malai Ghatak used to reside, CBI team is right now there trying to look at the different documents and trying to also see whether any other evidences are being found connected to Malai Ghatak in the case of coal scam. We have seen that previously ED was questioning Abhishek Banerjee and Rujira Banerjee as well in the coal scam, and now CBI is actively raiding different locations. And the biggest breaking is that Malai Ghatak, who is the Law Minister of West Bengal, is himself now in the CBI radar. So therefore, there are multiple developments from West Bengal right now. At one hand, CBI is actively raiding. On the other hand, Trinamool Congress is protesting at different locations, especially in Asansol, trying to say that CBI and ED is politically motivated, and therefore they are trying to raid their leader. Rukma.
Meanwhile, Kishle, when we talk about Malai Ghatak himself, he's a very senior leader, a close associate of Mamata Banerjee. And from the fact that, the TMC local ward members, as you're telling us, the followers of the TMC in Asansol are protesting against the CBI raids, he must be very popular among the people there. But when we talk about, this coal scam in particular, did his name emerge before as well?
Yes, Rukma. Well, Malai Ghatak, who is actively in politics since 1980s itself, he was in Congress before, and then later on when Trinamool Congress was formed, he joined Mamata Banerjee and was one of the earliest leaders of Trinamool Congress as well. He's one of the ministers who is closest to Mamata Banerjee because he's looking at the law and order in West Bengal, Law Minister of West Bengal. So he regularly holds meeting with the Chief Minister and also holds different positions in different government committees in West Bengal. So he's a very influential influential man both in the government and in the organizational party of the Trinamool Congress as well. So it's very natural that for the place from where he hails, the local Trinamool Congress will be protesting, and that they are doing exactly what is expected from them. They are trying to say what they have said before, that ED and CBI is politically motivated. Therefore, that's the reason they are trying to raid different leaders, including what we have seen before, Partho Chatterjee and Onubroto Mondol, and now Moloy Ghotok. That's one thing. On the other hand, as you asked rightly, Rukma, that whether he was summoned before as well, he was summoned in fact in this case before as well, and in Delhi as well by the central agencies. However, he did not make an appearance. He did not go there, and right now we can see CBI after that has now reached his house, his doorstep, and outside his house is a huge deployment of CRPF and central forces who are trying to stop any kind of nuisance that's going to happen. If that happens, if any Trinamool Congress workers tries to stop the CBI team from entering or investigating the process, so they are there. On the other hand, from a little distance away from his house, we can see local Trinamool Congress workers of that district and from that area trying to say Moloy Ghotok Jindabad, which means they're supporting Moloy Ghotok, they're supporting the law minister. They know that he has done nothing wrong, they are saying, and they are also saying that the raids are politically motivated very clearly. Rukma.
And while the TMC says that the raids are politically motivated, we are not hearing from the TMC High Command at all. In fact, the party seems to be totally silent. And Mamata Banerjee, such a prominent figure as well as far as opposition national politics is concerned, she too seems to have withdrawn. Is that the correct picture that we are getting?
Well, Rukma, when Partho Chatterjee was arrested in SSC scam case by the ED and huge amount of cash was recovered from his close aide, Orpita Mukherjee, we saw that Trinamool Congress clearly distanced themselves. Abhishek Banerjee held a press conference saying that Partho Chatterjee is removed from all his party positions. Mamata Banerjee said that he's removed from his ministerial berths as well. So that was a picture in case of Partho Chatterjee. Onubroto Mondol's picture was completely different. Onubroto Mondol is very close to Mamata. He was arrested by CBI in the cattle smuggling case, another smuggling case, another scam, different scams, Rukma, from West Bengal. And now when Onubroto Mondol was arrested, Mamata Banerjee said, why Keshto? He's innocent. Why is he arrested? So she kind of supported Onubroto Mondol, and also she said that he is very innocent and good person by heart. Now when Moloy Ghotok's case, he's not yet arrested. He's just searches are being carried on. We are yet to receive any official statement from Trinamool Congress party or official spokesperson. We did not receive that yet. However, we can see the party workers on ground level, they are saying that all these are politically motivated. It's very clear that they have received some kind of information, some kind of instruction from the top of the party brass. Therefore, they are protesting. They cannot do that just from their own. So therefore, that may be there's a possibility that it is an instruction from the party. We are yet waiting for an official statement from the topmost brass of Trinamool Congress. Rukma.
Many thanks, Kishle, for joining us there. You keep your eyes on that story. We'll be connecting with you later for more. And you're watching all about the latest raids that are currently underway in Asansol and Kolkata as far as the coal theft scam in West Bengal is concerned. Another top minister of the TMC and close associate of Mamata Banerjee in the dock as the CBI conducts searches at his residence in Asansol. Meanwhile, TMC workers protesting in Asansol saying that the CBI and ED raids are politically motivated. There's no word yet from the top brass of the TMC. However, Mamata Banerjee continues to remain silent as far as these raids. And breaking news coming in now, again from West Bengal. This time about another TMC leader, Anubrata Mandal. As we're hearing in the cattle smuggling case, Anubrata Mandal is one of the accused in the cattle smuggling case. The TMC leader was produced before the Asansol court. And we'll try and get in more details about that. And these are visuals there that Republic has accessed of Anubrata Mandal being produced in court. There's the Asansol court. Anubrata Mandal is a senior TMC leader and close associate who is implicated in the cattle smuggling case. And Kishle, once again, to give us all the latest details on this story. Kishle, Anubrata Mandal being produced in Asansol court now. Another breaking development. It's over to you for everything you know about this.
Well, Rukma, we saw Anubrata Mandal was arrested by the CBI in the cattle smuggling case, and he was in CBI in judicial custody in Asansol jail. CBI was interrogating him repeatedly. His 14 days of custody, today is the end of that 14 days tenure. Therefore, he is being taken to Asansol court and he is being produced in the Asansol court again. And it is possible that CBI will be asking for an extension of his custody. We saw how Anubrata Mandal was arrested from his house, brought back to Kolkata, and was in CBI custody for a considerable amount of time, and then he was questioned repeatedly about the cattle smuggling case. We saw how different developments happened in his district of Birbhum, where different rice mills and granaries were raided by CBI and evidences were found. Anubrata Mandal is right now in Asansol jail.
कोर्ट पहुंचते कहते हैं हुजूर, तमाम आदेशों के बावजूद, खादी विभाग के तमाम निर्देशों के बावजूद हमको कोई भी भुगतान चेक के माध्यम से, बैंक अकाउंट के माध्यम से नहीं किया जा रहा है। वो कारीगर पिटीशन करते हैं हाई कोर्ट में, पटना में याचिका दाखिल करते हैं कि हमारा कोई भी भुगतान खादी के नियमों और आदेशों के बावजूद बैंक के माध्यम से, अकाउंट के माध्यम से नहीं किया जा रहा है। इसका घपला है, इसका भ्रष्टाचार है। कोर्ट ने कई चीजें लिखा, लेकिन मैं एक लाइन पढ़ के सुनाता हूं। हाई कोर्ट पटना ने कहा, और यह ऑर्डर है 2016 का, हाई कोर्ट पटना ने कहा देयर वुड बी नो पेमेंट इन कैश. दिस वुड नॉट ओनली अप्लाई टू दिस cooperative but all other similar cooperatives working under KVIC. Upon KVIC being satisfied with the accounts, it may take decisions for disbursement of further MDA. ये साफ तौर पे पटना हाई कोर्ट कह रहा है कि कोई भी भुगतान कारीगरों का कैश में नहीं होना चाहिए। कोई भी भुगतान कारीगरों का कैश में नहीं होना चाहिए। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, पटना का हाई कोर्ट कह रहा है। अब इसके आगे की कहानी सुनिए। पटना के हाई कोर्ट के आदेश के बावजूद, एक आदेश उनके डायरेक्टर का है, यह है डायरेक्टर खादी का आदेश है। यह आदेश है 2022/9/2017 का। 2016 में पटना हाई कोर्ट कहता है कोई भी पेमेंट कैश से नहीं होना चाहिए। 2017 के सितंबर महीने में ये खादी के डायरेक्टर महोदय क्या लिख रहे हैं, इसको देखिए। ये लिख रहे हैं, इन ऑर्डर टू स्पीड अप द सेटलमेंट ऑफ क्लेम्स इट हैज बीन डिसाइडेड टू एक्सटेंड द टाइम लिमिट बाय 1 more month। यानी कि 2017 के इस पत्र से, सितंबर के खादी के डायरेक्टर के इस पत्र से यह साबित हो रहा है कि कैश में पेमेंट करता रहा केवीआईसी। केवीआईसी कौन वाला? वीके सक्सेना की अध्यक्षता वाला, जिसके चेयरमैन श्रीमान वीके सक्सेना जी मौजूदा एलजी और केवीआईसी के पूर्व अध्यक्ष थे। इसके बाद यही नहीं रुका मामला। यह है राजेंद्र प्रताप गुप्ता जी। यह आम आदमी पार्टी के सदस्य नहीं है। यह आम आदमी पार्टी से इनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह राजेंद्र प्रताप गुप्ता जी खादी कमीशन के सदस्य थे। खादी कमीशन के सम्मानीय सदस्य थे, इन्होंने एक ट्वीट किया 25 सितंबर 2017 को, और इस ट्वीट में क्या लिखा? आई गॉट कंप्लेंट हाउ KVIC India is breaching court orders and making cash payments, complete disregard for cashless. ये साफ तौर पे
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavyapath. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer-long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo
A case of double murder was reported from Patna's capital, Bihar. 2 people were shot at by unidentified suspects at around 10 at night in the city. One of the victims worked at the hardware shop in Patna, while the other was reported to be a land broker. The police in Patna stated that the incident was a result of the altercation between 5 to 6 people at the site of the incident.
4-5 लड़के वहाँ पे खड़े थे, आपस में कोई जगह झगड़ा हुआ है किसी बात को लेकर. उसी के बाद बाकी लड़कों ने इन दोनों को गोली मार दी है, जिसमें से एक की वही स्पॉट डेथ हो गई है चंदन कुमार के, दूसरे को अस्पताल ले जाने के क्रम में गोली की मृत्यु हो गई.
While the hardware shop worker died on the spot, the land broker succumbed to his injuries upon being shifted to the hospital. CCTV footage is being inspected from the site of the murder, while the police expects to catch the suspect at once. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
मैंने कहा भाई तुम्हारे अकाउंट में 2-3 लाख रुपए थे, तुमने 3 करोड़ का चेक कैसे काट दिया?
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था.
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavyapath. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organized by the Congress.
You're watching Live and Breaking and other top stories. The CBI raids West Bengal Law Minister Malay Ghatak's home in Asansol. His entire house is surrounded by central forces. Searches linked to the coal smuggling case in the state are being carried out at many locations, of which 5 are in Kolkata and 1 location is in Asansol, of a total of 6 locations. National Investigation Agency to file charge sheet in Pulwama Jaish conspiracy case, that is, use of madrasas for shelter to terrorists and radicalizing youth. Maulvi Nasir Ahmed Malik has been named as the main conspirator in this. The Maulvi had given shelter to terrorists in madrasas in Pulwama. Maulvi Malik was using donations generated in the madrasa in the name of religion to harbor terrorists. And coming up here on Republic, stay tuned as we bring you all the latest updates on the biggest ever crackdown on political donations. The Income Tax Department carrying out searches at over 50 locations across the country.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organized by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था.
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavya Path. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the
आप मुझे बताइए क्या इस प्रकार से खुलेआम भ्रष्टाचार किया गया ये तो। और मैं आपको बता दूं, एक कर्मचारियों का, इनके कामगारों का एक संगठन है, उसकी कंप्लेंट निकालिए जो तोमर की थी। ये है सर, ये भी एक कंप्लेंट की गई है। हाँ, ये कंप्लेंट एक सज्जन है नरेंद्र सिंह राठौर, ये चेयरमैन है राजस्थान खादी कामगार संघर्ष समिति के। इन्होंने एक कंप्लेंट की है वर्ष 2018 में।
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organised by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था।
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah
दौरान हम सब लोग आने वाले भारत की तस्वीर अपने हाथों से निर्माण कर सके, यही हम सबकी प्रेरणा हो। और प्रधानमंत्री जी के कथा अनुसार इसका जो नाम है वो कर्तव्य पथ किया गया है। इस क्षेत्र का नाम कर्तव्य पथ करने का जो मायने है वो हर भारतीय के लिए है कि ये जो देश है, जो हमारी सबकी मातृभूमि है, उसके प्रति, एक दूसरे के प्रति हम कर्तव्य बोध में बंधे रहें। अब तक की जो सामाजिक समीक्षा रही उसमें हम अधिकारों की बात करते रहे, लेकिन भूल गए कि कर्तव्य अधिकारों का ही दूसरा हिस्सा है। अगर हम कर्तव्य से प्रेरणा लेकर अपना अपना कर्तव्य का पालन करें तो कहीं ना कहीं उसमें दूसरे के अधिकारों का पालन खुद ब खुद हो जाता है। एक उदाहरण आज के डिस्कशन में बहुत सुंदर तरीके से प्रस्तुत हुआ, जिसमें कहा गया कि अगर पिता अपना कर्तव्य का पालन करता है तो बच्चों के अधिकार खुद ब खुद पूरित हो जाते हैं, और अगर बच्चे अपने कर्तव्यों का पालन करते हैं तो पिता और बुजुर्गों के अधिकार अपने आप पूर्ण हो जाते हैं। लेकिन जो एम्फेसिस है, जो दारोमदार है, वो अधिकार से हटकर अगर कर्तव्य पर होगा तो सबके अधिकारों का भी पालन खुद ब खुद होगा, और हम सब देश के प्रति, समाज के प्रति और हर तरीके के कर्तव्य में जुड़े रहें, चाहे वो जुड़े नहीं रहे बल्कि पूरा करें। और आज हम सब ने बैठकर डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी को, इसको रेजोल्यूशन को पारित करते हुए दोबारा से पढ़ा। हम सब ने पढ़ा हुआ है लेकिन दोबारा से हमने उसको पढ़ा, पार्ट 4 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। और मेरा आप सबके माध्यम से यही आग्रह भी रहेगा कि हम सब लोग किसी भी पद पर हों, कहीं पर भी हों, तो फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज से लेकर जो डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी हैं उनको दोबारा से पढ़ा जाए और देखा जाए। तो मेरे को तो पढ़कर वापस प्रधानमंत्री जी का जीवन सामने आया और मुझे लगा कि उनका जीवन ही कर्तव्य को समर्पित है, और वो कर्तव्य के भाव से, चाहे वो पोषण अभियान है, चाहे वो स्वच्छता अभियान है, चाहे वो आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे के माध्यम से हमारे मॉन्यूमेंट्स का रख रखाव है, और चाहे वो आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाने की जो श्रद्धा है, फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल और तिरंगा यात्रा और तिरंगे हर घर तिरंगा, ये सब उसी से प्रेरित है। आज के दिन में हम सब शामिल हुए, हम अब सब का एक ही बात थी कि हम सब अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली मानते हैं कि ये भी हमारे कर्म में, हमारे नसीब में आना था कि ये काम हमारे हाथों से हुआ, और आज हम काउंसिल की मीटिंग में इतना बड़ा निर्णय ले सके, जो कि आने वाले भारत के इतिहास में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। I will say the same thing for the English media in English, that today's meeting was a special meeting of NDMC, and the idea was, the resolution was passed to change the name of Rajpath to Kartavya Path. The history of this region is that this entire region was constructed by the imperialist powers, and post-independence, Janpath, which is called Janpath today, was called Queensway in earlier times, and it got changed to Janpath. But the Rajpath was called Kingsway and continued to remain as Rajpath. Now, post-independence, we chose the system of democracy. In democracy, whoever gets elected and whoever gets to be in the position of executive officers, like we have Bhupender ji sitting as an IAS officer with us, everybody's inspiration has to be duty towards nation, our duty towards public, our duty towards people. And that inspiration was somewhere missing because people were taking these positions with the idea of doing Raj, with the idea of ruling over others. The idea of democracy is not to rule over others. The idea of democracy is participatory nature, and people need to be bound by the duties. And when we are bound by the duties, the fulfillment of duty on part of one person will automatically lead to completion of rights of the other people. A small example, while we were discussing this particular subject, we also discussed this. A small example was brought up, and the example is that if a father is complying with his duties towards his family, his children, automatically the rights of the children get to be fulfilled. And similarly, if the children are complying with their duty towards their father and parents or elderly people, automatically their rights get to be fulfilled. So the emphasis, instead of being adhikar based or the rights based society, the Indian society is duty based. We've had the history of Shravan Kumars in this country. We've had the example of Ram. We've had so many examples where people from the statecraft to personal lives have been duty bound, and thus inspiration needs to be brought forward which is bound by the duty. I'm sure many of these things were in the minds, and as Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, already has spoken about it, that this is the time when we are celebrating Amrit Mahotsav. And this Amrit Kal needs to inspire all of us to take forward our duties and do whatever is needed towards the country. And if we go over the directive principles of state policies, and especially 51A is reread, we will understand that today's decision is in line with subsection B, subarticle B and J, where the inspiration has to be about freedom movement, respect for the constitution, respect for the national flag, and duty towards all. And that duty towards all for all times to come will inspire all Indians to be bound by the duties towards nation and society at large, and of course the family. And this is a big change in the thinking of governance, especially because in governance system, till now, post-independence, 75 years have gone past, and the inspiration came from ruling over our own people, ruling over the people of this country. From that mindset, the mindset needs to change, and it has to be duty towards our nation for all individuals. Taking care of government property, taking care of public life, taking care of everybody. I mean, if we go over that, and if every citizen of this country complies with the duties, I think half the problem in this country. We got an opportunity to be part of this historic moment, to be part of this historic decision. We can only say this was part of our karmas, good karmas, that it came in our share. It was our share. हमारे हिस्से में ये काम आया. हम तो भगवान का धन्यवाद करते हैं कि ये मौका हमको मिला. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you very much. जय हिंद. Any questions? अभी से because resolution was passed, minutes have also been passed, सर्वसम्मति से वो काम हो चुका है. अभी से because resolution was passed, minutes have also been passed, सर्वसम्मति से वो काम हो चुका है.
मैडम सवाल है कि जैसे ये आइडिया किसका था, कहाँ से आया था, और दूसरा ये कर्तव्य पथ क्या एक साथ में लिखा जाएगा, पढ़ा जाएगा, अलग अलग?
Of course, was Meenakshi Lekhi speaking about a landmark decision that has been taken by the government of India. The resolution has now been passed. This, of course, is the renaming of one of the key routes in the national capital. It has been renamed Kartavya Road, and this, of course, has been done given the Modi government's intention to go away from the colonial mindset that has steeped India. So this is being looked upon in that light. Meenakshi Lekhi over there, of course, announcing that the Rajpath has been renamed with immediate effect. And this, of course, is a decision that is being hailed as historic by the government. This is also largely being seen as the government's attempt to do away with the colonial mindset. And moving on to the other big story that we are tracking here on Republic TV from West Bengal, where the CBI is currently conducting searches at about 6 locations across the state. Now, 5 locations in Kolkata and 1 in Asansol are being raided. These raids, of course, are linked to the coal pilferage case. The CBI is conducting searches at the premises of the West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak in connection with the probe into the alleged coal pilferage case from the Eastern Coalfield Limited in mines in in Asansol. Molloy Ghatak, of course, was also summoned by the ED for questioning in the same case. However, he did not answer those questions. Summons. He was thereafter summoned by the CBI and asked to join the probe. He did not answer those as well, and these raids are being seen in connection to those summons which were earlier issued to Molloy Ghatak. Kishale is reporting on this. He's live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, as we've been talking about since the morning, obviously this is in a sense is mounting trouble for the TMC. To begin with, any reactions we are getting from them, and also largely broadly give us a sense of where all these raids are being conducted.
Well, Nupur, as we were saying previously, we are trying to get official reactions from the Trinamool Congress, but till now there has been no reaction from the party officially about these raids. However, the update is that local Trinamool Congress workers and sources say by the instruction from higher brass has been protesting in Asansol and different parts against CBI and ED. They are raising slogans that these raids are politically motivated by CBI and ED and that Molloy Ghatak has not done anything wrong. As I was saying previously as well, and as Shawan was breaking in the very beginning, that Abhishek Banerjee was called by ED in the same case, and Rujira Banerjee as well. He was questioned, and after that Abhishek Banerjee said that if some evidence is found, if he is found guilty, then he is ready for any punishment, and that any leader from Trinamool Congress or himself is not accused or not guilty in the coal scam. However, just after that, after a few days of that questioning, we see CBI especially active in Kolkata and Asansol. Asansol is the hometown of Molloy Ghatak and the place from where he rose to politics, from where he rose to power. Molloy Ghatak is one of the very senior Trinamool Congress ministers and Trinamool Congress leaders in that part, and Trinamool Congress ministers as well. He is the law minister of West Bengal. Right now also there is a CBI team in his government quarters in Bibadi Bagh in Kolkata. It is believed that Molloy Ghatak might be in that apartment. So that is the location in Kolkata where CBI team is, and there are other 4 locations also in Kolkata which is under CBI scanner. And in Asansol there are 3 apartments, 3 houses where CBI team is raiding, and all in one location. One is the ancestral property of Molloy Ghatak, one is his office, and one is the apartment where he stays now in Asansol. Those 3 houses, CBI team is right now inside and looking at the documents they're getting their hands into, and also looking if there are cash or any other evidence inside those houses. So all these developments are happening in West Bengal, even as Trinamool Congress is not speaking about the matter.
All right, Kishale bringing us all those details from a Bangla newsroom. Thank you very much for joining us. So as Kishale was pointing out, the raids are still continuing and the CBI is trying to collect as much evidence as they can.
A major fire was reported at a commercial establishment in Bengaluru. The incident took place at the Richmond supermarket in the Richmond town area of Bengaluru. No casualties were reported following the incident as the fire broke out at night. A short circuit is suspected as the cause of the fire, with flammable items at the store being suspected as the reason for the spread of the fire. Footage accessed of the incident showed the flames raging through the store to a great extent. Firefighters were eventually seen tending to the flames following the incident, springing into action around the store that burnt intensely. A firefighting operation conducted at the site led to the fire eventually being doused. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at what else is making news this afternoon. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming. In fact, that proposal has already been approved. It's the renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavya Path. Now, Rajpath refers to the stretch of road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off a 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari with a journey that will be lasting 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking on the Yatra, Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Muhammad, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra that began from the southernmost tip.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organised by the Congress Party, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India today remains united.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी भारत जोड़ने के लिए तो कांग्रेस को पाकिस्तान जाना है।
तभी राहुल गांधी को फिर से लाने का तैयारी
वही है। भारत तो डिवाइड हो गया 1947 में। अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है। खंडित क्या हुआ? पाकिस्तान ही खंडित हुआ। तो इसीलिए मैं राहुल गांधी को सलाह देता हूं कि भारत जोड़ो कार्यक्रम आप पाकिस्तान में लेके जाइए।
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister for Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs, as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Asoka, had called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to the region of Belgavi. An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and said that they would not cremate the body unless they got compensation. A case under the Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention of Atrocities Act has been registered against 4 people. Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP's National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the Union Minister to allot clusters to them in preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. Activists of the Bajrang Dal agitated against actors Alia Bhatt, Ranbir Kapoor and Indrani Mukerji's visit to Mahakal Shrine in Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh with black flags against their visit to the temple. The actors, however, were not at the temple at the time of the protest. A clash further broke out between the protesters and the police during the incident. MOUs have been signed between India and Bangladesh to deepen intergovernmental railway cooperation between the two countries. This comes after the visit of the Indian Railways delegation to Bangladesh in April this year, followed by another delegation in June. The MOUs were signed during Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's visit to India. Well, the Income Tax Department is conducting searches across India where bogus donations have been made to little-known political outfits. Now, the raids were based on reliable intelligence inputs that were received by the department. Most of these donations were allegedly received in cash and were given out to little-known political outfits. The Income Tax Department suspects that these were used as a tool for laundering funds. So raids were conducted across India over these bogus donations. Vivek Rai is reporting on this from Lucknow. Vivek, good afternoon. Give us more details about where these raids were being conducted and also more details about what the income tax unit is suspecting in terms of the bogus donations.
देखिए बिल्कुल इस वक्त की बात करें तो इस वक्त राजधानी लखनऊ में जहां पर रेड पड़ रही है, सबसे पहले आपको वो तस्वीरें दिखाता हूं और उसके बाद उसकी आज आपको जानकारी देता हूं। राजधानी लखनऊ का ये छितवापुर एरिया है जहां पर गोपाल राय का ये घर है, 3 मंजिला ये घर है और यहाँ पर गोपाल राय जो है वो ये कहा जाता है कि राष्ट्रीय क्रांतिकारी समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं। कुछ साल पहले उन्होंने ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बनाई थी। इसके अलावा काफ़ी लंबे समय से वो NGOs चलाते रहे हैं और अगर यहाँ पर उनके घर पर जो है NGOs की पोस्टर लगे हुए हैं, अगर उनकी तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊं तो सबसे पहला पोस्टर सेंट्रल पब्लिक ग्रीवेंस एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन का पोस्टर है जिसका दफ्तर यहाँ पर है और जिसके प्रबंधक और जिसके ओनर ये गोपाल राय खुद है। इसके अलावा दूसरा पोस्टर आपको दिखाऊं वो प्रबुद्ध महिला शिल्पकला केंद्र है जो कि उत्तर प्रदेश औद्योगिक एवं प्राविधिक शिक्षा परिषद द्वारा जिसका मान्यता प्राप्त है। इसके अलावा तीसरा अगर कार्यालय आपको दिखाऊं तो नेशनल फेडरेशन ऑफ द ब्लाइंड है जिसका कार्यालय यहाँ पर है और चौथा अगर आपको दिखाऊं तो अखिल भारतीय गौरक्षा परिषद। इन सभी चीज़ों के कार्यालय यहाँ पर चलते हैं और इसके साथ साथ इनकी जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है ये यहीं से संचालित होती है और इसमें ये कहा जा रहा है कि इसमें जो फंड्स आए हैं इन चाहे NGOs की बात की जाए या पार्टी की बात की जाए, इसमें जो फंड आए हैं उसमें कहीं ना कहीं टैक्स चोरी का मामला है और फंड के जिस काम के लिए फंड आए थे उसके अलावा फंड में कुछ कमीशन को लेकर के बात है, कुछ टैक्स चोरी को लेकर के बात है जिसकी जानकारी IT की टीम को मिली थी और उसके बाद IT की टीम ने ये छापेमारी की है। आपको बताऊं कि तकरीबन 9 बजे IT की टीम पहुंच आई थी और उसके बाद से अभी तक 6 सदस्यीय टीम है जो अभी तक छापेमारी चल रही है। और एक बड़ी दिलचस्प बात और बताना चाहूँगा, तस्वीरों के माध्यम से वो चीज़ें दिखाना चाहूँगा। आप अगर यहाँ पर तस्वीरों के माध्यम से अगर आप बैनर पर जो फोटोज़ हैं वो देखेंगे तो तमाम जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो बड़े लीडर्स हैं उनके साथ गोपाल राय की तस्वीरें हैं और ये कहा जाता है कि जो भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी प्रदेश में रहती है गोपाल राय उस सत्ता के करीब चले जाते हैं। उस व्यक्ति सत्ता का जो शासक होता है उससे कहीं ना कहीं मिलना जुलना उनका शुरू हो जाता है। अब देखिए कि ये जो तमाम तस्वीरें हैं उन सभी के साथ गोपाल राय की तस्वीरें हैं। इसके अलावा दूसरी तरफ में जो सरकार की जो तमाम और मंत्री हैं उनके साथ गोपाल राय की तस्वीरें हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश की जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी हैं उनके साथ गोपाल राय की तस्वीरें हैं और NGOs की आड़ में कहीं ना कहीं इन लोगों से संबंध है। और उसमें जो बड़ी चीज़ है जिसको चीज़ को लेकर के इनकम टैक्स यहाँ पहुँची हुई है, इनकम टैक्स को टैक्स चोरी को लेकर के जो मसला है इनकम टैक्स के सामने वो चीज़ निकल के सामने आई है और उन्हीं चीज़ों की जांच करने के लिए इनकम टैक्स यहाँ पहुंची हुई है। तमाम जो 4 NGOs की बात की जाए, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की बात की जाए, उसमें फंडिंग कहाँ से है, फाइनेंशियल सोर्स क्या है और वो कहाँ स्पेंड होते हैं, कहाँ वो खर्च होते हैं, इसकी जांच कुल मिला के कर रही है IT की टीम। 6 सदस्यीय टीम है, 9 बजे यहाँ पहुँची है और अभी अब देखना होगा कब तक IT की टीम यहाँ रहती है और तमाम जो सवाल जवाब हैं वो गोपाल राय से किए जा रहे हैं। और दूसरी और तस्वीर अगर आपको दिखाना चाहूँ, देखिए जो गेट है ये गेट बंद कर दिया गया है और गेट ये सुबह से बंद है। और अगर आपको अंदर की तस्वीरें भी अगर आपने दिखाऊँ तो यहाँ पर जो पुलिस का जो डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो किया गया है और ये देखिए अंदर की तस्वीर मैं आपको ले चलूँगा, दिखाऊंगा कि कैसे जो पुलिस का डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो किया गया है। पुलिस सुबह से ही यहाँ की जो लोकल पुलिस की टीम है वो IT की टीम यहाँ पर आई और उसने पुलिस की टीम को यहाँ अपने साथ लेकर के आई है जिससे सुरक्षा के चाक चौबंद इंतजाम रहे। और दूसरी जो बड़ी चीज़ है कि किसी को भी अंदर बाहर जाने की अनुमति नहीं है, कोई भी ना कोई बाहर से अंदर आ सकता है ना कोई अंदर से बाहर जा सकता है। तो ये ऐसी चीज़ें जिसको लेकर के IT की टीम फिलहाल काम कर रही है। अब देखना होगा कि छापेमारी में क्या चीज़ें निकल के सामने थी क्योंकि फिलहाल छापेमारी चल रही है। 9 बजे के तकरीबन ये छापेमारी शुरू हुई है और अभी की बात की जाए तो तकरीबन जो 6 सदस्यीय टीम है उसमें कोई भी बाहर तब से नहीं आ पाया। तकरीबन 3.5 घंटे से ज़्यादा का वक्त हो चुका है। अब देखना होगा कब तक ये छापेमारी चलती है, क्या चीज़ें निकल के सामने आती हैं।
You're pointing out, of course, these raids have been carried out for about 4 or 5 hours now. They began at 10 in the morning. Now, also give us more details as to who are the other leaders who are involved in this. You were mentioning the name of Gopal Rai, but apart from that, give us more information on who else is being raided. Now, even as the Congress party begins its Padayatra across India, Robert Vadra has tweeted his own posters in the Congress Yatra. Now, is Robert Vadra essentially making an official entry? Robert Vadra has tweeted his picture on a Congress poster that he's tweeted. We're going to show you those pictures in just a bit. But obviously, what this means is questions are being raised about whether Robert Vadra is also making his official entry. Now, just to tell our viewers about this picture, it's got a picture of Rahul Gandhi in the middle. On the left-hand side is his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. On the right-hand side is Robert Vadra. Aishwarya Kapoor on the phone line with us. He's a political editor. Aishwarya, what do you make of this?
Well, it's very difficult to identify whether it's the poster for the Indian National Congress or for the Gandhi Vadra Parivar. Because what is happening is that there are pictures of only one family. As you were yourself mentioning, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, and now Robert Vadra, Sonia Gandhi. So it's only one family, and few of the others very close to the family. What about the real worker, the real leaders of the Congress who have given their life for the Congress party, but now are being literally forced to leave? So the reality is that the party has been reduced to one family, and now let there be no doubt about it. And Robert Vadra himself tweeting is very clear that he's not being accepted or he's not being promoted by the cadre. He's trying to push himself, because that's the reality in the Congress party, that it has always led leaders from one family, from the Gandhi Vadra Parivar, only to accelerate. And once again we are seeing that there are at least a dozen more leaders who have done a zillion times more than what Mr. Robert Vadra would have for the Congress party. But where are their pictures?
You know, Aishwarya, it's also extremely interesting that this yatra comes at a time when, the Congress party has been talking about reviving itself, about the organizational elections. But, nothing really changes in the Congress. Rather, whatever changes remains the same. It's still the Gandhi family that's still at the center of this yatra, even as there are calls to rejuvenate the party.
Well, just by making a call to rejuvenate the Congress party, it won't happen. And it is for those who are in the Congress party, even now, they have come out and said, whether it is Ghulam Nabi Azad or the others now who have left in sheer desperation, saying that by these superficial changes, nothing will change. If you want to change, there needs to be a change at the core of the Congress party. It needs to look over and beyond one family. It needs to look at the leaders and not only the tag name of Gandhi and Vadra. The day that happens, the Congress party will once again rejuvenate and will not allow the other regional players to take their position. Because in practicality, that is what is happening. Every regional party, whether it is the TMC, whether it is the NCP, all of them are distributaries of the Congress. Whether it is Sharad Pawar, whether it is Mamata Banerjee, and they are strong leaders in their region. Let there be no doubt about it, but they only left then and they are leaving now because Congress party or basically Congress leadership, the Gandhi family is not ready to relinquish the title of the presidentship of the Congress party to anyone else, and that's the basic problem. The day you have anyone else, a real Congress leader as the president of the Congress party, you are going to see the Indian National Congress rejuvenate itself on its own, because then the real leaders, the cadre which has worked for over decades, will come out. There will not only be a Robert Vadra, Priyanka Vadra, Rahul Gandhi Vadra pictures there. There are going to be pictures of real leaders who have been working on ground for the Indian National Congress.
Absolutely, Aishwarya, do stay with us. Let's take in a quick comment from Mr. Singh, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, what do you make of this? We've heard so many times that Robert Vadra has been wanting to make an entry into politics. Do you think perhaps this is where he does make an entry into the Congress party?
We've been saying that it is more of a remote control, family-owned party, and India is calling the shots now within the party also. And it's a breakfast party where Jijaji takes a call now. And obviously, when he was in the background till now, and now he's openly coming and being part of the Congress. That's the reason that the old congressmen and even the young congressmen who were looking for their career in the party, they are leaving party, right from Mr. Rajat to Mr. Shergill.
Right, Mr. Singh, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. RP Singh of the BJP over there talking to Republic. I'm going to go back to Aishwarya Kapoor now. Aishwarya, the more the things... All right, I don't think we've got him yet, but the more the things change, the more they appear to remain the same within the Congress party. The Bharat Jodo Yatra that has been undertaken by Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders began from Kanyakumari. It's supposed to cover a distance of about 3,500 kilometers all the way up to the Kashmir Valley. This was meant to be the Congress parties connect with the people. However, the posters that have been put out by Robert Vadra himself on Twitter, many would ask the question whether the Congress party is actually interested in moving away from the family itself or not. This also could perhaps mark his official entry. There's been talk over the years that he will be joining the Congress party, but nothing really has come off yet. We don't know whether this is something that Robert Vadra has done on his own. It is on his own Twitter handle. Whether he does enjoy the support of other Congress leaders in this or not, those are questions that we still are waiting answers to. But these are pictures that we are getting for you. In these pictures, you can clearly see that Rahul Gandhi is flanked by Robert Vadra and Priyanka. All right, just to tell our viewers that even as this yatra is being undertaken by Rahul Gandhi, there are going to be organizational polls that will be held in the Congress party. Those take place between September and October, and there's been talk of who could lead the Congress party now. These are the first official polls that are taking place. Of course, we have seen the name of Rahul Gandhi being dropped by various leaders again for the post of president, even though Rahul Gandhi himself has said that he does not want to take any official responsibility for the Congress party, and he's not really in the reckoning. But even despite that, we've seen Mallikarjun Kharge talk about how Rahul Gandhi is the natural heir to the party, and all of these comments that have been coming in. And what's surprising is that Robert Vadra has chosen this moment when the Congress party is trying to rejuvenate itself, when it says that it's going to go across India to try and get a connection with the people, to launch this, to paradrop himself essentially into the Congress party's leadership. He's put out this poster on his own Twitter handle, in which you can clearly see the two Gandhis and, of course, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's husband. All right, pictures on your screen are of the Rajpath, which has been renamed as Kartavya Path. This, of course, was announced a short while ago. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation did hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of the renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi. It has been renamed as Kartavya Path. Rajpath, just to tell our viewers, refers to the stretch of the road which is essentially of ceremonial significance. It's between India Gate and Rashtrapati Bhavan. Now, the renaming of Rajpath as Kartavya Path essentially is being seen as an attempt by the Modi government to move away from India's colonial past, and this again is being seen as a step in that direction. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of this beautifully laid out path in Lutyens, Delhi. This is the road that links India Gate to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The announcement was made by Meenakshi Lekhi a short while ago. This, of course, happened after the New Delhi Municipal Corporation held a special meeting and approved the renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi to Kartavya Path. And Meenakshi Lekhi, while speaking about this, also spoke about the fact that this essentially is an attempt by the government to remind citizens of their responsibilities along with the rights that are granted in the Constitution. This, of course, is the official video that has just been released by the Indian government of the renaming of Rajpath to Kartavya Path. It is also being seen largely as an attempt by the Modi government in many ways those attempts are continuing to move away from India's colonial past as we have now entered our 75th year of independence. I beg your pardon. Pictures on your screen right now of this beautiful path that connects India Gate to Rashtrapati Bhavan. Earlier, just a short while ago, in fact, Meenakshi Lekhi was talking of how the government has taken a conscious decision to rename Rajpath as a Kartavya Path, because they feel that it is time for India to move away from the Raj, from the colonial past that seemed to have shackled India for so many years. And as we enter our 76th year of independence, this is one of the decisions that was taken by the government. Of course, it was endorsed by the New Delhi Municipal Corporation a short while ago, which held a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavya Path. This, of course, is an official video that has just been released. Now, in fact, there have been several steps that the government has taken. We saw the National War Memorial being unveiled by the Indian government. After that, of course, we have seen the new Parliament building, which is still under construction, and thereafter, of course, the renaming of this very critical ceremonial path where most ceremonies of the Indian government take place. This is the area between India Gate in New Delhi, right up until Rashtrapati Bhavan, which has now been renamed. So in that sense, these are things that the government has been working upon for a while now. It is being largely seen as an attempt by this government to move away from the colonial past of the country and also perhaps to embrace
the meeting, the approval, the proposal and everything.
Yeah, it's as much part of the inauguration of Central Vista. As Central Vista, or Central Vista to be known as
Well, all right, viewers, that is the biggest story that we are tracking for you right now in that addressal to the media. In fact, Meenakshi Lekhi had also spoken about how Rajpath to make way for Kartavya Path as well, and how she had spoken about India is stepping away from the imperialistic power, the imperialistic names that had also been given by the Britishers, and moving towards the Indianness of the monuments and of the public platforms as well. And we had seen the Prime Minister also talking about this in his Independence Day speech as well, where he had spoken about how the Britishers have gone, but there is a colonial mindset that reverberates in our society even today. And he had stated that this is time now for the Indians to come out and embrace the Indianness of the entire monuments, of all of the things that have been left behind by the Britishers as well, and to also let go of the colonialism of the mind is something that he had also stated in his Independence Day speech. And now we see Meenakshi Lekhi also, while addressing the media, has spoken about Kartavya Path as translates into the path of duty in the national capital, the iconic Rajpath. In fact, from the Rashtrapati Bhavan to India Gate is now renamed as Kartavya Path, as the path of duty in the national capital. And of course, we had seen that the Prime Minister also making that point earlier, speaking about how it is high time for the Indians to let go of the colonialism of the mind and let go of these imperialistic powers, imperialistic remains that we see in our country even today, and to embrace the Bharat as it needs to be, the And on that note, viewers, we are also getting Major General G.D. Bakshi on the broadcast here with me. Major General, your first thoughts. We see the Kartavya Path, the path of duty as it is now going to be called. This also reverberates with the Prime Minister's speech on Independence Day, where he said now it is high time for the Indians to let go of these colonialistic powers that are still reverberating in the country and own the Indianness of the entire institutions, of the monuments as well. And this is just another step in that direction, isn't it? All right, we're going to connect that line. He's back with us, I believe, Major General G.D. Bakshi. If you could hear me now. we are seeing Kartavya Path being named now the path of duty. In fact, as I was speaking about the Prime Minister's speech on the Independence Day as well, where he had said to let go of the colonialistic powers and the colonialistic remains in the country and embrace the Indianness, embrace the Bharat as it is today.
That is so right. The simple fact is that the British psychological slavery has still not ended. The actual slavery ended 75 years back. We would have hoped that by now the last vestiges of the colonization of the Indian mind would have been over. But we still persist with the George Cross on the flag of our Navy. We persist with so many British era narratives and practices. Our entire ancient history and modern history is steeped through with the British colonial viewpoint. We refuse to graduate beyond that. There is a kind of an awe of the white narratives, and no historical scholar would like to question what Max Muller said or what Mortimer Wheeler said. If they talked of the Aryan invasion, well, it is that way. Even if there is evidence to the contrary, we are still not prepared to change. The British have said so. And our bureaucracy, unfortunately, though they have very good reasons, they all pass their IAS examination based upon the texts of Rumila Thapar and Bipin Chandra and, R. Sharma, etc. So they think that is the real history. And they are resisting attempts to change it because of very great sincerity. This is what I read in my history books. So therefore, it can't be changed with every government. I'm sorry, it has to be changed to be aligned with the facts. So, this was called Rajpath. Rajpath means the British Raj. And imagine 75 years after independence, you still continue with Rajpath. It had to be changed. We were suggesting Azad Hind Path, but I'm very happy that it is being called Kartavya Path, the path of duty. And it is nationalized. We need to nationalize the Indian mind. It is such a colonized mind. It is such a slavish mentality that everything Deshi is supposed to be inferior. It's supposed to be low grade. And everything British and white is superior and all that. Give us a break. Give us a break. 75 years after independence, if you haven't found that self-confidence, you need to seriously examine your health. In the fields of information technology, hard sciences, people are doing very well. 36% of NASA is Indian. 30% of Silicon Valley are Indian. Microsoft and a lot of the other top IT firms, their workforce is Indian. 30% of the doctors in the United States are Indian. It's only in the social sciences that we seem to have not found our confidence and to stand up on our own two feet and to question what Sheldon Pollock is saying or what British or American historians are saying about our history. How can a country outsource its history to some other country, to the British or to the American? Is the Russian, Chinese, French history written by the British or by the Americans? Why should ours be written by them? But we haven't found that confidence. People go for degrees abroad and they want to bootlick and to genuflect before the colonial narratives. This is not acceptable anymore and we need to change. I'm very happy to see the change taking place with Rajpath itself. No longer the Raj. I'm sorry, the Raj is history. And to those who haven't woken up, who are Rip Van Winkle, they need to wake up and smell the coffee. The Prime Minister is doing exactly that. He's telling you to wake up and smell the coffee.
Well, I think you put it beautifully, Major General G.D. Bakshi, and of course, it is in the national capital, and of course, there is some symbolism to it as well, and I think you've dissected that beautifully as well. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. We'll be continuing to get you all the updates on the other side. And getting you all the news on the face-off over the liquor gate continues. BJP workers stage mega protest in the national capital. The Karnataka hijab row continues. The apex court to hear the plea challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment. Stay tuned, viewers, for all the updates on the other side.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavyapath. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organised by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था।
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the SEJ.
Welcome back, viewers. We're cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are picking up now. The BJP's scathing attack on Robert Vadra comes to light right after he had tweeted his own photo on the Vadra Congress poster for the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, in fact, BJP has taken a potshot at the Congress, stating that the Congress Bharat Jodo is only Parivar Jodo and Bhrashtachar Jodo. And the BJP's scathing attack, in fact, comes after Robert Vadra had tweeted his own photo on the Vadra Congress poster as well. Now, Robert Vadra, in fact, now this also arises the question of whether or not Robert Vadra is making an official entry into active politics, and Robert Vadra has tweeted his own photo on the Congress poster is the latest, the images of which we are putting out on your screens right now, and Vadra has tweeted his own photo on the Vadra Congress poster. Remember, the Congress in fact has been talking about the Bharat Jodo Yatra that they will be carrying out for several weeks, and now we see Robert Vadra also jumping on the bandwagon, but also this kind of a decision by Robert Vadra has welcomed. This kind of a scathing attack from the BJP is what we are learning. The BJP leaders taking a potshot at the Congress leadership, claiming that the Congress is not doing a Bharat Jodo Yatra, but they are only doing a Parivar Jodo and a Bhrashtachar Jodo Yatra as well. And we will be putting out more details for you as far as these latest statements from the BJP are concerned. But now we see a political war of words, viewers, that has really broken out with respect to Robert Vadra's this tweet, where he has tweeted this picture of himself on the Congress poster as well. And now the BJP reacting on this. And for more on this, let me go across to Aishwarya Kapoor, who's joining us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, what do you make of this? We see Robert Vadra tweeting that picture, and of course the BJP also taking a scathing attack on the Congress, claiming that this is a Parivar Jodo and a Bhrashtachar Jodo Yatra.
Well, the people are in a dilemma that whether it is the poster of the Indian National Congress or the Gandhi Vadra Parivar, because the only faces you can see are of one family. And that's the problem with the Congress party. They are not ready to see over and beyond the family, over and beyond the tag name of Gandhi and Vadras, over and beyond Rahul, Priyanka and now Robert Vadra. And the reality is that no leader of the Congress party is ready to promote Robert Vadra, and that's why you have Robert Vadra himself posting it. But what it creates is a sense of frustration, and that's why, whether it was 5-6 years ago or today, whether it was then or now, Ghulam Nabi Azad had just said just few weeks prior that the only sense of frustration is because there is directionlessness and the real leaders are not being promoted. Is the Congress party trying to say that there is no more worthy than Robert Vadra to be put on that poster? That there is no cadre, no leader of the Congress party who has worked for the Congress over the last so many decades that they should deserve to be on the poster apart from Robert Vadra? The reality is that the Congress party is not ready to look over and beyond the faces and the names of Gandhis and Vadras.
Absolutely. Aishwarya, stay on with us. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, did you just hear our political editor also, Aishwarya Kapoor, speaking about this entire problem with the Congress party? And now we see that the BJP is also taking pot shots at the Congress party, claiming that this is a Parivar Jodo and a Bhrashtachar Jodo Yatra, and it has no real room for the ground level cadre in the Congress party. And now we see Robert Vadra making an entry into this.
You know, Aishwarya is absolutely right, and this is what we've been saying all along, that in the name of so-called Bharat Jodo, this is actually Bhrashtachariyon ko Jodo, and this is actually Parivar Jodo. This is the only thing that the Congress party can do under Rahul Gandhi's leadership is Bhrashtachar Jodo and Parivar Jodo. First of all, this shows that the Congress party is not a party, but it's a parivarik firm. It's a family firm. It's a parivarik entity, and therefore only 2 or 3 people are the party. That is Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Robert Vadra and Priyanka Vadra. These are the people who constitute the party. And therefore, the Bharat Jodo is actually an abhiyan of Rahul relaunch, Robert Vadra relaunch, and it is a relaunching program of the Parivar to take place in national politics. But the more important point is that, look, भारत को जोड़ने का काम तो सरदार पटेल ने कर दिया था already. But the hubris of this party and this parivar is that those who have been indulging in Bharat Todo, those who have been indulging in all kinds of activities that have led to tukre are actually now going around and doing Bharat Jodo. And in the name of Bharat Jodo, the only people they can Jodo is Robert Vadra, Priyanka Vadra, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. They can't even do Ghulam Nabi Azad Jodo. They can't even do Manish Tiwari Jodo. They can't even do Shashi Tharoor Jodo. So today the Congress party has become a one family entity, and this poster actually reveals exactly that.
Well, absolutely, Shehzad, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with that perspective. And of course, we are tracking that story, viewers, with respect to Robert Vadra's latest tweet. And of course, the kind of pot shots that we have seen that has invited from the BJP, as you just heard, Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP as well, claiming that this is not a party that is really concerned about the Bharat Jodo, but this is a party that is concerned about the Parivar Jodo and the Bhrashtachar Jodo. These are the words of the BJP. And now we see in the backdrop of that, the Congress party all gearing up to carry out that Bharat Jodo Yatra. And of course, viewers, we are continuing to get you all the latest as far as the political war of words that has also broken out with respect to Robert Vadra's tweet, where he has put out this tweet claiming on the Congress poster as well. And we are slipping into a very short break, viewers, but we're getting you all the updates of this big political development on the other side.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. मनीष सिसोदिया इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। बीजेपी एमएलए हु इज नाउ बीइंग डिटेन्ड हियर।
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavyapath. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organised by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food.
Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are picking up. Now we see that the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra is inviting a lot of flack from the BJP in the latest. Now we see Himanta Biswa Sharma, in fact, also reacting and targeting the Congress on the Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi. He has said, and he's called it the comedy of the century. He said that if he really wants to unite India, Rahul Gandhi should apologize for partition done by his forefathers, and that the Congress is responsible for the partition. And if he thinks his grandfather did mistake, he should go to Pakistan and unite. If he really wanted to unite, let him work for Akhand Bharat. Now, these are scathing remarks by Himanta Biswa Sharma. Viewers, let's listen in.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी भारत जोड़ने के लिए तो कांग्रेस को पाकिस्तान जाना है।
तभी राहुल गांधी को फिर से लाने का तैयारी
वही है। भारत तो डिवाइड हो गया 1947 में। अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है। खंडित क्या हुआ? पाकिस्तान ही खंडित हुआ। तो इसीलिए मैं राहुल गांधी को सलाह देता हूं कि भारत जोड़ो कार्यक्रम आप पाकिस्तान में लेके जाइए।
And now that is the latest remark that we're picking up, viewers, from the BJP, and we see Himanta Biswa Sharma, in fact, making that scathing attack on the Congress party, specifically on Rahul Gandhi, claiming that it was his forefathers who also contributed to the partition that took place, and that if he wants to carry out this yatra, he should go to Pakistan and do it and work for Akhand Bharat. And he has also called it the comedy of the century. This is the latest as far as the Bharat Jodo Yatra of the Congress is concerned, viewers, that we are seeing. has invited a lot of flack. Slipping into a very short break and getting you all the updates on the other side of the biggest ever crackdown on political donations, Income Tax Department carried out search at over 50 locations across India.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavyapath. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer-long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why.
Viewers, on to the big story from West Bengal, where the CBI is currently conducting searches at 6 locations across the state, 5 locations in Kolkata and 1 in Asansol. These raids are linked to a coal case there, and the CBI is conducting searches at the premises of West Bengal Law Minister Mulloy Ghatak in connection with its probe into alleged coal scam from Eastern Coalfields Limited mines in Asansol. Big news coming in right now, and we're getting you all the updates on this big story. CBI steps up probe into the coal scam. Raids happening. West Bengal Law Minister Mulloy Ghatak's Asansol home. And in more trouble for Mamata Banerjee's led TMC, the Central Bureau of Investigation conducted raids at the house of West Bengal Law Minister Mulloy Ghatak. And Kishore is joining me live. Kishore will get us a big updates. Kishore, this is one more coal scam case which has put TMC leaders under the lens at this point of time. Kishore, take us through the details.
Well, exactly. Mulloy Ghatak, one of the most important ministers in West Bengal cabinet, is right now under CBI radar. And the reason CBI is raiding his different houses, one of the reasons is that when he was MLA of East Burdwan, CBI is considering what exactly he did to stop the illegal coal smuggling and what were the benefits that he received from this whole smuggling business. That was the primary question that CBI was considering before he was being raided by CBI. Also, apart from that, there are reasons to believe, according to CBI sources, that Mulloy Ghatak himself had been receiving benefits benefits in terms of money or in terms of kind, or if from this whole business of coal smuggling, that's already being discussed so much, and central agencies like CBI and ED is probing that particular scam since last few months. And we have seen that Abhishek Banerjee was previously questioned by ED in this same case, and Rujira Banerjee was also questioned. Therefore, all these informations, exclusive informations we are showing on Republic, that we broke it first when CBI entered his house in Asansol, and also apart from that, we broke it first when CBI entered his house in Bibadibagh, the government quarters. It is believed that right now he is in Kolkata in that house. We are yet to see him yet, and also we are getting to know that CBI has got hold of some important documents that right now they are going through.
Right. And you know, Kishore, it's very interesting right now because this is another blow for the CM there, Mamata Banerjee, because Ghatak is not only the PWD and law minister of the state, but a senior leader of the party, and many TMC leaders are under the lens right now for scams there in West Bengal, including the SSC scam as well. Kishore.
Well, yes, SSC scam saw the huge breaking of Partho Chatterjee being arrested by ED, and apart from that, later on, Onubroto Mondol, one of the TMC strongmen, was arrested by CBI. So Trinamool Congress is in trouble in that way. If we think so, by central agencies, there are multiple probes that are going on where names of different Trinamool Congress leaders are coming up. And now we see one of the most important ministers, Molay Ghatak, being probed by CBI, and his houses are being raided. We are getting to know that there are important evidences and documents that CBI is right now going through, and also we are getting to know that CBI is trying to understand what was the exact benefits Molay Ghatak was receiving when he was MLA of East Burdwan, where all these scams were going on. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for getting us all the updates, Kishore. So this is the West Bengal coal scam that we're talking about, and the CBI is stepping up its probe into the coal scam. The raids are happening in the West Bengal. Law Minister Molay Ghatak.
कभी कभी बड़ा आश्चर्य भी होता है, जो अपनी पार्टी को जोड़ नहीं सके वो भारत जोड़ने निकले हैं, और जो अपने को अपनी पार्टी से भी नहीं जोड़ सके वो भारत जोड़ो की यात्रा पर निकले हैं। याद है ना, कांग्रेस में एक दरबारी गायन होता है, राहुल जी को फिर अध्यक्ष बनाओ, फिर अध्यक्ष बनाओ। वो कहते हैं मैं नहीं बनूंगा, और बीच में विदेश यात्रा पर चले जाते हैं। तो पार्टी से वो कितने जुड़े हैं ये तो आप सभी जानते हैं। जहां तक पार्टी को जोड़ने का सवाल है, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद चले गए, कितनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें कह गए, वो कैसे आचरण होता है राहुल जी का, और कांग्रेस के अंदर पूरी संस्कृति कैसी दरबार संस्कृति बन गई है। बाकी नेताओं की टिप्पणी होती है। मनीष तिवारी जी को कहना पड़ा कि हम स्टेक होल्डर हैं, हमारी बात सुनी जानी चाहिए। तो कांग्रेस तो अपने लोगों को जोड़ नहीं पा रही है, उनके अपने पुराने समर्पित छोड़कर जा रहे हैं, और राहुल जी चले हैं देश जोड़ने। तो राहुल जी पहले अपना घर तो संभाल लेते, घर को जोड़ लेते तो देश जोड़ने की बात करते। तो ये छलावा है, दिखावा है। इट इज हिपोक्रेसी ऑफ द वर्स्ट ऑर्डर। लेकिन राहुल जी, आज पार्टी की ओर से मुझे आपसे एक दो सवाल पूछने हैं। आपने स्वयं देश की एकता को कमजोर करने की कोशिश कितनी की है? आज आप देश को बताइए, अपनी यात्रा में आपने देश के जवानों से उरी का सबूत मांगा था कि नहीं मांगा था? आपने देश की सेना से बालाकोट की गवाही मांगी थी या नहीं मांगी थी? हिंदुस्तान की एक संस्कृति रही है कि सेना की शहादत, सेना के शौर्य और सेना के बलिदान पर कभी सवाल नहीं करते, और आपने उसका सबूत मांगा। ये आपने देश की सामरिक सुरक्षा और सेना के त्याग को भी तोड़ने की कोशिश की और आप देश को जोड़ने की बात करते हैं। राहुल गांधी, याद करिए, कोविड के समय में जब पूरे देश को हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक करने की बात कर रहे थे, तो आपने क्या कहा था? लॉकडाउन से क्या होगा, थाली पीटने से क्या होगा, मोमबत्ती जलाने से क्या होगा, ये आपने कहा था ना। ये सब आपके स्टेटमेंट तो पब्लिक रिकॉर्ड पर है ना। तो उस समय तो आप देश की एकता को कितना मजबूत कर रहे थे, ये आपको समझना पड़ेगा। इसलिए आज आपसे पार्टी की ओर से सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं कि देश की एकता को कमजोर करने का आपका रिकॉर्ड कैसा है, और आप चले हैं देश को जोड़ने के लिए। तो ये जो नाटक है, ये जो छलावा है, ये जो दिखावा है, इसको देश के आगे बताना जरूरी है। मोटी बात यह है मित्रों कि ये परिवार को बचाने की यात्रा है। ये परिवार का पार्टी पर नियंत्रण बना रहे, उसके लिए यात्रा है। और इनके साथ कौन लोग खड़े हैं? जो भ्रष्टाचार से दुखित हैं, भ्रष्टाचार की कार्रवाई में आरोपित हैं, और जिनकी स्वयं की राजनीतिक दुकान खतरे में है। तो अपनी राजनीतिक दुकान को बचाने के लिए वो इस यात्रा के साथ खड़े हो रहे हैं, जबकि भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप के कारण उनकी पूरी राजनीतिक विरासत और शख्सियत कमजोर हो गई है। चाहे वो कलकत्ता हो, चाहे वो दिल्ली हो, चाहे राहुल गांधी नेशनल हेराल्ड केस में बेल पर हों, ये सारी बातें देश के सामने हैं। इसीलिए आज ये बहुत जरूरी समझा गया कि उनकी देश को जोड़ने वाली यात्रा कितनी खोखली है, ये बताना जरूरी है। लालू जी, ये हमारे राहुल जी देश को जोड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो बिहार के हमारे मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश बाबू दिल्ली में राजनीतिक तीर्थयात्रा पर आए हैं। बिहार में सूखा भी है, नदियां प्रचंड रूप से बाढ़ में भी हैं, हत्याएं रोज हो रही हैं, आज भी हुई दोनों की हत्या पटना के समीप। उत्तर बिहार में पुलिस के ऊपर गोली चलाई गई। तो अपराध कितना बढ़ रहा है ये तो हम देख रहे हैं। और नीतीश बाबू दिल्ली आए हैं राजनीतिक तीर्थाटन में, लोगों से मिल रहे हैं, मिलना तो अधिकार है, लेकिन ये कवायद है क्या? आज देश को ये बताना जरूरी है कि ये देश बहुत आगे निकल गया है। नीतीश जी, आप जब घूम रहे हैं तो आपको बताना जरूरी है कि कांग्रेस ने चंद्रशेखर जी की सरकार को हरियाणा के 2 सिपाहियों के नाम पर गिरा दिया था ना। नीतीश बाबू, आप चूंकि राहुल गांधी से मिले हैं, इसलिए आपको बताना जरूरी है ना कि देवेगौड़ा की सरकार को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने गिरा दिया था 1 साल के अंदर। और नीतीश बाबू, आपको यह भी बताना जरूरी है कि इंदर गुजराल की सरकार को 8-9 महीने में इसलिए गिरा दिया गया कि उनका पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट था कि मुझ पर भ्रष्टाचार से कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने का दबाव बनाया जा रहा है। उसका एक बिहारी एंगल भी था, चारा घोटाले का। तो नीतीश जी, यही ना विरासत है आपकी? अब इसी को लेकर चले आए हैं आप क्या? कहीं शराब पर जबरदस्त घोटाला है, कहीं बंगाल में करोड़ों रुपए मिलते हैं फ्लैट से, बाकी हजारों करोड़ का नेशनल हेराल्ड का घोटाला जनता के सामने है। तो नीतीश जी, आजकल जिसके साथ आप खड़े हैं उसमें एक तो उनके बड़े नेता को सजा मिल चुकी है 5-5 केस में, आगे कई लोग आरोपित हैं। तो यही कुनबा जोड़ने के लिए आप दिल्ली आए हैं क्या? तो हम नीतीश बाबू को बहुत विनम्रता से बताना चाहेंगे कि ये देश इस प्रयोग से बहुत आगे चला गया है। 2014 के बाद का हिंदुस्तान स्थायित्व चाहता है, स्टेबिलिटी, पूर्ण बहुमत चाहता है और एक निर्णायक नेता को आशा भरी निगाहों से देख रहा है जिसने भारत का मान दुनिया में आगे बढ़ाया है। और इस बात से उसका संकेत मिलता है कि 2-3 दिन पहले भारत की इकोनॉमी दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन गई, इंग्लैंड को पीछे छोड़कर। ये होता है जब स्टेबिलिटी आती है, ये होता है जब नेता मजबूत, निर्णायक और ईमानदार होता है। ये तब होता है जब नरेंद्र मोदी ऐसे नेता देश में आशा का प्रवाह करते हैं, एन एटमॉस्फेयर ऑफ होप, एनर्जी, कमिटमेंट एंड डेवलपमेंट। तो ये देश अब बन रहा है जहां स्टार्टअप आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जहां डिजिटल इंडिया आगे बढ़ रहा है, जहां फिनटेक मूवमेंट बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है, जहां लाखों करोड़ रुपए गरीबों को उनके बैंक अकाउंट में जा रहे हैं, जहां 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त भोजन कराया गया। तो ये देश का एक स्वरूप है। भारत की साख दुनिया में है। मोदी जी दुनिया के लोकप्रियतम नेताओं में से हैं, फिर टॉप किए सर्वे में। तो एक तरफ भारत का ये स्वरूप है आशा का, विकास का, ऊर्जा का और भविष्य को और मजबूती से आगे बढ़ाने का। और नीतीश बाबू आप दिल्ली आ गए हैं तो कृपया करके आप घूमिए, लेकिन जो एकता का आप स्वांग रच रहे हैं ये बंद कर दीजिए। देश न सुनने वाला है, न देश उस पर कोई विश्वास करने वाला है। ये बात मुझे बतानी बहुत जरूरी थी। और ये प्रयोग बार बार होता है। कभी शरद पवार ने कोशिश की अपने घर पर, कभी ममता जी दिल्ली आई तो कोशिश की, कभी केसीआर साहब हैदराबाद से आके कोशिश करते हैं, कभी कभी केजरीवाल जी भी एकता का एक झंडा बुलंद करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अब नीतीश बाबू आप आ गए हैं तो ये प्रयोग होता रहता है। लेकिन कृपया करके आप इस पंक्ति में लास्ट खड़े हैं और बाकी लोगों का हश्र क्या हुआ ये देश देख चुका है। ये देश इस तरह के अवसरवादी गठबंधन पर न कभी विश्वास करेगा, न कभी उनको प्रोत्साहित करेगा, उनको रिजेक्ट करेगा, अस्वीकृत करेगा। ये हमारा पूरा विश्वास है। धन्यवाद।
दिल्ली के जो एलजी हैं सक्सेना साहब
और कोई
सर, नीतीश कुमार का ये कहना है कि विपक्षी पार्टियां एक हो जाए तो 50 सीटों पर बीजेपी सिमट जाएगी।
अरे भाई, दिन में सपने देखने पर कहां पाबंदी है। मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, ये बताइए कि उत्तर प्रदेश में दोनों लोग एक हुए थे कि नहीं? हाँ, हुए थे ना। बिहार में 2 युवराज एक हुए थे कि नहीं? बाकी जगह अलायंस हुआ था कि नहीं हुआ था? क्या हुआ रिजल्ट आपने देखा? तो जब देश आशा और विकास से आगे बढ़ता है तो देश का मानस दूसरा होता है। और वो देश आज आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की अगुवाई में आगे बढ़ा है और बढ़ रहा है।
कांग्रेस यात्रा की आपने बात की, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा ने भी फोटो ट्वीट की है उसी यात्रा में पहुंचकर। आप मानते हैं कि अब रॉबर्ट वाड्रा ने ऑफिशियल एंट्री है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
अब ये तो आप कांग्रेस के नेताओं से पूछिए, लेकिन रॉबर्ट वाड्रा देश की एकता को जोड़ने के लिए निकले हैं, ये सवाल ही अपने आप में बड़ा रोचक है। हाँ, क्योंकि जब रॉबर्ट वाड्रा की बात निकलेगी तो बहुत दूर तक जाएगी और देश को एक करने में उनकी क्या भूमिका होगी, भ्रष्टाचार के अतीत को लेकर बहुत बातें उठेंगी। अच्छा है ये सब लोग साथ चलें। उस यात्रा में तो कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, मैं बता चुका हूं, लेकिन जैसे जैसे लोग उस यात्रा में जुड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं वही इस यात्रा को एक माहौल बनाएगी।
नीतीश कुमार जिस तरह से जो है दौरा लगातार कर रहे हैं, तमाम नेताओं से मिल रहे हैं, क्या कोशिश उनकी ये लग रही है कि वो 2024 में विपक्ष का सबसे बड़ा चेहरा बन जाए? क्योंकि उनकी तरफ से भले ही ना स्वीकार किया जा रहा हो, लेकिन चर्चा इस बात की।
मैं फिर पूछ रहा हूं, अभी विपक्ष का नेता कौन बनेगा ये तो विपक्ष तय करेंगे ना। ममता जी छोड़ देंगे अपना दावा क्या? शरद पवार छोड़ देंगे क्या? केसीआर छोड़ देंगे क्या? केजरीवाल जी छोड़ देंगे क्या? लेकिन एक बात मुझे जरूर कहनी है कि ये सवाल जो आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं, तो अभी केसीआर जी पटना गए थे और आपके मित्रों ने ये सवाल उनसे पूछा, उन्होंने पटना में भी ये बोलने की हिम्मत नहीं की हम लोग बैठ के सोचेंगे। देख लीजिए क्या होता है। That's all.
बिहार में पिछले 24 घंटे में 4 हत्याएं हो गई हैं और नीतीश कुमार यहाँ दरवाजे घूम रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ, सबको एकजुट करने के लिए, लेकिन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के मामले पर वो चुप्पी साधे हुए।
मैं बहुत भर्त्सना करता हूँ, हम बार बार कहते थे कि बिहार में खौफ का राज आ गया है। पुलिस कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं कर रही है? क्योंकि जिस तरह डकैती बढ़ रही है, हत्या बढ़ रही है, लूट बढ़ रही है, तो खौफ का मतलब ये होता है कि अपराधियों को इस बात का विश्वास है कि अब हम जो करेंगे तो हमारे खिलाफ पुलिस सख्ती नहीं करेगी। और जिन नए दोस्तों के साथ नीतीश बाबू खड़े हैं, वहाँ क्या हाल है? मुझे बताया गया है कि जो पूर्व कानून मंत्री हैं, जिनका विकेट गिर चुका है, वो अभी तक फरार हैं। हाई कोर्ट ने कहा सरेंडर करें, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट ने भी कहा सरेंडर करें। तो जब नए पूर्व कानून मंत्री की फरार।
All right, viewers, Ravi Shankar Prasad is speaking on various issues, lambasting the Congress on the Bharat Jodo campaign and also saying that Nitish is on a political visit, but Bihar is suffering from massive drought issues and law and order situation as well, and many other problems. And let's have a look now at what else is making news from across the nation. CBI is conducting searches at West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghotak's premises in connection with this investigation into alleged coal scam from Eastern Coalfields Limited mines in Asansol. Searches are also being carried out at 6 locations in the state. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghotak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrato Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrato, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the Income Tax Department staff. Income Tax Department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Author Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeted Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking after Partho Chatterjee in cash scam. Second TMC minister raided in a coal theft scam now. Stay tuned.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organized by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavya Path. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the
A major fire was reported at a commercial establishment in Bengaluru. The incident took place at the Richmond supermarket in the Richmond town area of Bengaluru. No casualties were reported following the incident as the fire broke out at night. A short circuit is suspected as the cause of the fire, with flammable items at the store being suspected as the reason for the spread of the fire. Footage accessed of the incident showed the flames raging through the store to a great extent. Firefighters were eventually seen tending to the flames following the incident, springing into action around the store that burnt intensely. A firefighting operation conducted at the site led to the fire eventually being doused. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, much more coming up. On the other side, Rajpath is now Kartavya Path. Government releases a video of Kartavya Path. Plus, Robert Vadra tweets his own photos. Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodi.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organized by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the yatra in Pakistan as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था.
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Asoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and
Top stories at 1:30 viewers. After Partha Chatterjee in the cash scam, second TMC minister raided in the coal theft scam. Biggest ever crackdown on political donations. Income tax department carries out searches at over 50 locations across India. Rajpath is now Kartavya Path. Government releases a video of Kartavya Path. Robert Vada tweets his own photo. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it a Parivar Jodo. BJP mocks the Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra. Assam Chief Minister Himanta calls it the comedy of the century. Straight away cutting across to this breaking developments that we're getting from Amraati now. Viewers on Live and Breaking here on Republic TV. A heated argument broke out between the police officers and the MP today over the issue of police taping of Amraati MP Navneet Rana's phone calls made to the police for some work. The incident took place around 12 p.m. today itself, and we are getting you the latest images of that heated argument that has broken out between the police officers and the MP today as well. Now, this was regarding a matter of the police taping of Amraati MP Navneet Rana. And on that note, let me also welcome Navneet Rana on the broadcast here. Navneet ji, please tell our viewers what really had been the issue. We see these images of this kind of a heated argument that broke out between the police officers and yourselves as well. What was really the issue? Your allegations have also been that the police has been taping your phones.
What I'm trying to tell you, madam, this is a case of love jihad, what is happening in Amraati. First of all, this was the case when I called a PI and asked all the information, what inquiry investigation is done in this case. Because from yesterday, one of our Hindu girl, she's not been seen. She's disappeared. And that already the case has been registered in the police station. And from yesterday, 1 o'clock from afternoon, she is not there. And when I called the PI and asked him, what happened, who's this guy, and he belongs to a Muslim community. When I asked him what investigation you have done really, so then he started explaining me. Then when I told him why you're not calling his family to the police station and ask them, because they all know about this, what is happening. When I started telling him why you're not behaving strict with this guy, so that at that point he started recording my phone. At that moment, because the CP Commissioner of Police of Amraati, from the day one she is there in Amraati, every day murder is happening. Every day love jihad case is coming. This is the 5th case in this 15-20 days. what is happening in Amraati. Every third alternate days, we facing a murder in Amraati district. And because of this, when we call, they start keeping a recording of a representative. When I asked him, show me your phone, he gave me. When I started listening, he stole his phone from my hand. And when I questioned DCP, how this happening, ask him to open the recording and show me. When he started, if the phone has got that app, automatic that recording is happening, then every recording should be there. But this was not the thing. He deliberated, started recording because I belong to a SC category and I represent that family because of that they behave like this with me all the time, every time.
But Navneet ji, what about this girl? What about this issue that you had gone to raise with the police officials? Have they taken cognizance of this? And because from what I gather from what you're telling us, is that they were recording your phones as well without your permission. So please speak to us first about this case also that you had gone to the police officers with. Have they taken cognizance of it?
See, that's what I'm saying. They all are supporting him. And when I took his phone and I started seeing, where is my recording? And then they started, this is his personal phone. I said, if somebody is working as a personal phone on, officially he's working and taking his personal phone on this thing and they are talking to us on the personal phone only, right? And when he started recording it, and immediately in between I got that recording voice, now your phone has been started recording. The moment I said this word, behave strict with that boy who's taken this girl out, the time I spoke this, he started recording it. And when I asked him now, and he said, Madam, I'll show you. And the time I kept that phone on the table, he took that phone and he kept into his pocket. He said, I will not show you, madam. And DCP is supporting, the additional DCP is supporting, the PI itself he was involved. They all were shocked, but they have no answer for it. Because CP has given already this order to them, whenever these people call you, you should record without anybody's permission. That's what I asked them. If somebody has given you permission, please give me that permission. Show me that permission letter that they should record my phones and all.
Madam, has the Commissioner of Police, Aarti Singh, also responded to any of these allegations? Has she taken cognizance? Will there be an investigation? Have you been assured of any of these things?
It is, see, I'll tell you, it is very sad. IPS officer is a failure on his duty. Because of that, she has no answer for nothing. She is doing nothing in Amravati. Every second day, alternate days, all daru ka dhanda is going on in my district. Every second day, murder is happening in my district. All jua ka thing, all 2-number work is happening in Amravati district because she takes money and nothing she does. And for this also, she will not answer anything. I am very sure for this. But she has to answer. I will complain and ask the Home Minister of State.
But ma'am, what also of this girl? This girl that you are also seeing that had been abducted, what is happening with that case? Has the police been investigating into that? All right, Navneet Rana, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's viewers listen into that video that has also surfaced of this kind of altercation that had broken out between Navneet Rana and the police officials. Let's listen it. And we just listened to that visuals, viewers, of this altercation that had broken out between the MP Navneet Rana and the police officials there in Amraati. Let me also bring in my colleague Sandeep, who's been tracking this story. Sandeep, tell our viewers about this entire case of this girl that had been abducted, over which this entire altercation had broken out, and also the allegations leveled by the member of the parliament claiming that her phones were being tapped, recorded.
See, this is a matter of interreligious marriage, and in fact, allegedly, she's calling it a love jihad matter, wherein she was the family of the girl were in contact with Navneet Rana, and in fact, Navneet Rana, when tried connecting the local police out there, her phone was allegedly record, post which she got very much aggressive and met with an argument with the local police out there. So far, this is the only detail that we have got. But yes, Navneet Rana has given her version to Republic TV, and wherein she is making allegations against the police officials that her phone was recorded without permission when she was requesting the officers to take actions against those who have allegedly kidnapped a girl in the love jihad matter. So definitely will need to check with police as well with what is their version, as the allegation has been made by the member of parliament Navneet Rana. Priyanka.
Well, all right, Sandeep, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those details of these videos that have really surfaced now. Viewers, of this altercation that had broken out between the member of parliament Navneet Rana and the police officials, where now she, while speaking exclusive to Republic TV, she has stated that her phones were being recorded, and of course that the police will have to take cognizance of the same. And slipping into a very short break now here, viewers, but getting you details on this, on the other side of this altercation that has broken out between Navneet Rana and the police officials inside of the station in Amraati. Stay tuned to Republic.
New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavyapath. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organized by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in
Coming across directly to some breaking updates that we are getting now, viewers, this time from DMK's IT wing head and the DMK MLA, TRB Raja, who has posted a tweet that depicted Lord Vishnu and the freedom fighter Veer Savarkar in a bad light. Now, the TRB Raja had posted a tweet which had the image of Veer Savarkar on a blackbird hitting Hindu god Vishnu mounted on Garuda. In the light of the Tamil Nadu opposition parties like the BJP have demanded action against the DMK MLA for hurting the religious sentiments, and a police complaint has been filed by the Tamil Nadu BJP against DMK MLA TRB Raja for spreading hate on social media itself. On that note, let me also go across to my colleague Varshini, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Varshini, tell us more about this complaint that has been filed, this tweet that had been sent out by the DMK MLA and what it had been depicted. And obviously, we are seeing that the response, the BJP has in fact approached the authorities claiming that the religious sentiments are hurt.
Well, absolutely, yes. This particular tweet by TRB Raja, who is the IT wing head of the Tamil Nadu DMK party, and as well as he's also a sitting MLA, and he had posted a tweet yesterday of a picture where it was clearly seen that Veer Savarkar was sitting on a black bird, and at the same time the picture was depicted as if he was hitting the Hindu god Lord Vishnu, who was sitting on a Garuda, and this has now definitely hurt the sentiments of the Hindus in this state, and this is definitely a depiction and anti-religious statements made by the DMK party yet again. And we also heard that the Tamil Nadu BJP has already filed a complaint with the police, and they have demanded for immediate action. The complaint says that action has to be taken against TRB Raja for hate speech on social media, and at the same time the DMK party is not yet reacting to it, but the Tamil Nadu BJP seems to be extremely agitated with the whole post. Though it was deleted immediately after it was posted, the BJP here in the state are agitated with the kind of statement or the message that was put across by TRB Raja on his Twitter page, and the BJP is also demanding for action to be taken against him, because he is of course a sitting MLA who will be having a huge voice. So when these kind of statements are made by a sitting MLA, it is definitely going to be spread like wildfire, and that is exactly why the Tamil Nadu BJP is demanding for severe action to be taken against him, who's also the IT wing head and also the son of the DMK MP TR Balu.
Well, all right, Varshini, they're getting us all the updates as far as this tweet, this very insensitive tweet by the DMK MLA is concerned. Now, of course, the BJP has approached the authorities, and we will have to wait and watch as to the investigation that will also continue following this complaint. Varshini, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those details. And moving on to some more breaking updates that we are getting up, viewers, on Live and Breaking. There is a 14 days judicial custody for Anubrata Mondal. The verdict that has been sent out by the Asansol Special CBI Court, and his next court production will be on 21st of September again. Now that is the latest as far as the TMC leader is concerned, and a close aide of Mamata Banerjee as well, who had been implicated in the cattle scam case as well. Now the Asansol court, in fact, giving him 14 days of judicial custody for Anuprata Mondal, and we are being told that as per the procedure, post the 14 days, he will be produced once again in the court. But of course, as per the legal procedure, he will be able to apply for bail as well. But we have seen how the legal arguments in the court have also been going on, where the investigating agencies have been piling on the pieces of evidences, claiming that Anuprata Mondal in fact is being implicated in this entire scandal that is now being investigated by the investigating agencies. And now in the latest, we see that a 14-day judicial custody that has been given to Anuprata Mondal. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Kishle, who's joining me from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishle, tell us more about this court order that has been sent out of 14 days of judicial custody to Anuprata Mondal. Trouble clearly mounting for him, isn't it?
Well, Priyanka, exactly. He was given 15 days of judicial custody before by the same court, and today that custody ended and was again produced in Asansol court, where again 14 days of judicial custody has been given to him. His hours for bail has been rejected, and Anuprata Mondal gets another 14 days of judicial custody. Previously, also the court instructed and allowed CBI to question Anuprata Mondal inside Asansol whenever they wish to. We saw that how in the beginning when Anuprata Mondal was summoned multiple times.
All right, we're going to connect that audio line a little better with you, Kishle. But this is the latest that we are picking up with respect to Anuprata Mondal and the kind of trouble that is really mounting with respect to the investigation that is being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And we had seen how the kind of digital evidences that had been seized, the documents that had been seized as well, and the raids that had been carried out by the CBI across multiple locations. And Kishle is back with us on the broadcast. Kishle, as we had been speaking earlier as well, trouble in fact mounting for Anuprata Mondal now that Asansol court has given him 14 days of judicial custody, and we are seeing the kind of investigating agencies, the CBI in fact, that has been carrying out this entire investigation into the TMC leader as well. Trouble clearly mounting for him, isn't it?
Yes, Priyanka, exactly. More troubles for Anuprata Mondal, as he was already in the judicial custody for the last 14 days, and today his custody ended and he was again produced in the Asansol court, Asansol CBI special court, and again 14 days of judicial custody has been given to him. That's what we are breaking right now on Republic, first on Republic, and apart from that also that the court had instructed and allowed CBI officials to question whenever they desired Anuprata Mondal within the jail premises. Previously, we saw how Anuprata Mondal had multiple times prayed for bail, especially on the grounds of his health and on the grounds that his health is not very fine, and therefore he wanted bail. Right now also Anuprata Mondal tried to get bail, but that bail plea is rejected. He has got 14 days of judicial custody, so for the next 14 days he is again going to stay in the Asansol jail where he was staying in the last 14 days. He was in custody, and after that Anuprata Mondal will also be questioned by CBI again, interrogated by CBI again in the jail. As we saw before, we saw that CBI officials had been visiting this jail multiple times and getting information, crucial information about the cattle smuggling case. Therefore we are looking at this case, and we will be coming back with more on this on Republic after a short break.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest, and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavya Path. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against hatred.
Commenting on the Bharat Jodo Yatra organized by the Congress, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has stated that the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India is united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था।
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away.
Now viewers, the US-India Business Council had carried out a summit called the India's Ideas Summit to talk about the futuristic relations between India and the US and also how to strengthen the business ties between the two countries. Here's what happened.
The US-India Business Council organized the India Ideas Summit at the Taj Palace Hotel in New Delhi. Speaking at the event, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman stated that she had personally witnessed how India has engaged in an interactive business relationship with the United States.
In the last 8 years for sure, where I've been party to the decisions and also to the various engagements, I've seen that there's been a very interactive relationship between the US and India. And that interaction again has been very pointed. It's just not sharing some thoughts and some homilies here and there, but very pointed and understanding each other's compulsions, challenges, as much as understanding the potential that exists.
And that the Prime Minister had engaged with the business directly.
Being responsive, therefore, we have also helped in getting over several such hurdles which have otherwise held back investments coming into India. And on that, I will emphasize that Prime Minister himself engages with businesses directly, gets his ideas, and also makes sure the engagement with ministers, engagement with India's business interests.
The meet was to see 4 major avenues of the partnership between India and United States in the broader fields of Indo-Pacific, the future of energy, digital economy, and social development. The summit is further slated towards seeing participation from the top government speakers such as External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, US Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm, along with US Assistant Secretary of State for Central and South Asia Affairs Donald Lu, among the others. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
आदरणीय शिंदेसरांना एक छोटीशी नम्र विनंती आहे की भक्तांना
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation is scheduled to hold a special meeting to approve the proposal of renaming of Rajpath in New Delhi as Kartavyapath. Rajpath refers to the stretch of the road with ceremonial significance between India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is expected to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey lasting about 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking about the Yatra, the Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Shama Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why.
Headlines at 2 p.m. Viewers, after Partho Chatterjee in cash scam, second TMC minister raided in coal theft scam. Biggest ever crackdown, political donations. Income Tax Department carries out searches at over 50 locations across India. Rajpath is now Kartavyapath. Government releases a video of Kartavyapath. Robert Vadra tweets his own photo. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodo.
अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है।
BJP mocks Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra. Assam CM Himanta Biswa calls it the comedy of the country. Viewers, we are live and breaking on Republic TV this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla. A sand mafia named Santosh Kumar has forcefully barged into the district mining office, Patna, and threatened the mining inspector, R.K. Singh, and the dealing clerk to meet with fire consequences. Very, very dire consequences if the seized truck with sand was not released immediately. Santosh then repeatedly told officers that, don't you know that the government has changed in Bihar and I am the brother of RJD MLA Ritlal Yadav? You will not live today if you impose fines. Santosh later said, the DM and SP are in my pocket. That's right, viewers.
Santosh later said that DM and SP are in my pocket. You cannot do anything against me. Well, let's have a look at the reactions coming in on this big development.
राजेंद्र जी, ये क्या घटना हुई? कल जो लोग आए थे जो जब्त ट्रक को छुड़ाना चाह रहे थे, क्या बोला उन्होंने?
कल हम लोग सुबह में 3 बजे के आसपास छापेमारी किए थे नेवरा थाना अंतर्गत, दानापुर थाना अंतर्गत। छापेमारी के दौरान कुछ वाहन नेवरा थाना में जब्त करके लगाया गया, कुछ वाहन दानापुर थाना अंतर्गत जब्त करके लगाया गया। छापेमारी करके जब हम लोग वापस लौटे, घर पे लौटे 10 बजे के आसपास, तो 11:19 पे ये 94 318 79 395 से मेरे इसी नंबर पे, पर्सनल नंबर पे फ़ोन आया कि हम रीतलाल यादव के भाई बोल रहे हैं। बोले जी बोला जाए। हाँ, तो कैसे गाड़ी पकड़ लिए? गाड़ी ओवरलोड था, गाड़ी पकड़ लिए। गाड़ी पकड़ना मेरा काम है, तो शाम को आप ठीक नहीं रहिएगा। हम पे डेली दो FIR होता है, आप जाइए FIR कर दीजिए, जो करना है आपको।
ठीक नहीं रहेगा
मतलब आप शाम को ठीक नहीं रहिएगा, आपको गाड़ी से कुचल दिया जाएगा। हाँ, ये इस तरह की धमकियाँ दी गई। उसके बाद बोला गया कि आपको प्रशासन का जितना ताकत लगाना है लगा लीजिए। हम पर डेली 2 FIR होता है, आप जाके हम पे FIR कर दीजिए, मेरा कोई कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता है। फिर उसके बाद हमने फ़ोन कट कर दिया। फिर हमने जिला खनन पदाधिकारी को सूचना दिया कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे दूरभाष पे फ़ोन करके धमकी दिया जा रहा था। फिर उनके तब तक मेरे फ़ोन पे कार्यालय से फ़ोन आया कि यहाँ पे आके कुछ लोग इस तरह की बदतमीजियाँ कर रहे हैं कार्यालय में भी। फिर हम लोगों ने थाना को, कोतवाली थाना को सूचना दिया। थाना जब तक आया तब तक वो लोग निकल गए थे। फिर हम लोग जब कार्यालय आए तो जाकर प्राथमिकी दर्ज कराए उनके विरुद्ध।
प्राथमिकी दर्ज कराए तो पुलिस ने कुछ छानबीन किया इसमें कि वाकई वो जो व्यक्ति फ़ोन किए थे वो रीतलाल यादव के
इसकी जानकारी मेरे पास नहीं है कि वाकई वो रीतलाल यादव के भाई थे या कोई उनके नाम ले रहा था, ये कंफर्म नहीं है। ये तो पुलिस छानबीन करेगी तभी पता चलेगा। जो उन्होंने हमसे दूरभाष पर बोला वो बात मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ।
यहाँ ऑफिस भी आ गए थे वो लोग?
हाँ, ऑफिस से ही उन्होंने हमको फ़ोन किया था। वो
भारत ही था और तब से यह शहर हमारे संबंधों के कई माइलस्टोन का साक्षी रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, 2015 में स्थापित किया गया यह फोरम आज रशियन फार ईस्ट के विकास में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग का एक प्रमुख वैश्विक मंच बन गया है। इसके लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन की दूरदर्शिता का अभिनंदन करता हूं और उन्हें बधाई भी देता हूं। 2019 में मुझे इस फोरम में रूबरू हिस्सा लेने का मौका मिला था। उस समय हमने भारत की एक्ट फॉर ईस्ट नीति की घोषणा की थी और परिणाम स्वरूप रशियन फार ईस्ट के साथ विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में भारत का सहयोग बढ़ा है। आज यह नीति भारत और रूस की स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक प्रमुख स्तंभ बन गई है। फ्रेंड्स, चाहे हम इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ कॉरिडोर की बात करें, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्तोक मैरीटाइम कॉरिडोर की या नॉर्दर्न सी रूट की, भविष्य में कनेक्टिविटी हमारे संबंधों के विकास में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगी। भारत आर्कटिक विषयों पर रूस के साथ अपनी भागीदारी को मजबूत करने के लिए इच्छुक है। ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में भी सहयोग की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। ऊर्जा के साथ साथ भारत में फार्मा और डायमंड्स के क्षेत्रों में भी रशियन फार ईस्ट के महत्वपूर्ण निवेश किए हैं। रूस कोकिंग कोल की सप्लाई के माध्यम से भारतीय स्टील इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण भागीदार बन सकता है। हमारे बीच टैलेंट की मोबिलिटी में भी अच्छा सहयोग बन सकता है। भारतीय प्रतिभा ने विश्व के कई साधन संपन्न क्षेत्रों के विकास में योगदान दिया है। मुझे विश्वास है कि भारतीयों की प्रतिभा और प्रोफेशनलिज्म से रशियन फार ईस्ट में तेजी से विकास आ सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत के प्राचीन सिद्धांत वसुधैव कुटुंबकम ने हमें विश्व को एक परिवार के रूप में देखना सिखाया है। आज के ग्लोबलाइज्ड वर्ल्ड में विश्व के किसी एक हिस्से की घटनाएं पूरे विश्व पर प्रभाव पैदा करती है। यूक्रेन संघर्ष और कोविड महामारी से ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन्स पर बड़ा असर पड़ा है। फूड ग्रेन, फर्टिलाइजर और फ्यूल की कमी विकासशील देशों के लिए बड़ी चिंता के विषय है। यूक्रेन संघर्ष की शुरुआत से ही हमने डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग का मार्ग अपनाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया है। हम इस संघर्ष को समाप्त करने के लिए सभी शांतिपूर्ण प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं। इस संबंध में हम अनाज और फर्टिलाइजर के सुरक्षित निर्यात संबंधित हाल की सहमति का स्वागत भी करते हैं। मैं एक बार फिर राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे इस फोरम को संबोधित करने का अवसर दिया और इस फोरम में उपस्थित सभी भागीदारों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, PM Modi there addressing Russia's Eastern Economic Forum there virtually, where India will be strengthening ties with Russia, and also adding that India, Russia enjoy a special relationship. PM Modi making these comments at the plenary session of the 7th Eastern Economic Forum there in Vladivostok. And in fact, this is a key economic forum which is taking place. It is hosted by Russia. All right. Now let's go ahead and back to the big story I've been tracking right now, which is coming in from Bihar. We're talking about the sand mafia and the jungle raj, which is continuing in Bihar at this point of time. And we have learned about a case there which questions what's really happening in Nitish Kumar's Bihar. The sand mafia named Santosh Kumar has forcefully barged into the district mining office in Patna and threatened the mining inspector R.K. Singh and the dealing clerk to meet with dire consequences if the seized truck with sand was not released immediately. I repeat, if the seized truck with the sand was not released immediately. And Santosh then repeatedly told officers that, don't you know that the government has changed in Bihar and I'm the brother of RJD MLA Ritlal Yadav. You will not live today if you impose fine. Santosh also went on to say, viewers, he also went on to say that the DM and the SP are in his pocket, and he also added that you cannot do anything against me. So big news coming in at this point of time, viewers. All right, let's have a look at that reaction and this report by my colleague Prakash.
राजेंद्र जी, ये क्या घटना हुई? कल जो लोग आए थे जो जब्त ट्रक को छुड़ाना चाह रहे थे, क्या बोला उन्होंने?
कल हम लोग सुबह में 3 बजे के आसपास छापेमारी किए थे नेवरा थाना अंतर्गत, दानापुर थाना अंतर्गत। छापेमारी के दौरान कुछ वाहन नेवरा थाना में जब्त करके लगाया गया, कुछ वाहन दानापुर थाना अंतर्गत जब्त करके लगाया गया। छापेमारी करके जब हम लोग वापस लौटे, घर पे लौटे 10 बजे के आसपास, तो 11:19 पे किस नंबर से फोन आया? ये 94-318 79-395 से मेरे इसी नंबर पे, पर्सनल नंबर पे फ़ोन आया कि हम रीतलाल यादव के भाई बोल रहे हैं। बोले जी बोला जाए। हाँ तो कैसे गाड़ी पकड़ लिए? गाड़ी ओवरलोड था, गाड़ी पकड़ लिए। गाड़ी पकड़ना मेरा काम है, तो शाम को आप ठीक नहीं रहिएगा। हम पे डेली दो FIR होता है, आप जाइए FIR कर दीजिए, जो करना है आपको।
ठीक नहीं रहेगा
मतलब आप शाम को ठीक नहीं रहिएगा, आपको गाड़ी से कुचल दिया जाएगा। हाँ, ये इस तरह की धमकियाँ दी गई। उसके बाद बोला गया कि आपको प्रशासन का जितना ताकत लगाना है लगा लीजिए। हम पर डेली 2 FIR होता है, आप जाके हम पे FIR कर दीजिए, मेरा कोई कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता है। फिर उसके बाद हमने फ़ोन कट कर दिया। फिर हमने जिला खनन पदाधिकारी को सूचना दिया कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे दूरभाष पे फ़ोन करके धमकी दिया जा रहा था। फिर उनके तब तक मेरे फ़ोन पे कार्यालय से फ़ोन आया कि यहाँ पे आके कुछ लोग इस तरह की बदतमीजियाँ कर रहे हैं कार्यालय में भी। फिर हम लोगों ने थाना को, कोतवाली थाना को सूचना दिया। थाना जब तक आया तब तक वो लोग निकल गए थे। फिर हम लोग जब कार्यालय आए तो जाकर प्राथमिकी दर्ज कराए उनके विरुद्ध।
प्राथमिकी दर्ज कराए तो पुलिस ने कुछ छानबीन किया इसमें कि वाकई वो जो व्यक्ति फ़ोन किए थे वो रीतलाल यादव के
इसकी जानकारी मेरे पास नहीं है कि वाकई वो रीतलाल यादव के भाई थे या कोई उनके नाम ले रहा था, ये कंफर्म नहीं है। ये तो पुलिस छानबीन करेगी तभी पता चलेगा। जो उन्होंने हमसे दूरभाष पर बोला वो बात मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ।
यहाँ ऑफिस भी आ गए थे वो लोग?
हाँ, ऑफिस से ही उन्होंने हमको फ़ोन किया था। वो इसी ऑफिस से फ़ोन किए थे। हम लोग घर पे थे। हाँ, यही से
आपके सामने इनको फ़ोन
जी।
तो आप यहाँ क्या करते हैं?
हम बड़ा वो है यहाँ के।
तो क्या इनको फ़ोन किए?
इनको फ़ोन किया कि यही आप हमारा गाड़ी मंडी से कैसे पकड़ लिए? आपको इतना हिम्मत हो गया कि आप हमारा गाड़ी पकड़ लिए? आप हमको फाइन दीजिए। अभी हमको बोले कि आप फाइन लिखिए 4 लाख। इससे उसका फाइन हुआ 1,42,600। नहीं, आप 4 लाख लिखिए। हम 4 लाख आप लिखिए, हम उससे राजेंद्र सिंह से हम शाम में जाके उससे 8 लाख रुपया वसूलेंगे। नहीं वसूलेंगे तो गाड़ी चढ़ा देंगे हवा उड़ा पर। हमारा गाड़ी चलता है मसौरा घाट में, हमारा ट्रैक्टर पकड़ के वो दिखा दे कैसे पकड़ते हैं।
ये
संतोष कुमार जो यहाँ पर जो कहते थे कि हम रीतलाल के भाई हैं, आपको जहाँ जाना है वहाँ जाइए। DM SP हमारा पॉकेट में रहता है, कहिए उनको अब क्या करना है करेंगे, हम वो देख लेंगे।
संतोष कुमार कौन है?
कोई नहीं, वही जो ट्रक पकड़ाया था उसी के साथ आया था। कुछ नहीं है, क्या करता है पता नहीं है। कुछ नहीं है, कुछ नहीं जी जी। वो मसौरा तरफ का बोले करते
था। अवैध माइनिंग में क्या था?
बालू का। उसका हमारा ट्रैक्टर चलता है बालू में, हमारा ट्रैक्टर पकड़ के दिखा दे इंस्पेक्टर लोग कैसे पकड़ लेता है। यही सब पूरा यहाँ उल्टा सीधा गाली गलौज बक रहा था।
वो आप लोगों ने नकेल कसा तो उस धमकी दे रहा?
जी, वो धमकी दे रहा था कि आप मंडी से गाड़ी हमारा कैसे पकड़ लिए? जानते नहीं है सरकार वो चेंज हो गया है, आप लोग इतना ज़बरदस्ती मत कीजिए। तो ऐसे इनको फोने पर पूरा गाली बकने लगे। इनको इंस्पेक्टर को कहा कि हम थोड़ा गाड़ी पर चढ़ा देंगे। हमको कह रहे थे कि अब 8 लाख फाइन लिखिए ना, हम इनसे वसूल लेंगे ना रात में फाइन। जहाँ डेरा होगा वहाँ घर पर।
क्या बोले इनको कि गाड़ी चढ़वा देंगे?
हाँ, इनको बोले कि हम थोड़ा हवा चढ़वा देंगे। गाड़ी वाला को 5 केस माफ़ रहता है, एक और चढ़ेगा, क्या दिक्कत है? तो हम लोग ने उतना कुछ उनसे मुंह लगाए, नहीं तो यहाँ और कुछ हो सकता था, मारपीट हो सकता था। इसीलिए कि हम लोग ने कुछ बोले। हाँ, वो जो जोड़ के दिए थे फाइन उन गाड़ी का, वो सबको फाड़ दिया, वो तो फेंक दिया।
तो आप जो बात हुई संतोष कुमार से, उसका कोई ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग?
नहीं, मेरे फ़ोन में रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं है। मेरे फ़ोन में वो तो पुलिस से उसका कॉल डिटेल्स निकालेगी तो निकल जाएगा। मेरे फ़ोन पे फ़ोन किया है नहीं किया है, उसका रिकॉर्डिंग निकालेगी तो निकल। वही 2-2.5 मिनट तक बात हुआ था उससे। मैं सुनता रहा, मैं कुछ नहीं रिप्लाई किया, बस मैं सुनता।
जी
बोले कि सरकार बदल गई आपने?
हाँ हाँ, हम रीतलाल के भाई बोल रहे हैं संतोष कुमार, इनको कर रहे थे मोबाइल पे यहीं से। संतोष कुमार बोल रहे हैं आप जा करके जो करना है कर लीजिए। गार्ड है
अभी थे? हाँ
जी।
आप क्या देखे? आप कौन सी के गार्ड हैं?
हम यहीं के गार्ड हैं, खनन का गार्ड हैं।
खनन के गार्ड?
हाँ
कुछ देखे?
हाँ, हमने उधर से आया ना, डायरेक्ट हनहनाइत आया, बोला कि माइनिंग ऑफिस कौन है? माइनिंग ऑफिस तो यही है। तो फाइन कहाँ होता है? हम बड़ा वो के पास चले जाइए। तो बड़ा वो से आया तो फाइन बड़ा उन्हें बताए, फाइन को कुछ देर देखा, बोला कि 1,42,000 कितना बताया, 600 रुपया फाइन देखा।
धमकी दे रहा था?
हाँ, धमकी तो सबको दिया, समझिए कि
आपको भी?
ना, हम मैंने सबको समझे ना, हम यहाँ सुने ना, तो धमकी उनकी पूरा दिया, कैसे करेंगे वैसे करेंगे, तो रोड पर चलने नहीं देंगे।
है सर, लेकिन 2-3 महीना से खराब हो गया है, इसीलिए करके तो थोड़ा गड़बड़ा गया मामला, नहीं तो पूरा क्लियर ही हो जाता। इसको अब क्लियर करवा देते हैं।
तो और क्या बोल रहा था कि सरकार बदल गई है, हम देख लेंगे?
हाँ, वहाँ DM SP हमारा पॉकेट में रहता है, कहिए इंस्पेक्टर को कहाँ निकलेगा।
इंस्पेक्टर को तो आप लोगों ने केस किया, तो इंस्पेक्टर साहब ने क्या बोला?
FIR के बोले कि हम छानबीन कर रहे हैं, इस पर त्वरित कार्रवाई करेंगे। इंस्पेक्टर साहब बोले हैं कि इस पर हम त्वरित कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
जो व्यक्ति है संतोष कुमार, क्या सही में रीतलाल का भाई है या क्या है? इंस्पेक्टर साहब ने क्या बोला?
इसकी जानकारी हमें नहीं है, वो इंस्पेक्टर साहब ने बोला इसकी हम छानबीन कर रहे हैं, तहकीकात कर रहे हैं कि क्या वाकई में उनका भाई है या कोई उनका नाम लेकर इस तरह का बना है।
ये भी हो सकता है, लेकिन इस तरह की गुंडागर्दी आप लोग पहले देखते थे क्या?
जी ना, ये फर्स्ट डे इस तरह का हुआ है। जी, पहली बार हुआ है यहाँ ऑफिस में आकर के धमकाना। इसे कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि यहाँ ऑफिस में आकर के धमका दे।
बोल भी रहा कि सरकार बदल गई।
हाँ,
जी के बारे में क्या बोल रहा था माननीय?
वही तो इनको फोने पर
यही बोला कि हम उनके भाई बोल रहे हैं, वो बोला कि हम रीतलाल यादव के भाई बोल रहे हैं, जी बोला जाए। उसके बाद वही सब अपना धमकी।
संतोष कुमार
क्या बोला आपको?
वही कि गाड़ी चढ़ा देंगे, शाम को ठीक नहीं रहिएगा, ये वो प्रशासन का जितना ताकत लगाना है लगा लीजिए, हमारा कोई कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा, हम पर डेली 2 को केस होता है, जाइए केस कर दीजिए, हमारा नंबर सेव कर लीजिए, करके रखिएगा। आज से समझिए आप रीतलाल से दुश्मनी ले लिए।
उन्हीं के नाम का ज़्यादा उपयोग कर रहे थे,
वो इस्तेमाल कर रहा था, वो ज़्यादा
उन्हीं
के नाम का इस्तेमाल कर रहा था।
डराने की कोशिश कर रहे थे आप लोग?
हाँ, डराने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। कंगरोली रीतलाल का आदमी है, उन लोग का गाड़ी को छोड़ दीजिए। चलो तो थाना से जाकर गाड़ी उठा लेते हैं, देखें कि कौन थानादार क्या करता है। बोला ना, वो दानापुर थाना में
चौकी पे गाड़ी लगा।
काम थाना में गए तो कहे, थाना प्रभारी बोला कि हजूर जी
गाड़ी जब्त है,
गाड़ी जब्त है,
अभी नहीं छोड़ा
जी नहीं, अभी नहीं छूटा है। तो चलो थाना से गाड़ी निकाल लेंगे, देखेंगे कौन गाड़ी रोकता है। थाना प्रभारी कहा, थाना प्रभारी बोला कि हमने पकड़े हैं सर, वो इंस्पेक्टर साहब पकड़े हैं। तो कहा हमने पकड़े हैं।
माइनिंग ऑफिस का थाना में है?
जिन माइनिंग का थाना नहीं रहता है, हम लोग जो नज़दीकी थाना रहता है ना, उसको सुपुर्द कर देते हैं।
सुपुर्द कर देते हैं,
सुरक्षार्थ उसको सुपुर्द कर देते हैं, हमारे यहाँ से फाइन जमा करा के जाता है, फिर हम लोग रिलीजिंग ऑर्डर देते हैं, फिर थाना उसको मिला के गाड़ी।
थाना में है गाड़ी?
दानापुर थाना अंतर्गत।
ये थे माइनिंग ऑफिसर राजेंद्र प्रसाद सिंह, और आपका नाम सर? अरुण कुमार, जो बड़ा बाबू हैं यहाँ पर, इनसे बदतमीजी की गई। अब संतोष कुमार नाम के एक व्यक्ति हैं जो कि अवैध माइनिंग में लिप्त हैं, और उनकी गाड़ी पकड़ी गई। वो नाम ले रहे थे विधायक, राजद के विधायक रीतलाल यादव का, कि उनके भाई हैं, धमकी दे रहे थे कि सरकार बदल गई है। और ये लोग दोनों अधिकारी बता रहे हैं कि ये पहली बार ऐसी घटना हुई है कई वर्षों बाद, मतलब ऐसे पहले तो कोई घटना नहीं हुई थी। तो ये देखिए, गुंडा राज का आगाज है ये। एक तरीके से अपराधियों का मनोबल किस तरीके से बढ़ा हुआ है, ये जीता जागता उदाहरण है। ये 2 अधिकारी जो हैं भयभीत हैं। आप लोग डरे भी हुए हैं?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हुए हैं। कल कार्यालय से फ़ोन आया, सभी लोग डरे हुए थे यहाँ, चूँकि माइनिंग अफसर हमारे कोर्ट में गए हुए थे किसी काम से, हम लोग छापेमारी करके आए थे तो घर पे थे, इसलिए सारे लोग यहाँ डरे हुए थे। फिर हम लोग आए तो फिर जाके विधिवत प्राथमिकी दर्ज कराए।
रीतलाल का नाम ले रहा था
जी, नहीं मतलब सड़क पर चलते हैं, कहीं कुछ कर देगा तो वही दिक्कत, यही डर होता है। वो लोग सड़क पर का आदमी है, हम लोग सरकारी आदमी हैं, रास्ते में कहीं कुछ कर दे तो यही सब एगो डर बना रहता है।
तो आप तो सरकार से क्या अपेक्षा रखते?
अब तो अपेक्षा रखते हैं कि अब हम लोग का अथी किया जाए, सुरक्षा, यही मामला फिर दोबारा ऐसा घटना नहीं घटे।
माइंस मिनिस्टर को भी कंप्लेन करेंगे आप, जो
जी, वो तो
माइनिंग साहब अपने स्तर से उसको आगे सूचना देंगे, माइनिंग ऑफिसर अपने स्तर से बढ़िया।
You just heard that exclusive news break of Republic TV from Bihar, and we also showed you that truck that truck which was seized. And in fact, remember that the mafia said that the mining inspector and the dealing clerk will meet with dire consequences if the seized truck with the sand was not immediately released. And those are the visuals of the truck you see there on your screen. While Nitish remains silent on the threat by mining mafia. My colleague Prakash also spoke to Sushil Modi. Let's listen in to that reaction.
एसडीओ का ऑफिस है, उसी के ऊपर माइनिंग का दफ्तर है, वहां पर अपराधी घुस जाते हैं, धमकी देते हैं, बोलते हैं डीएम एसपी पॉकेट में।
देखिए, एक और कार्तिकेय सिंह, उनके जो गुर्गे हैं वो जेल के अंदर जाकर और राजू सिंह को धमकी देते हैं कि तुम कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ कर लो, और पुलिस कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर पाती है। और देखिए, लालू और बालू का संबंध बहुत पुराना है, और बिहार में जितने बालू माफिया ये सारे के सारे लालू परिवार से जुड़े हुए हैं। और अब तो मंत्री बन गए उन्हीं के, रामानंद यादव माइंस के मिनिस्टर बालू के मंत्री हैं। तो राजद के बड़ी संख्या में विधायक हैं जो बालू का अवैध व्यापार करते हैं, बालू का कारोबार करते हैं। और वो लोगों की अब चलती हो गई कि अब तो मंत्री हमारे अपने बन गए, और नहीं तो रीतलाल यादव के भाई की इतनी हिम्मत होती। और कल रीतलाल यादव ये बयान देंगे कि गलत है, मेरा भाई नहीं था। लेकिन ये सारे इस तरह के तत्व हैं कि जिनको कोई परवाह नहीं है सरकार की। और अब चूँकि सरकार राष्ट्रीय जनता दल और जनता दल की बन गई, तो रीतलाल यादव के लोग गए वहाँ पर और धमकी दे रहे हैं कि ट्रक को छुड़वा दो। तो आगे आने वाले दिनों में और कई घटनाएं इस प्रकार की होंगी। और देखिए, ये जो बालू माफिया है, सबसे बड़े बालू माफिया सुभाष यादव, जिनके यहाँ पिछले दिनों 2 साल पहले इनकम टैक्स का रेड हुआ था। एक बालू माफिया है अरुण यादव, जो जनता राजद के एक्स एमएलए हैं, और बलात्कार के मामले में वो भोजपुर जिले के अंदर अस्पताल के अंदर दरबार लगा रहे हैं और वहीं से चालान कट रहा है। तो ये तो अपन लोगों की मौज मस्ती हो गई, सरकार इनकी बन गई और बालू मंत्रालय तो मिल गया राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के विधायक श्री रामानंद यादव को। तो आगे आने वाले दिनों में और इस प्रकार की घटनाएं सामने आएंगी। अब तो कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। पहले भी बालू का अवैध कारोबार होता था, अब तो और बड़ी मात्रा में बालू का अवैध कारोबार।
मैंने मोदी जी इन ऑफिसर से बात किया, माइनिंग ऑफिसर्स, वहाँ के डीलिंग क्लर्क और होमगार्ड जवान जो कि सुरक्षा के लिए तैनात है। वो जैसे ही रीतलाल यादव का नाम सुना, सब अब डरे हुए हैं कि हम लोग राह चलते चलेंगे, कुचल देने की धमकी दी गई है, मार देने की धमकी दी गई है। वो डरे हुए हैं।
देखिए, बहुत स्वाभाविक का डर, चूँकि टेरर है वो जिस प्रकार का आतंक है, तो राष्ट्रीय जनता दल में ऐसे 7-8 और विधायक हैं जो अपने अपने इलाके में आतंक है।
All right, I'm going to quickly go across to Prakash Singh. Prakash, we saw the exclusive news break that you got for us, and it really raises a lot of questions right now about the law and order situation in the state of Bihar. Prakash.
Well, this is shocking that a sand mining mafia enters into the premises of the district mining office. There you see in the background, this is the district mining office, and the SDO's office is also housed in that particular office. He enters the premises of the mining officer, and the mining officer and the concerned dealing clerk have narrated the entire story about how a person called Santosh Kumar enters the office, barges into office and threatens them with dire consequences if the vehicle which is seized is not released immediately. And it says that the DM and the SP are also in the pocket, and you should always remember that there is a change of government in Bihar. Now, this exemplifies that the Jungle Raj is back in Bihar with this kind of incident. Earlier, this kind of incident used to happen in Bihar when Lalu Rabri era was there. So it is a shocking incident right in the heart of Patna that some notorious elements enters into the office of the SDO as well as the mining office, threatens them with dire consequences. And I spoke to all the officers. They said that they are really terrified with this particular incident that has happened. Back to you.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeting Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Asoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah
After Partha Chatterjee, the cash scam, second Trinamool Congress minister in Bengal raided in the coal theft scam now. Biggest ever crackdown, political donations, income tax department carries out searches at over 50 locations across India. Rajpath is now Kartavya Path. Government releases a video of the new reform that ensures the colonial mindset is abolished. Robert Vadra tweets his own photo in the Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodo at work.
अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है।
BJP mocks Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra. Assam Chief Minister calls it the comedy of the century. Sand mafia barges into district mining office in Bihar. Officer gets an open threat from a man linked to an RJD MLA. Getting in breaking news now in Tamil Nadu, EPS of the AIDMK has claimed that 10 DMK MLAs are in touch with his party after attending a family function of a party functionary in Tiruvallur district. Edapadi Palanisamy or EPS has told the media that there are several parties in the state and the only party that is known for compassion is AIDMK. He claims that 10 DMK MLAs are in touch with his faction and they want to jump from the DMK to the AIDMK. That's a claim being made. Let me see if I can go across to Varshini and get more details. Varshini, is this true? Do we have details of who these MLAs are? And is that number correct?
Well, Ranjan, if you see this number, this count has been given out by Edappadi K. Palaniswamy himself after attending a function, a family function of a party functionary in the Tiruvallur district's Gummidipundi area. He had spoken to the media when he's mentioned about how 10 DMK MLAs are in touch with the AIADMK party and how, this has been going on for some time, and he has not exactly divulged the details about who these 10 MLAs are and how are they in touch with. He's just broadly mentioned that, this party is known for its compassion and that's why these people are still in touch. And if that is the case, who are these MLAs and, will they be jumping ships? Will they be coming to AIADMK and joining with them? Is going to be a big question here, and that is exactly the issue that we are talking about. We have seen how previously there have been several MLAs from both the party joining their rivals at several points in the time in history. Therefore, it's definitely not going to be something new. But if at all this is going to happen, it is going to increase the value and strength that Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is trying to put forth, and that is exactly what we are looking forward to, because Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is trying to prove his strength right now, not just inside of the party but also outside. And this statement being made by himself has definitely raised the question of who these MLAs are and will they be jumping ships anytime soon. Can we expect that, is the question that's currently prevailing here.
Let me go across to Kovai Satyan of the AIDMK spokesperson joining us on the phone line. Kovai, who are these MLAs? 10 is the number we are being told that he claimed. He had support of 10 MLAs, or rather 10 MLAs were in touch. Are they really joining the AIDMK?
These are disgruntled and dissatisfied MLAs who are not happy with the dominance of one family. Mr. M.K. Stalin and Udaynidhi and their family members dominating each and every action of theirs. So when there is an opportunity arises, this 10 is a starting point. These are not the final numbers. This 10 is just the starting numbers, and more will jump the ship when it is needed.
You're saying there are more? You're saying 10 are in touch and there are more?
Yeah, there are more.
And what is their grouse with the DMK?
There is a rift happening, and the rift is wide open presently. It is like a dynasty. Father, who is the king, the son, who is the Prince Charming, waiting to be elevated as the king. Many seniors are being sidelined in the party, and each and every action in the government is dominated by the family members for their personal benefits. This is not going well within the DMK, and the rift will be wide open very soon. The moment the Prince Charming, Mr. Udaynidhi, gets elevated as the king, the rift will wide open further. So the next best chance presently is AIADMK for them, and they are trying to play their cards safe. So if there is a situation, if the rift in DMK becomes wide open, you can see MLAs jumping to AIADMK.
Is there a timeline for this? When are these leaders joining? Because your party leader is named 10. When are these 10 joining your party?
No, it is a call of the leadership of DMK. Earlier there was an talk that the Prince Charming, Mr. Udaynidhi, who is the son of Mr. Stalin, were to be elevated to the role of a minister, then to the deputy chief minister, which didn't go well with the party members. If that had happened, this 10 would have joined AIADMK long back. But the day the rift becomes wide open, the day the baton is being given to the Prince Udaynidhi, that's the day, that's the start point where you can see the rift wide open in DMK, and the subsequent things will happen.
Okay, and your party, and all is not well within your own party, and some people are asking if AIADMK itself is not united. How are you, and on what basis, claiming that these other party leaders are joining you? All's not well. EPS and OPS can't see together. Your party itself is also in tatters, Kovai.
It is not in tatters as claimed by the media and the section of the people. The party is run by the person who has got majority of the office bearers on the cadres. The majority of office bearers and cadres are behind Mr. EPH. He is heading the party. And any party will have a rebel. And this rebel is Mr. OPS, who is just running the show in judiciary. His political life is alive only in cases filed in judiciary. And it is not the job of the judiciary to run a political party. Every party will have a rebel, but everybody knows that who can call the shots. The person who is calling the shots is the person who has got the majority in his hand. Mr. Edappadiya has the 99% of the General Council members to his support and the 99% of cadres to his support.
Yeah,
so
okay.
there is no rift or whatsoever it is. Party is not split by the election commission.
Just 1 minute. Kovai, be with me. Kovai, 1 minute, be with me. I also have RS Bharti, who's an organizing secretary of the DMK on the phone line. Let me bring in RS Bharti as well. RS Bharti, now the AIDMK, or the EPS faction of AIDMK, claims 10 of your party MLAs are in touch. Do you want to respond to that?
I can also say that they are MLAs, 50 MLAs of Edappadi are in touch with us. And 2 MPs also are in touch with us. I can also say like that. Okay.
No. Are you saying that, or are you serious about that?
If Mr. EPS is serious, I am also serious about
it. You're obviously taunting the AIDMK, Mr. Bharti, but are you?
Yes, but he has just given. He has not given any statement authentic. If he has 10 MLAs with him, he can mention the name.
So you're saying they're basically spinning stories?
Yes, he's just want to build up stories, just to please the other side.
You know this, Kovai, one of the spokespersons, Mr. Bharti, one of the spokespersons who's on the phone line, Kovai Satyan, he claims there are many leaders who are going to jump ship. They claim there's a rift over the succession in the DMK.
That is what I am telling. We are quite strong and we don't have any defection. Everybody knows who has defection. They have gone to the court and their fight is between them in the court, and we are not bothered about that. But so far as our party is concerned, we are intact. We don't want anybody. Nobody is going to leave our party. And I can say that many of the ADMK MLAs, even on the floor of the assembly, openly they have appreciated the CM also. Therefore, more than 50 MLAs are in touch with us.
Can I get one response to what you've said? Kovai, you want to respond to what Mr. Bharati is saying?
Why Mr. Bharati is
he's saying your leader EPS is just spinning stories, flying kites.
No, ask Mr. Bharati. Yeah, Prince Charming Mr. Udayinidhi will be elevated. Still there will be no defecation. Ask him to say this statement. Then you will know what will be the consequences. Why is he avoiding it? My point is straight. My leader's accusation is straight. Try to elevate. Take it as a challenge. Elevate the Prince Charming, the son Mr. Udayinidhi, to the helm of affairs and see if there are no rift or no defecation in the party. See if it happens or not. If he says that we are spinning story, EPS is spinning story, history will say it is M.K. Stalin as the principal opposition leader said EPS government will fall in a week, it will fall in 2 weeks, it will fall in a 1 month time. So didn't he spin stories? EPS is one person who doesn't need a political mileage by spinning stories. He has already proved his mettle.
You want to respond to Mr. Bharti?
I have responded to EPS, what EPS has said. If he says he has 10 people are in contact with him, I can say that 50 MLAs and 2 MPs and more than 30 district secretaries of EPS are in contact with us. Let him, if he mentions the name of the 10 MLAs, I am also ready to mention the name of others. That's all. No more about it. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Bharti and Kovai Satyan, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. I think there's a news conference coming live of EPS. Let's stay on it. That's a live press conference. I'll ask Varshini, my colleague, to translate it. Varshini, if you can just translate over this, please. Let's play out.
இது வந்து காதணி விழா. இந்த காதணி விழாவில் நம்முடைய ஒன்றிய பெருந்தலைவர் அவர் என்னை அன்போடு அழைத்தார். எங்களுடைய இல்லத்திலே நீங்கள் வந்து கலந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். குடும்பத்தில் ஒருவராக உங்களை பார்க்கின்றோம். ஆகவே இது எங்கள் நிகழ்ச்சியில் உங்கள் நிகழ்ச்சியாக கருதி அழைப்பு விடுத்தார்கள். அவருடைய அழைப்பை ஏற்று இந்த காதணி விழா நிகழ்ச்சியை நான்
the function that he has attended is a ear-piercing function for which he was invited, and he's stating that it's not just the person's, the party functionaries' function, it's the whole party, which is kind of a family, and it's a family function for everybody. He says that 10 MLAs from the DMK party are in contact with them, and that is what is the most important thing. It's about the people who are in touch with AIADMK party. He says that the Bharat Jodo Yatra that is being done by Rahul Gandhi is being done to develop and bring back the party of to his party to its original form, and he has no comment about it.
அவர் போய் விழாவில் இருந்து நிகழ்ச்சி திட்டத்தை துவக்கி வைக்கிறார். நீ சொன்ன மாதிரி ஒரு மேயர் அவருக்கு உண்டான மரியாதையை ஒரு செலுத்த வேண்டும். அந்த கட்சியில் அதை எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது.
புதிய மின் மசோதா சட்டத்தை வந்து தனியாரிடம் ஒப்படைக்க போறாங்க. மின் கட்டணம் தனியாரிடம்.
And with a question being asked about the mayor not being treated properly by the DMK leaders, he says that this is the kind of social justice and this is the kind of Dravidian model that they are trying to put up.
ஒரே நாடு ஒரே தேர்தல் மத்திய அரசு முன்னெடுத்திருக்காங்க. இப்போ அடுத்த தேர்தல் சட்டமன்றத்துக்கு வந்தா அதிமுக எந்த அளவுக்கு தயார் நிலையில் இருக்கு?
So that was the claim made by EPS of the AIDMK, saying that 10 MLAs from the DMK are in touch with his faction, saying that they want to jump ship. The DMK saying it's just stories being cooked up.
18 Bangladeshi nationals were arrested from Rajnagar area of the capital Agartala in a raid based on a secret information. All the arrested were staying at the house of one person named Rajiv Mia for the past few days. The questions arise as to how they entered Tripura from Bangladesh and for what purpose. The police of the Batala police station seized several documents from the detained Bangladeshi citizens. Although the police did not say anything about this matter to the media, a person who lives in the said area informed that they had been moving here for quite some time. He expressed doubt that various criminal activities were being organized in the state by these intruders. Therefore, a request was made to the administration to continue operations to arrest them. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting in some more breaking news now that the Prime Minister will inaugurate Kartavya Path on the 8th of September. That's tomorrow. The Prime Minister expected to officially mark the end of Rajpath and inaugurate Kartavya Path tomorrow. That's the breaking news coming in. And the Prime Minister is also expected to, as part of the celebrations tomorrow, unveil the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate. And that is part of the same event, is what we are told. Getting in more details now, we'll go across to Abhishek Kapoor, also joining us with the details. And the government earlier released a video of Kartavya Path, and this is the revamped Kartavya Path. It's no more the Central Vista, it's the revamped Kartavya Path, which will open tomorrow, the 8th of September. This will be thrown open to the public after the Prime Minister inaugurates it tomorrow. He will also unveil a statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate. That's tomorrow, anticipating a huge turnout tomorrow. The police has been asked to provide additional personnel, and you earlier heard the government, Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi, who also spoke on it. We'll just play out her soundbite to Republic TV. Meenakshi Lekhi spoke to Republic TV a few minutes back. I'm getting that out and playing that in just a short while from now. But tomorrow is a big day for the country. The Prime Minister will be unveiling a statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate. And the Prime Minister, and in fact what we'll do is we'll also go across to Major G.D. Bakshi, because he's been tracking the story very closely as far as the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and his statue is concerned. Here's what the government said a few minutes back. Meenakshi Lekhi addressing the government news conference on the symbolism around Kartavya Path and the message that's going out. Let's play that out, please.
the resolution was passed to change the name of Rajpath to Kartavyapath. The history of this region is that this entire region was constructed by the imperialist powers, and post-independence, Janpath, which is called Janpath today, was called Queensway in earlier times, and it got changed to Janpath. But the Rajpath was called Kingsway and continued to remain as Rajpath. Now, post-independence, we chose the system of democracy. In democracy, whoever gets elected and whoever gets to be in the position of executive officers like...
The Prime Minister is also unveiling the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose tomorrow. Let me go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us on the phone line. General Bakshi, seems like it's going to be a very, very special day. Earlier we were told that it's going to be the new Central Vista, but it's now no more the Central Vista, it's no more Rajpath, it's Kartavyapath, and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue also being unveiled tomorrow, a special, very, very special location. General Bakshi.
I think the most seminal historical significance is to the Netaji statue. At long last, Netaji and the INA have been mainstream, and their decisive contribution to India becoming free is being recognized. The Rajpath is being updated so that it is more people-friendly, and it has now become the Kartavya Path, the path of duty, the path of action. So that is a very monumental kind of an event, and I think we are grateful to Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for taking this path-breaking step to mainstream Netaji and the Indian National Army. 28 foot tall, 75-ton black granite statue is going to be unveiled tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. at the canopy between India Gate and the National War Memorial, where once the statue of King George V stood. So that is quite a symbolical statement. In the late 1950s, the people of India who had lost patience with the government of the day, and they had uprooted that George V statue. And the miracle is till now that the canopy remained empty. I'm given to understand that one of the former prime ministers of the Congress, they had tried to install her statue there, but that statue was too tall to be fitted in there. And it is almost destiny that Netaji's statue is now coming up there. And because of that, it sort of testifies to the fact of his decisive contribution to India's freedom struggle. Don't forget that out of 60,000 INA soldiers, 26,000 had laid down their lives. 44% of the force, a colossal scale of sacrifice, and yet we were told, Dedi hame aazadi, bina khadak, bina dhal. That means we got we were gifted our freedom for free by the British, who wept when they saw us doing satyagraha, who wept when they saw us doing fasting and spinning the wheel. They were so frightened that they left. I think that is a very cruel joke. It is a slur on the memory of 26,000 Indian martyrs of the INA who laid down their lives so that you and I could be free men, hold our heads high. And I'm glad that statue is being unveiled tomorrow. And also the vista will be dedicated to the people of India so that the common people can walk down what was once the Rajpath. The Raj is gone. The Rajpath should have gone long back.
General Bakshi, only because I'm running out of time, I have to take a break now. We'll get you back on this. It's going to be a very, very significant Thursday in the national capital with the Prime Minister inaugurating formally the new Kartavya Path and also paying tribute as a statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose will be unveiled tomorrow. That's the 8th of September. Taking a short break. Back with the breaking news updates. There is a political donation scam telling you all about that. Fake donations being made to smaller parties. There are raids across India. The full story is coming up.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrata Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrata, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeting Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था.
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Asoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish.
In fact, getting in some details on the hijab hearing right now. There's a critical issue that is on in the Supreme Court right now. And this issue is on the hijab and getting in some of the observations being made by the Supreme Court and also some of the arguments being made by the pro-hijab petitioners. In fact, the petitioners have referred to the example of a girl wearing a nose ring. The Supreme Court has said nose ring is not part of any religious practice, and that the Mangal Sutra is. Kamath, who's arguing for the hijab petitioners, saying that bindi, nose ring are part of a religious connotation. It is a belief. Supreme Court says no, the country has a diverse culture as ours and countries have a uniform law. The bench has told the hijab petitioners also on their remarks on the South African law. They've been told by the Supreme Court, forget about South Africa, come back to India. Some of the hearings, some of the arguments that are on. We'll take a short break and come back. Stay tuned.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam, in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Yotta Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrata Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrata, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head.
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. The CBI raided several locations across state of West Bengal in connection with its probe into coal smuggling scams. Central Bureau of Investigation have now conducted raids in Asansol in the Paschim Bardhaman district and one in Lake Gardens area of Kolkata. The CBI is conducting searches at the premises of West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak in connection with its probe into the alleged coal scam from Eastern Coalfields Limited mines in Asansol. Aided by a huge contingent of central paramilitary personnel, the CBI raided 3 houses of Molloy Ghatak in Asansol and 2 in Kolkata. The current ongoing raids in Bengal are in connection with an FIR registered in November 2020 against the alleged kingpin of the scam, Anup Manji alias Lala ECL, General Managers Amit Kumar Dhar, Jayesh Chandra Rai, ECL Security Chief Tanmoy Das, the Area Security Inspector Dhananjay Rai, and also the Kajor Area Security In Charge Debashish Mukherjee. Staying with the massive CBI raids underway in Bengal, the agency is also conducting searches at one of the Ghatak's closest associates' residence in Kolkata's Alipur area and another in Diamond Harbour in South 24 Parganas district. Another team continued searches at his Lake Gardens home. Molloy Ghatak, the Asansol Uttar MLA and the minister in Mamta's cabinet had appeared once before the Enforcement Directorate at his Delhi office for questioning in connection with the coal scam. However, he skipped several other summons by ED in connection with the multi-core coal scam there and also related to the Eastern Coalfields Limited mines in the state's Kanastoria and Kajora areas. The TMC is staging protests across Kolkata over the raids against Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak. Remember, over the last 2 months, several TMC leaders have been under agency scanner for various scams. Former TMC Minister Partho Chatterjee is currently in jail, and so is TMC leader Anubroto Mondal in 2 separate probes. Income Tax Department conducted raids in multiple states as part of the Pan-India tax evasion probe. At least 10 locations in Gujarat, Delhi, UP, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Haryana and some other states are being searched. The tax teams are being assisted by police. The IT department raids were conducted specifically against certain registered and unrecognized political parties and their alleged dubious financial transactions. Sources say coordinated action has been launched by the department against certain registered unrecognized political parties, their promoters and linked entities to probe the source of their income and expenditure.
लखनऊ में जहाँ पर रेड पड़ रही है, सबसे पहले आपको वो तस्वीरें दिखाता हूँ और उसके बाद उसकी आज आपको जानकारी देता हूँ। राजधानी लखनऊ का ये छितवापुर एरिया है जहाँ पर गोपाल राय का ये घर है, 3 मंजिला ये घर है और यहाँ पर गोपाल राय जो हैं वो ये कहा जाता है कि राष्ट्रीय क्रांतिकारी समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं। कुछ साल पहले उन्होंने ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बनाई थी। इसके अलावा काफ़ी लंबे समय से वो NGOs चलाते रहे हैं और अगर यहाँ पर उनके घर पर जो NGOs की पोस्टर लगे हुए हैं, अगर उनकी तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊँ तो सबसे पहला पोस्टर सेंट्रल पब्लिक ग्रीवेंस एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन का पोस्टर है जिसका दफ्तर यहाँ पर है और जिसके प्रबंधक और जिसके ओनर ये गोपाल राय खुद हैं।
The Income Tax conducted investigation into alleged midday meal scam. The Income Tax Department conducted searches in 4 to 5 locations across India's financial capital after receiving specific intelligence inputs. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is set to flag off the 3,570-kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, with the journey to last for over 150 days all the way to Kashmir. Speaking on the Yatra, Congress leader from Kanyakumari, Dr. Sharma Mohammed, spoke about the symbolic significance of the Yatra beginning from the southernmost tip of the country.
We have to understand the most important thing is why this place has been chosen, Kanyakumari, because it's the southernmost tip of India. It is where the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal meet. And also, let us understand these Tiruvallur, Gandhi ji here, as well as Vivekananda. All of them stood for tolerance, for pluralism, for religious tolerance, pluralism, and they always fought against.
Ravi Shankar Prasad hit back at the Congress for Bharat Jodo campaign, saying the Congress MP is unable to unite his own party, let alone the country.
कभी कभी बड़ा आश्चर्य भी होता है, जो अपनी पार्टी को जोड़ नहीं सके वो भारत जोड़ने निकले, और जो अपने को अपनी पार्टी से भी नहीं जोड़ सके वो भारत जोड़ो की यात्रा पर निकले।
Unrelenting on his attack on Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, the BJP MP claimed that the Bharat Jodo campaign is not one to unite the country but rather a desperate attempt to save his family.
राहुल जी चले हैं देश जोड़ने, तो राहुल जी पहले अपना घर तो संभाल लेते, घर को जोड़ लेते तो देश जोड़ने की बात करते।
Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma also questioned the Congress Bharat Jodo campaign, saying the Congress must first apologize for partition. He also said the Congress should hold the Yatra in Pakistan, as while the Congress had divided India in 1947, India was united today.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था, अभी भारत जोड़ने के लिए तो कांग्रेस को पाकिस्तान जाना है।
अभी राहुल गांधी को फिर से लाने का तैयारी
वही है, भारत तो डिवाइड हो गया 1947 में। अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा, भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है।
Robert Vadra tweeted his own posters in Congress Yatra as it prepares to launch the Bharat Jodo campaign. The big question is Robert Vadra trying to make an official entry now? The BJP hit back at the Vadra Congress poster with the Robert Vadra photo. Shehzad Punawala of the BJP tweeted, and I quote here, Congress Bharat Jodo is actually a Parivar Jodo and Bhrashtachar Jodo campaign. And if there were any doubts, then this proves it. The New Delhi Municipal Council today approved a proposal to rename Rajpath as Kartavya Path. A special meeting of the NDMC has presided over the Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, Meenakshi Lekhi, was held in the national capital. Lekhi, who's also a member of the NDMC, said that the proposal was approved during the meeting. The entire stretch of the area from Netaji statue at India Gate to the Rashtrapati Bhavan will be known as Kartavya Path.
The resolution was passed to change the name of Rajpath to Kartavya Path. The history of this region is that this entire region was constructed by the imperialist powers, and post-independence, Janpath, which is called Janpath today, was called Queensway in earlier times, and it got changed to Janpath. But the Rajpath was called Kingsway and continued to remain as Rajpath.
The Aam Aadmi Party renewed its attack on the Delhi Lieutenant Governor amid the ongoing investigation into the alleged scams under the Delhi government. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh alleged that he looted the money of 2,62,000 Khadi workers.
एक भ्रष्टाचारी आदमी मुझे कोई नोटिस भेजेगा, उसके आधार पर मेरी जुबान को दबाने की कोशिश करेगा, आवाज को रोकने की कोशिश करेगा, वो मुझे मंजूर नहीं है।
Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh also tore the notice sent by Lieutenant Governor of Delhi on camera as he was addressing the news conference, saying no one can suppress the voice of the common man with a notice, and the Delhi LG must answer on the scam allegations instead. Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has written to CM Arvind Kejriwal and asked him to release MCD's amount of 383.74 crore rupees relating to education and health pending for 2 years now. After another interfaith marriage case in Amraati where a girl was abducted and was married, MP Navneet Rana along with workers of the Hindu organization directly entered the police station and demanded that the girl be brought forward. The BJP questioned the Bihar CM Nitish Kumar's visit to the national capital, saying the state of Bihar is on the boil. He says corruption and Jungle Raj have returned under the Mahagathbandhan government, but the CM of the state is busy meeting leaders in Delhi.
भी विपक्ष का नेता कौन बनेगा ये तो विपक्ष तय करेंगे ना। ममता जी छोड़ देंगे अपना दावा क्या? शरद पवार छोड़ देंगे क्या? केसीआर छोड़ देंगे क्या? केजरीवाल जी छोड़ देंगे क्या? लेकिन एक बात मुझे जरूर कहनी है कि ये सवाल जो आप मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं, तो अभी केसीआर जी पटना गए थे और आपके मित्रों ने ये सवाल उनसे पूछा, उन्होंने पटना में भी ये बोलने की हिम्मत नहीं की हम लोग बैठ के सोचेंगे। देख लीजिए क्या होता है।
DMK's IT wing head and DMK MLA TRB Raja posted a tweet that depicted Lord Vishnu and freedom fighter Veer Savarkar in bad light. TRB Raja had posted a tweet which had the image of Veer Savarkar on a black bird hitting Hindu god Vishnu mounted on a Garuda. Hours after posting the offensive tweet, the DMK leader was forced to delete it amid the uproar. In light of this, Tamil Nadu opposition parties like the BJP have demanded action against DMK MLA for hurting religious sentiments and have registered a case against him. Two 17-year-old boys were found in Kolkata almost 2 weeks after they were reported missing, with the police now claiming that the boys were strangled to death by the neighbours. There's anger on the streets of Kolkata as the parents are questioning the negligence of the police. 4 persons have been arrested in the case, but the prime accused, Satyendra Chaudhary, and one of his aides are still missing. Uddhav Thackeray was denied permission to meet Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut, who was arrested in the Patra Chaul scam probe under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Uddhav was asked to move court to seek permission to meet Sanjay Raut. Delhi Environment Minister Gopal Rai confirmed the production, sale and use of types of firecrackers will be banned in the national capital till January 1st and said that the ban extends to online sale of firecrackers. This time, there will also be a ban on online sale and delivery of firecrackers in Delhi, and the restriction will remain in force till January 1st in the year 2023. Judicial custody for JTMC leader Anubrata Mondal has been extended by another 14 days. A verdict was passed by Asansol Special CBI Court. He will be next produced before the court on the 21st of September. Remember, he was arrested as part of the investigation to the cattle smuggling scam. A sand mafia named Santosh Kumar forcefully barged into the district mining office in Patna and threatened the mining inspector R.K. Singh and the dealing clerk to meet with dire consequences if the seize truck with sand mafia was not released immediately. Santosh then repeatedly told officers that don't you know that the government has changed in Bihar and I am the brother of RJD MLA Rithlal Yadav. Bangladeshi nationals were arrested from Rajnagar area of the capital of Tripura in a raid based on intelligence inputs. All the arrested Bangladeshi nationals were staying there in the house of one person named Raji Mia for the past few days. How they entered Tripura from Bangladesh and for what purpose is now being investigated.
एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय को मंजूरी दी है, जिसके बारे में एक प्रारंभिक जानकारी शिक्षक दिवस के अवसर पर स्वयं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देशवासियों को दिया था। पिछले 2 साल से देश में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति लागू की गई है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में जो मोटा कुछ प्रमुख बिंदु पिछले 2 सालों में लोगों की मन पे उतर रही है। 21वीं सदी की नई पीढ़ी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति तैयार करेगी, ग्लोबल सिटीजन तैयार करेगी, भारतीय भाषा आधारित, भारतीय पद्धति आधारित शिक्षा व्यवस्था एनईपी की एक प्रमुख अंश है। इसको क्रियान्वयन करने के लिए, उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने के लिए पाठ्यक्रम से लेकर स्कूल की ढांचा, जिसके बारे में अभी आदरणीय अनुराग जी ने भी उल्लेख किया, सरकार समग्र शिक्षा अभियान, पीएम पोषण अभियान, ऐसे महत्वाकांक्षी योजनाओं के साथ साथ शिक्षा एक भागीदारी की दायित्व की विभाग होने के नाते, कॉन्क्रीट लिस्ट में रहने के नाते अनेक राज्यों ने भी अपना अपना तरीका अपनाया है। लेकिन उसी के अंदर एक नया मॉडल खड़ा करने के लिए आज कैबिनेट ने एक नया प्रारूप का अनुमोदन किया है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स स्कूल्स फॉर राइजिंग इंडिया, प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्कूल फॉर राइजिंग इंडिया पीएम श्री के नाम पे एक आदर्श विद्यालय, एक सर्वश्रेष्ठ विद्यालय, एक मॉडल स्कूल बनाने के लिए आज कैबिनेट ने मंजूरी दी है। 2022 से 27 साल, 2022 से 2027 तक 5 साल के अंदर 27,360 करोड़ रुपया की लागत से लगभग 28,000, लेकिन एग्जैक्टली 27,360 करोड़ रुपया, 14,597 यानी 600 भी आप कह सकते हैं, 14,597 इतने स्कूल की गुणवत्ता बढ़ाने के लिए, नया नेतृत्व खड़ा करने के लिए, एक का ब्लॉक में 2 स्कूल बन जाए। एनईपी ने पहली बार देश में बाल वाटिका की कल्पना, यानी सरकारी स्कूलों में प्ले स्कूल की कल्पना लाया है। तो आयु 3 से लेके क्लास 12 तक, यानी 17-18 साल तक 15 साल की स्कूल की, 15 साल वाला एक स्कूल और हायर सेकेंडरी का एक स्कूल, से 2 स्कूल एक ब्लॉक में एक केंद्रीय योजना लागू की जाएगी। स्कूलों की चयन राज्य सरकारों से वार्ता करके, उनसे अभी तक जो हमने योजना बनाई उनसे निरंतर सभी राज्यों से चर्चा हुई है। चैलेंज मेथड से, प्रतिस्पर्धा के आधार पे कुछ मानक, 60 से ज्यादा मानक रखा गया है। स्कूल की पक्की बिल्डिंग होनी चाहिए, स्कूल में बिजली होनी चाहिए, स्कूल में टॉयलेट बॉयज गर्ल्स के लिए अलग होनी चाहिए, पीने की पानी की सुविधा होनी चाहिए, प्लेग्राउंड होनी चाहिए, बाउंड्री होनी चाहिए। ऐसे 60 पॉइंटर्स हमने लिखा है। दिव्यांग बच्चों के लिए व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए। ऐसे स्कूल्स साल में 2 बार एप्लीकेशन दे पाएंगे, पोर्टल खोले जाएगा उनके लिए। एक ऑब्जेक्टिव तरीके से असेसमेंट करके सर्वाधिक 2 स्कूल एक ब्लॉक में रखा जाएगा। ग्रामीण इलाका में रहेगा, शहरों में भी रहेगा। उसकी मूल उद्देश्य गुणात्मक वृद्धि, स्कूलों के अंदर फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी से लेके वोकेशनल एजुकेशन से लेके 12वीं पास करते करते बालक या बालिका दुनिया की अंदर कॉम्पिटिटिव तरीके से जाने के लिए वो तैयार हो जाए, ये स्कूल की उद्देश्य रहेगा। ये स्कूल विश्व की आवश्यकता को ध्यान में रखते हुए ग्रीन स्कूल की कल्पना से बनाई जाएगी। उसके कुछ फीचर्स भी रखा गया है। ये स्कूल टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन होगा। आईसीटी, डिजिटल लैब, डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी, लर्निंग टूल्स भी डिजिटली रहेगा। सरकार ने वर्चुअल लैब की कल्पना की गई है, उसकी 3D लैब स्कूल्स में आ जाएगा। ये सारे कल्पना किया गया है। वोकेशनल एजुकेशन स्कूल में पढ़ाया जाएगा। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्कूल की पढ़ाई का अंश रहेगा। 10 डेज बैगलेस स्कूल की एक्सपेरिमेंट यही शुरू होगी। भाषा आधारित शिक्षा की ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल लैबोरेटरी होगा। ये स्कूल के साथ 3 विशेष फीचर मैं आपको कहूं। इस स्कूल में लगभग 20 लाख विद्यार्थी रहेंगे। इन दिनों में विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र, इसकी कल्पना भारत सरकार ने देश के सामने रखा है। स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को ट्रांसपेरेंट करने के लिए, स्टूडेंट्स की परफॉर्मेंस को ट्रैकिंग करने के लिए एक पोर्टल रहेगा, जिसमें पर्टिकुलर स्कूल की, पर्टिकुलर स्टूडेंट्स की, पर्टिकुलर विषय की परफॉर्मेंस को भी ट्रैक किया जाएगा। तब उस टीचर को पता चलेगा कि एक स्टूडेंट लैंग्वेज में वीक है, मैथमेटिक्स में अच्छा है, हिस्ट्री में अच्छा कर रहा है, फिजिक्स की समझदारी बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। उस हिसाब से उसको काउंसलिंग करना, उसको हैंड होल्डिंग करना, इसके लिए आपको जानकारी होने की आवश्यकता है। पायलट ये देश भर में ही लागू किया जाएगा, लेकिन इसको पायलट मोड पे ये पीएम श्री स्कूल में इसी साल से उसको लागू कर दिया जाएगा। मित्र, जैसे मैंने कहा, इसमें लगभग पर स्कूल 5 साल में 2 करोड़ रुपया की एलोकेशन जाएगी। पहली बार एक योजना हम बना रहे हैं कि दिल्ली से पैसा जाएगा तो सीधा स्कूल को जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नेतृत्व की सरकार की एक प्रमुख संस्कृति है पारदर्शिता। डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर सीधा स्कूल को, एक स्कूल के अकाउंट में होगा। स्कूल की प्रिंसिपल, स्कूल की मैनेजमेंट कमेटी, स्कूल की टीचर बॉडी, ये सारे की जवाबदेही उसके साथ जुड़े रहेगी। उसमें और एक फीचर पहली बार गवर्नेंस में लाया जा रहा है, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं कि पार्टिसिपेटरी गवर्नेंस करना है। इस फंड की 40% फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के लिए उस लोकल कमिटी को या प्रिंसिपल के हाथ में अधिकार रहेगा। यानी दिल्ली तय नहीं करेगा, या राज्यों की राजधानी तय नहीं करेंगे, या कलेक्टर की ऑफिस तय नहीं करेगा उस स्कूल की आवश्यकता क्या है। उस स्कूल की आवश्यकता को उस स्कूल की प्रिंसिपल, स्कूल की टीचर्स, स्कूल की स्टूडेंट्स, स्कूल की पेरेंट, ये लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। हमारे स्कूल में क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के लिए जो एलोकेशन आई है, उसकी 40% तक पैसा हम क्राइटेरिया ड्रिवन, कुछ क्राइटेरिया रखा जाएगा, लेकिन क्राइटेरिया रखा जाएगा ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए। लेकिन किस पाठ्यक्रम में खर्चा करा जाएगा, पेडागोजी में खर्चा करा जाएगा, लोकल टेक्नोलॉजी खर्चे में किया जाएगा, थोड़ा लोकल एक्सपोजर के लिए खर्चा किया जाएगा। ये स्वतंत्रता, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी पहली बार देश में डीबीटी, लास्ट माइल ट्रैकिंग एंड फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, ये 21st सेंचुरी की स्कूल गवर्नेंस की एक बहुत बड़ा कदम है। ये सारे फीचर्स पीएम श्री स्कूल पे आने वाला है। 2022-23 आर्थिक वर्ष में और एकेडमिक वर्ष में जब आज हम उसकी अप्रूवल कैबिनेट ने हमको दिया है, प्रधानमंत्री जी की आदेश आ गया है, तब उसकी पॉलिसी विभाग ने पूरा राज्यों के साथ मिलके, इसकी पहले हमने लंबा समय से लगभग 1 साल से इस विषय पे कई राउंड्स के हमारे अधिकारियों का चर्चा राज्यों के साथ हुई है। राज्यों को ऑन बोर्ड लिया गया है। इसकी विंडो अभी खोल दिया जाएगा स्कूल्स के लिए। राज्य
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Yotta Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrato Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrato, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra.
Molloy Ghatak we see has been raided. CBI is getting hold of some documents, that's what we are getting to know, and they are trying to understand the connection of Molloy Ghatak to the coal scam.
Little-known political parties are also under the scanner of the Income Tax Department at this point in time. These are political parties which have essentially received a bogus donations, cash being received by these political parties, and they were through these entry operators, which is completely illegal.
Specific information has been received by the agency, after which IT has been conducting searches at 4 to 5 specific locations in Mumbai, and even there are more other places as well where the IT is going to conduct its searches.
We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Now, severe raids witnessed in Bengaluru has led to Karnataka's government taking stock of the situation, holding meetings with affected parties such as IT companies, while stating that the waterlogging following the rains is the result of misadministration by the previous Congress government. Here's the full story.
Severe waterlogging was witnessed in Bengaluru as a meeting of representatives was called about in the meeting due to the unprecedented rains. IT companies across the city took stock of the situation with Bengaluru's IT Minister C.N. Ashwath Narayan calling for a meet of the representatives of the heads of several software companies today. Chief Secretary of the State Government Chief Commissioner of the BBMP and Bengaluru Water Authority officials are expected to be a part of this meet, where businessmen have been asked to speak about the problems that they are facing due to the rain. State Minister C.N. Ashwath Narayan said that the government was sincerely trying to solve the problems faced by the companies. Meanwhile, locals in Bengaluru bore the brunt of the severe waterlogging as water was awaited to recede from the roads and by-lanes following the downpour. A local resident at the city spoke about the manner in which the citizens were facing difficulties to carry out their daily activities. Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai spoke about how the rains witnessed were unprecedented and that it had not rained like this in 90 years, further citing the Congress government's mismanagement for the situation in the city.
Unprecedented heavy rain from last 90 years, such rain has not come. All the tanks are full, done because of maladministration and totally unplanned administration of the previous government.
Meanwhile, the rains witnessed by the city appear as one of the most voluminous experiences in recent times, with disaster relief teams deployed to help the citizens navigate the waterlogged cities. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Hi sir, Sapna here from CNBC TV 18. A quick question on the amendments to the railway land license policy.
Amraati has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amraati's excellent placement record.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam, in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench.
Molai Khotok PC has been raided. CBI is getting hold of some documents, that's what we are getting to know, and they are trying to understand the connection of Molai Khotok to the coal scam.
Little known political parties are also under the scanner of the income tax department at this point in time. These are political parties which have essentially received a bogus donations, cash being received by these political parties, and they were through these entry operators, which is completely illegal.
Specific information has been received by the agency, after which IT has been conducting searches at 4 to 5 specific locations in Mumbai, and even there are more other places as well where the IT is going to conduct its searches.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से
हमारे काम का लेखा राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, उसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
After Partha Chatterjee in the cash scam, second TMC minister has been raided in coal theft scam. It is the biggest ever crackdown. Political donations. Income Tax Department carries out searches at over 50 locations across India.
In ways that have not only the contemporary but also the future trajectory of partnership in mind. At the same time, we all know that all relations naturally rest on their historical foundations. The relationship between our two countries are in many ways a continuation of the bonds that were forged in blood 50 years ago. Today, as we remember that time, we honor the iconic symbol of the historic 1971 Liberation War, a statesman who liberated from oppression the spirit of a brave people and brought forth a nation. For us in India, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman is iconic, a man of action, courage and conviction. He is as revered and remembered in India as he is in Bangladesh. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, Bangabandhu is our national hero too. As a mark of respect to him, both countries have commissioned a biopic on him, which is nearing completion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, India is privileged to have played a role in Bangladesh's struggle for independence, one of the great moments in contemporary history. When the war started in 1971, our armed forces stood by the people of Bangladesh in their struggle. Their relationship with the Mukti Bahini is a story that all of you know well. We lost many of our brave men and officers in these operations. I pay today deep homage not only to that generation in Bangladesh, but to our valiant men and officers who gave their lives for the liberation of others. For many years, Mukti Jodhas have acted as a bridge between our two countries. That bond is now reaffirmed as the families of our war veterans and of those who made supreme sacrifices in the liberation war gather here today. The decision of the government of Bangladesh to award Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Student Scholarship is a testament of how the liberation war in 1971 continues to inspire our bilateral relationship. To the young people who are receiving this scholarship, I would like to offer my congratulations and best wishes for your promising future. You inherit a brave and historic legacy. Please honor and cherish it. As you will move ahead in life, you will be the custodian of the memory of that epochal war that gave birth to a new nation. So do well and be true to everything you do. And that would be one of the finest tributes to a heroic leader in whose name you received this scholarship today. Once again, I thank you, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina ji, for this generous gesture of your government. It is truly a symbol of our unique history. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bangla.
Thank you, Excellency, Honorable External Affairs Minister of India, for your kind remarks. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now may I have the distinct honor to humbly request the Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh to kindly make remarks. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished ministers, MPs, respected family members of the martyrs, respected war veterans of Bangladesh Liberation War, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to you all. I am deeply honored to have this opportunity to meet you today. This event is especially very close to my heart, as this is an opportunity for us to pay our sincere homage to all the martyrs, both from Bangladesh and India, who laid down their lives during our liberation war in 1971. And to the war veterans of both the countries, I am truly delighted to reconnect with you, the descendant family members of our war heroes. The Bengali nation, under the leadership of Father of the Nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, waged struggle for economic, cultural and democratic emancipation for 24 years, responding to the clarion call of our great leader Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. They fought for the liberation of the country in 1971. We witnessed an unparalleled gesture of friendship from the government and people of India, as we were provided with empathy, shelter and resources. We express our gratitude to our Indian brothers who sacrificed their invaluable lives and shed blood for the cause of our war of liberation. It is always an honor for us to remember those noble persons who sacrificed their lives. My salutation to you, to the brave hearts, our heroes. Dear friends, the government of Bangladesh commenced a program to honor our foreign friends who contributed to our liberation war in 1971. We were fortunate to be able to hold the first ceremony of award in 2011, and the highest civilian award to foreign friends, Bangladesh Freedom Award, was conferred to the former Indian Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi. Subsequently, more awards were conferred on the deserving Indian leaders, including former Indian Prime Minister Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee and members and former President Sri Pranab Mukherjee. War heroes and members of the civil society of India were also honored in a phased manner. A total of 340 foreign nationals and organizations were honored. Among them, 226 were from India alone. In April 2017, I had the great honor to confer awards upon the war veterans of India through their descendants and immediate family members in the presence of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji here in New Delhi. I would like to appreciate the kind gesture of government of India for extending their support to our freedom fighters for their treatment in India, as well as offering a scholarship to the family members of the freedom fighters. It certainly demonstrates their continued support and goodwill for the war heroes of Bangladesh who fought for the emergence of an independent and sovereign Bangladesh. Distinguished audiences, the conferment of 200 Mujib scholarships, 100 each at the class 10 and 100 at class 12 level to the descendant of Indian war veteran is a token of our homage to the heroes who made supreme sacrifice in 1971 for our cause. As we aspire to carry forward the legacies of our great forefathers from generation to generation, this is our humble effort to reconnect the younger generation to the historic past of which they are a proud part. We believe the awardees of the scholarship would have an opportunity to revisit the memories of valor of their forefathers, relate to it to present circumstances, and would continue to bridge between the two countries.
Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeting Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था।
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam, in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena.
Malai Khoto PC has been raided. CBI is getting hold of some documents. That's what we are getting to know. And they are trying to understand the connection of Malai Khoto to the coal scam.
Little known political parties are also under the scanner of the income tax department at this point in time. These are political parties which have essentially received a bogus donations, cash being received by these political parties, and they were through these entry operators, which is completely illegal.
Specific information has been received by the agency, after which IT has been conducting searches at 4 to 5 specific locations in Mumbai, and even there are more other places as well where the IT is going to conduct its searches.
And we cut across to breaking news coming in. The latest input that is coming in that the IT department has now raided the Center for Policy Research. This is in connection to the links to the political donations case, as the IT department has raided over 50 locations across India in that massive crackdown. And the latest, of course, being as is coming in from sources that the Center for Policy Research is being raided. Niranjan is with me on the phone line. Niranjan, what more do we know?
Well, you know, the Center for Policy Research, we are told, is being searched by the Income Tax Department as per details available with us. These are IT raids or income tax raids on CPR, which is Center for Policy Research. But the news point here is that we don't know whether these raids are linked to the political donation scam or the searches that are on linked to political donation. We don't have that detail. And what we know so far is that these are searches that are on, and the searches are on at the CPR offices, and these are as per sources. And the links or the alleged links to political donation case is unclear. Now, this is what we can tell you at this point. To tell you a little more about the Center for Policy Research, it's been one of India's leading public policy think tanks since 1973. They call themselves a non-profit, non-partisan, independent institution dedicated to conducting research that contributes to high-quality scholarship, better policies, and a more robust public discourse about the issues that impact life in India. This is what we know about them, how they describe themselves. And Center for Policy Research has in its midst some of the biggest names of policy practitioners in the public policy space, and who are also closely involved with policy making. So we are waiting and watching, don't have the exact details. Let's see where the story goes. I'm handing it back to you for now. The links are unclear. It's as per sources that we are learning that Center for Policy Research has been raided by the Income Tax Department. We'll keep updating you for more on this space. Handing it back to you for now, Suesha. We'll wait for some sort of an official word before we get you more.
Yes, many thanks for these details, and we'll come back to you for more. For the moment, slipping into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. Stay with us.
Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrata Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrata, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeted Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था।
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Asoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
And we are getting you breaking details in the Sheenabora murder case as CBI today has filed its reply in the application filed by Vidhi Mukerji, who is the daughter of Indrani Mukerji. Vidhi Mukerji had filed an application before the special CBI court seeking permission to live with her mother Indrani, who she had said that she's been deprived of her mother's love. And what exactly is now happening? Alisha is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details. Alisha, we are getting a sense that the CBI in its reply has opposed this move in an application that has been filed, and in all likelihood the court is to pronounce the verdict at 4:30 p.m. today. Can you please update us?
Well, yes, Suesha. It was an application that was filed by Vidhi Mukerji, who is the daughter of Indrani Mukerji, and she, in a same application, it was filed before special CBI court seeking permission to live with her mother. Importantly, into this, in the last hearing, where the court has asked the CBI to file its reply, and today CBI has filed its reply and also opposed over the application, clearly citing that Vidhi is a witness in the Sheenabora murder case, whereas her mother, that is Indrani, is the prime accused. So we'll wait for a 4:30 where the court is likely to pronounce its verdict. So all over in the case where after getting the bail from the Supreme Court to the Indrani Mukerji, now the Vidhi Mukerji has given an application clearly mentioned that she has to live with her mother, which is now she has to live with her mother.
We'll wait and watch what the court has to say on this matter. Alisha, for the moment, many thanks for joining us.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam, in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Author Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrato Mondol produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrato, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeting Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva idol.
And a quick check of the headlines we're tracking at 4 p.m. this afternoon. After Partha Chatterjee in the cash scam, second TMC minister has been raided in coal theft scam. It is the biggest ever political crackdown on donations, I beg your pardon, by the agency. The Income Tax Department has carried out searches at over 50 locations across India. Prime Minister Modi to inaugurate Kartavya Path and the Netaji statue tomorrow. Robert Vadra tweets his own picture on Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodo.
अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है।
BJP mocks Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra, calls it the biggest irony. Sand Mafia barges into district office. Officer gets an open threat from the Sand Mafia. And yes, the latest coming in, Himanta Biswa Sarma has targeted the Congress on its Bharat Jodo Yatra. He said that this is the comedy of the century. He said that if he really wants to unite India, then he must apologize for partition that was done by his forefathers. He said that the Congress is responsible for partition in India, and if he thinks his grandfather made that mistake, then he should go to Pakistan and unite. But if he really wants to unite, then let him work for and in Akhand Bharat. Let's listen into that statement.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी भारत जोड़ने के लिए तो कांग्रेस को पाकिस्तान जाना है।
तभी राहुल गांधी को फिर से लाने का तैयारी
वही है। भारत तो डिवाइड हो गया 1947 में। अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है। खंडित क्या हुआ? पाकिस्तान ही खंडित हुआ। तो इसीलिए मैं राहुल गांधी को सलाह देता हूं कि भारत जोड़ो कार्यक्रम आप पाकिस्तान में लेके जाइए।
राहुल जी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा पर निकले। कभी कभी बड़ा आश्चर्य भी होता है, जो अपनी पार्टी को जोड़ नहीं सके वो भारत जोड़ने निकले, और जो अपने को अपनी पार्टी से भी नहीं जोड़ सके वो भारत जोड़ो की यात्रा पर निकले। याद है ना, कांग्रेस में एक दरबारी गायन होता है, राहुल जी को फिर अध्यक्ष बनाओ, फिर अध्यक्ष बनाओ। वो कहते हैं मैं नहीं बनूंगा, और बीच में विदेश यात्रा पर चले जाते हैं। तो पार्टी से वो कितने जुड़े हैं ये तो आप सभी जानते हैं। जहां तक पार्टी को जोड़ने का सवाल है, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद चले गए, कितनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें कह गए। वो कैसे आचरण होता है राहुल जी का, और कांग्रेस के अंदर पूरी संस्कृति कैसी दरबार संस्कृति बन गई है। बाकी नेताओं की टिप्पणी होती है। मनीष तिवारी जी को कहना पड़ा कि हम स्टेक होल्डर हैं, हमारी बात सुनी जानी चाहिए। तो कांग्रेस तो अपने लोगों को जोड़ नहीं पा रही है, उनके अपने पुराने समर्पित छोड़कर जा रहे हैं, और राहुल जी चले हैं देश जोड़ने। तो राहुल जी पहले अपना घर तो संभाल लेते, घर को जोड़ लेते तो देश जोड़ने की बात करते। तो ये छलावा है, दिखावा है। इट इज हिपोक्रेसी ऑफ द वर्स्ट ऑर्डर। लेकिन राहुल जी, आज पार्टी की ओर से मुझे आपसे एक दो सवाल पूछने हैं। आपने स्वयं देश की एकता को कमजोर करने की कोशिश कितनी की है? आज आप देश को बताइए, अपनी यात्रा में आपने देश के जवानों से उरी का सबूत मांगा था कि नहीं मांगा था? आपने देश की सेना से बालाकोट की गवाही मांगी थी या नहीं मांगी थी? हिंदुस्तान की एक संस्कृति रही है कि सेना की शहादत, सेना के शौर्य और सेना के बलिदान पर कभी सवाल नहीं करते, और आपने उसका सबूत मांगा। ये आपने देश की सामरिक सुरक्षा और सेना के त्याग को भी तोड़ने की कोशिश की, और आप देश को जोड़ने की बात करते हैं। राहुल गांधी, याद करिए, कोविड के समय में जब पूरे देश को हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक करने की बात कर रहे थे, तो आपने क्या कहा था? लॉकडाउन से क्या होगा, थाली पीटने से क्या होगा, मोमबत्ती जलाने से क्या होगा, ये आपने कहा था ना? ये सब आपके स्टेटमेंट तो पब्लिक रिकॉर्ड पर है ना? तो उस समय तो आप देश की एकता को कितना मजबूत कर रहे थे, ये आपको समझना पड़ेगा। इसलिए आज आपसे पार्टी की ओर से सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं कि देश की एकता को कमजोर करने का आपका रिकॉर्ड कैसा है, और आप चले हैं देश को जोड़ने के लिए।
And those reactions coming in from the BJP that has been going all out against the Congress when it not just comes to the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but even Robert Vadra, who has placed himself on the poster and put out those tweets. Rashid Alvi is with me on the phone line. How do you react to these responses?
ये वर्ल्ड रविशंकर प्रसाद जी, actually I am sorry to say, don't take him seriously. He is into a very difficult time. I think he is under depression the moment he has resigned from the cabinet. So he can speak whatever he wants to speak. Family is already united. He knows very well. BJP knows it very well. So don't take him seriously. Whatever he's saying, let him say.
All right, Rashid Alvi, please stay with us because Gaurav Bhatia is also with us on the phone line. Gaurav Bhatia, the BJP going all out when it comes to Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra, calling it Bhrashtachar Jodo, Parivar Jodo, and then Robert Vadra puts himself on the posters. Rashid Alvi says that this is just a political attack from the BJP.
First of all, this is not a Bharat Jodo Yatra. This is a yatra to relaunch Rahul Gandhi. And the need of the hour for the Congress party is to first unite the Congress party itself. And it seems that the corrupt Gandhi Parivar that has no ideology left, which has always worked to disintegrate the unity of our country, now comes forward with this yatra. And I am reminded of the words of Ghulam Nabi Azad, who also said that today Congress does not even value the dedicated workers who've been working for decades for the party. So when they can't even keep the party together, how would they unite the country? And I am also reminded on every occasion when the country needed the Congress party to play a constructive role of an opposition party, they were asking questions to the army, to the Prime Minister, even during the time of surgical strikes and Balakot airstrike. Such a party will unite the nation. It's making mockery of the word unite.
And I'm not too sure if Rashid Alvi is still with us, but fact remains that a lot of divisive statements have been made by the Congress time and again. But Gaurav Bhatia, I'm not too sure if Rashid Alvi is still connected, so we'll leave it at that. But continuing to talking to you, even with Robert Vadra placing himself on the posters, and Congress has always maintained that he is a private individual. Whatever allegations are made against him are political vendetta and nothing more. But no answers that have come in from him on all the allegations when it comes to corruption. And today, those posters out there, what do you make of it?
The epitome of unity for the Congress party may be Robert Vadra, but the common Indian citizen knows that Robert Vadra, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi are all symbols of corruption, and it seems that Congress party has taken a pledge to unite all the corrupt in the country, and Narendra Modi ji has taken a pledge to ensure that corruption is eradicated from the country. This is the fight.
All right, Gaurav Bhatia, many thanks for speaking to the public this afternoon. And of course, we see how the Congress benefits from this yatra and whether they're really able to put up that strong fight against the BJP. But for now, not much seeming to come out of it. Thank you for the moment. We move on to other breaking news. Yes, and more attempts for the opposition to really stitch unity to be a strong power against the BJP. The latest, of course, being that Nitish Kumar has arrived at the residence of Sharad Pawar in the national capital. Those details on your screens that are flashing. And our executive editor politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, will join us shortly to give us more details of this meeting. But is Nitish Kumar being looked at as the face to stitch the opposition, to build a strong force against the BJP? Is the big question that I straight away want to take to Prakash Singh, who is with us on the phone line. Prakash, more on Nitish's meeting with Sharad Pawar. And we understand how other opposition leaders have also been trying to meet. The aim really is to come together against the BJP. But what can we make of this meeting that Nitish Kumar is having with Sharad Pawar at the moment?
Well, as far as these meetings are concerned, these meetings with opposition parties have galvanized the rank and file of the opposition party in the last 3 days, ever since Nitish Kumar has been meeting several opposition leaders. Today, Sharad Pawar, earlier CPI, CPM, Yechuri, Mulayam Singh Yadav, and Kumaraswamy of Karnataka, and Chautala in Haryana, and they plan to hold a mega rally in Haryana on 25th September on the occasion of both anniversary of Devi Lal to unite the opposition. It is an effort that has galvanized the opposition forces in the run-up to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and which goes to show that a momentum has been created and a buzz has been created. But the point is there are too many leaders in the UPA as well as all the regional party leaders, and primarily there are three important Prime Minister contenders. One is Nitish Kumar, second Mamata Banerjee, as well as Arvind Kejriwal. And on the other hand is the Congress party. Today Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra. So he's a prominent contender for the Prime Minister. So there will be unity among the opposition rank and file? That is $1 million question. We'll wait and watch what happens, what unfolds. But yes, show of strength, show of unity is being portrayed, and which can really make the BJP jittery. But in the run-up to the 2024 elections, credibility also counts. And in the opposition, we'll have to wait and watch what kind of unanimity emerges on one particular name or not. Back to you.
Absolutely. And we continue to track every single detail on that front. For the moment, Prakash, thank you for joining us. We got across to more breaking news coming in. And we're trying to get you pictures as well of a fire that has broken out at a building in Noida. This has happened in Sector 18 Market. 4 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot, and the firefighting operation that is underway This is at the Sector 18 market, which usually witnesses a lot of hustle bustle, and the localites or in this market that remains crowded at this hour. We also have a reaction coming in from the police on this that is now trying to take control of the situation. Let's listen in.
यहाँ पर ये सेक्टर 18 में एक ऑफिस बिल्डिंग है। इसके सेकंड और थर्ड फ्लोर पर कुल 1 दर्जन लोग फंस गए थे और काफ़ी लपटें वहाँ पे उठ रही थी, धुआं था, हीट काफ़ी ज़्यादा थी। तो इन्हें हाइड्रोलिक प्लेटफॉर्म की मदद से हमने कई बार में इन्हें नीचे उतारा और पूरी टीम ने काफ़ी मेहनत की और कोई कैजुअल्टी नहीं होने दी। हमारी 4 गाड़ियां यहाँ मौके पर हैं और आग पर भी लगभग नियंत्रण पा लिया गया है और रेस्क्यू भी कंप्लीट किया गया है। ये ऑफिस अभी पता है, एक तो LIC का बाहर से बोर्ड दिख रहा है, ये बाकी का भी पता किया जा रहा है। अभी आग बुझा करके पूरा सर्च ऑपरेशन भी चलाया जाएगा कि कहीं कोई और तो नहीं इसमें फंसा हुआ है, और जो इन लोगों ने बताया है उनके हिसाब से सभी लोग सुरक्षित निकल गए हैं।
अभी स्थिति क्या है सर?
स्थिति अब आग की लपटें शांत हैं, लेकिन धुआं निकल रहा है। फॉल सीलिंग के ऊपर कुछ जगहों पे आग है, उसे हम थोड़ी देर में पूरी तरह से।
All right, so those are the details coming in from the cops of how 10 people have been evacuated safely out of this building, and it is an office premises that caught fire on the 2nd and the 3rd floor. But let's also understand the significance of why the rescue operation stands extremely important, because this is a very crowded market in Noida and usually stays with a lot of people at this hour. And a fire that has broken out, we're yet to understand the cause of the fire and whether any sort of norms were flouted that caused this fire. But 4 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot is what we are learning. Those pictures on your screens of how the fire is being doused, and several fire personnel who are continuing with the rescue operations. We'll continue to get you more. For the moment, a quick check of the top stories we're tracking at 4:15 this afternoon. Following his win at the Madras High Court, leader of opposition and AIADMK chief Edapadi K. Palanisamy claimed that at least 10 MLAs of the DMK were in touch with him, further stating that though there were a lot of parties in the state, the AIADMK was the only one that was compassionate. Addressing a talk on diversity at the IIT Delhi, Supreme Court Justice responded to a student's question on the elimination of caste, stated that the identification and mitigation of discrimination took precedence over elimination of caste system in the society.
Talk to people who have been subject to discrimination, to stigmatization, to assault on grounds of caste. Caste defines their identity, and every day of their lives they are reminded of their caste by the perpetrators of those who practice discrimination against them on the grounds of caste.
Unidentified suspects opened fire on a police patrol in Siwan in Bihar, leading to the death of 1 police personnel and injury to a local. The patrol team was shot at by a group of 4 at a road crossing in the district, with the altercation leading the constable to be brought dead to the hospital in Siwan. CBI conducted raids at the residence of West Bengal's Law Minister Molloy Ghatak in connection with a coal scam being investigated in the state. The minister's whereabouts were reported to be unknown at the time of the raids. A man was tied to a pole and assaulted by residents of the town of Rewa in Madhya Pradesh. He was allegedly beaten on the suspicion of child theft, with the incident going viral on social media. 16 Bangladeshi nationals were arrested from the area of Rajnagar in Tripura's capital Agartala. The nationals were housed at a local's house for the past few days. Locals suspected that nationals had been moving into the area for a while and were engaging in criminal activities. Hitting out at Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's comments on the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Congress leader Jairam Prakash, I beg your pardon, stated that he had to prove his loyalty every day as he had been a part of the Congress for several years. The IT department conducted raids on the properties of the state's Home and Higher Education Minister Rajendra Singh Yadav, though the reason of the raids was not revealed to him at the time of it. Alright, Republic has been able to access those first pictures of the raids that the IT department is conducting at the Center for Policy Research. The raids are underway, although it is unclear to whether this is linked to the political donations case. However, the Center for Policy Research is being raided by the IT department, and its think tank too is what we are picking up from our sources. Those are the pictures on your screens. We also understand that it could hold a lot of significance as the IT department is raiding over 50 locations across India. It's a massive crackdown by the IT department on political donations. However, the link here is unclear. If the CPR is being raided in connection with political donations, however, the raids that are being conducted at the Center for Policy Research, those pictures on your screens of the raids that are underway in the national capital, Center for Policy Research is being raided and its think tank too. This could very well be a part of the many raids that are being conducted by the IT department in connection with the political donations case, but we are still unclear, Niranjan, to whether the two are connected. However, this is confirmed that the IT department is raiding the Center for Policy Research.
That's correct. I think that much we can now confirm, Suesha. I think there are pictures also coming in now. So there were reports earlier, and we were going by sources. And our colleague Shawan had also picked up details that these searches/raids were ongoing at the Center for Policy Research offices, premises in some cities. We're getting in the first pictures now. We can confirm that the searches are underway, but what we can't confirm is whether the searches are directly linked to the political donations case. Earlier today, there were pictures and reports that we had accessed about, fake political donations and an investigation into that. These were fake donations basically being made to small parties. And small parties, used to get large tranches of money. These were parties that were unknown, mostly, that got a lot of money. And that was the information that we had picked up some time back. And we have a confirmation now that the raids have taken place. What we can't confirm, though, is whether the raids are linked. So that's the breaking news update. The first picture is now coming in. It's one of India's leading policy think tanks. A lot of big names also associated with the Center for Policy Research. We don't have an official statement yet from the Center for Policy Research. So we will have to wait for some official details from them, a confirmation from them on this particular search and whether they would like to speak on it. But this is the big breaking news update right now that they have been raided. We have the pictures. And secondly, the details that we also have is that they have some high-profile donors. Speaking about the donors, some of the big donors to the CPR or the Center for Policy Research in the past have been the Omidyar Fund, the Ford Foundation, several American universities, the US Department of State, UK, Australian High Commissions, etc. And we'll wait because some of the details of the grants have also been seen on their site. So that's just a backgrounder, and we'll have to wait for some more details before we can put two and two together, or whether we can confirm details over which they have been raided. Back to you for now.
Yes, Niranjan, and those pictures on our screens right now of the raids at the Centre for Policy Research. Extremely important. This is happening in New Delhi, and also on a day when we understand that 50 locations are being raided by the IT department in connection with political donations. Not too sure if we can draw the link here at the moment, but Centre for Policy Research is being raided, and we tried to put out pictures earlier as well on the organization, but what exactly is the link is something we are trying to get into the depth of. We'll leave it at that, Niranjan. We'll move on to other news and keep coming back to this as we get more on it.
18 Bangladeshi nationals were arrested from Rajnagar area of the capital, Agartala, in a raid based on a secret information. All the arrested were staying at the house of one person named Rajiv Mia for the past few days. The questions arise as to how they entered Tripura from Bangladesh and for what purpose. The police of the Batala police station seized several documents from the detained Bangladeshi citizens. Although the police did not say anything about this matter to the media, a person who lives in the said area informed that they had been moving here for quite some time. He expressed doubt that various criminal activities were being organized in the state by these intruders. Therefore, a request was made to the administration to continue operations to arrest them. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Stepping into a very short commercial break, but on the other side, we continue to get you those pictures. Nitish Kumar has met with Sharad Pawar at his residence. The primary aim is to unite the opposition, for which we see the prominent faces of the opposition now coming together. We'll tell you more about it on the other side. The picture first on Republic. Stay with us.
और अब मेरे बारे में तो हम आपको बार बार बोलते हैं, हमारा निजी कोई चॉइस नहीं, हमारा बस एक ही चॉइस है कि सब मिल करके अधिक से अधिक एकजुट हो जाएंगे तो अपने देश के हित में वो काम होगा।
नेता कैसे चुना जाएगा?
चुना जाएगा, आपस में बात करके चुना लेंगे, किसी को भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
नीतीश जी,
मैंने हमको नहीं चाहिए, अन्य जो भी चाहेंगे उसमें देख लिया जाएगा, कर दिया जाएगा।
सर, दो सवाल है, कांग्रेस की भूमिका क्या होगी, और एक आप दिल्ली आए तो विपक्ष के नेताओं से मुलाकात की।
हमारी बातचीत उनसे भी हो रही है और सब जो बात कर रहे हैं उन लोगों से भी हमारी बातचीत हुई है, बातचीत आगे भी होगी। और अभी तो कई लोगों से बात हो ही गई है, आगे भी कुछ और लोगों से सब कुछ हो जाएगा और तब जब जरूरत पड़ेगी तो एक साथ भी बैठेंगे, वो तो आगे की बात है।
कैसा रिस्पॉन्स रहा है सर?
बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स, बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स।
कांग्रेस की भूमिका क्या?
एक हम देखने, कांग्रेस वाला भी ठीक है, उनसे भी पूरी बात की। और मैडम आएंगी, कभी बाहर गई हुई हैं तो उनसे फिर मिलने के लिए भी आएंगे।
सर, 2024 का चेहरा कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बस एक ही बात के लिए हम और आएंगे।
ठीक है सर, ठीक है।
अलग अलग विपक्षी दलों से मिल रहे हैं, तो आपको क्या लग रहा है कि ये विपक्षी दलों का जो एक यूनिटी है वो आप बनेंगे?
नहीं, हम नहीं बनेंगे, सबको एक करने में हम लगे रहेंगे।
पहले ऐसे नेता है विपक्षी दलों में जो पहली बार सभी जो कांग्रेस और केजरीवाल दोनों को साथ लाने की बात कर रहे हैं।
हाँ भाई, हम तो देखिए सब तरह की कोशिश में लगे हैं। आज जितना चाह रहे हैं अगर वो हो जाएगा तो आप जान लीजिए अपने राष्ट्र के हित में, पक्का जानिए, पक्का। हमको तो लग रहा है कि जो जितने लोगों से बातचीत हो रही है सब लोग अगर इसी बात पर अधिकांश लोग एकजुट हो गए तो अपने देश के हित में होगा 2024, पक्का जानिए।
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam, in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Yotta Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrato Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrato, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After Partha Chatterjee in the cash scam, second Trinamool Congress minister raided in the coal theft scam now. Molloy Ghatak raided by CBI. Biggest ever crackdown on political donations. Income Tax Department carries out searches at over 50 locations across India. Prime Minister Modi to inaugurate Kartavya Path and the Netaji statue tomorrow. Robert Vadra tweets his own photo on Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodo.
अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है।
BJP mocks Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra, calls it the biggest irony. Sand mafia barges into district office in Bihar. Mining officer gets open threat from the sand mafia. Getting a quick news update from Mumbai on the Sheena Bora case. Now, the daughter of Indrani Mukerji, Vidhi Mukerji, had filed a plea in the CBI Special Court asking for permission to live with her mother, Indrani Mukerji. Getting in breaking news update now that the court has rejected her petition. Special CBI court has rejected the application filed by Vidhi Mukerji seeking permission to live with her mother, Indrani Mukerji. My colleague Alisha is joining us with the details. Alisha, what was her petition? What has the court said?
Well, Niranjan, it was an application that was filed by Vidhi Mukerji, who is a daughter of Indrani Mukerji, clearly seeking permission from the court to live with her mother, that is Indrani Mukerji. While it was a petition that was filed 4 days ago, and in the last hearing, where the court has asked CBI to file its reply, and today where the Central Bureau of Investigation has filed its reply, clearly opposing the application that was filed by Vidhi Mukerji, clearly mentioning that Vidhi, in the case of Sheena Bora murder case, she is a witness, whereas Indrani Mukerji is an accused. Whether the fact even Indrani Mukerji is on bail, but the condition that has been given to her by the Supreme Court clearly mentioned that she cannot speak to any of her family members, whether it is Rahul Mukerji or Vidhi Mukerji. So this is where after Vidhi Mukerji, she is in abroad now, but what we have been told by her legal team that she is going to come to India on 10th September, and before that the application has been given by the special before the special CBI court, where the CBI court has rejected the application that was filed by Vidhi Mukerji.
All right, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Alicia joining us with the details of the case. Getting in breaking news now, that in the case of Indrani Mukerji, her daughter Vidhi had moved the court, the special CBI court, which has now rejected the application that was filed by Vidhi seeking permission to live with her mother Indrani Mukerji. Indrani Mukerji herself has been out on bail, and tracking the story closely from Mumbai. Thank you for that. And the other big story is Kartavya Path is now here. Kartavya Path, earlier called Rajpath, now called Kartavya Path, and earlier called Central Vista, will now be referred to as Kartavya Path. The government officially has notified that Kartavya Path is here. There was a video that was also released by the government as part of this announcement earlier. The Prime Minister on the 8th of September, which is tomorrow, will be officially inaugurating the Kartavya Path and also unveiling the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate. That's tomorrow. Earlier there was a hologram which will now be replaced by a statue at India Gate. Kartavya Path and Netaji. Big day tomorrow in the national capital.
Central Vista to be known as Rajpath is non-compliant with the ethos of this country, and the fact is that when we got independent, we chose a system of democracy. Unfortunately, we continued with the imperialistic mindset, and the powers who be it continued to follow the same path, and thus it was necessary that we change that particular aspect, and we get inspired by the right ethos and right fundamentals. If you look at the history of our country, this particular place was built by imperialistic powers. This road and this region was called Kingsway, and the other intersecting road was called Queensway. So Queensway's name changed to Janpath, but this only became a Hindi translation of Kingsway, which became Rajpath. So the sense with which the administrators or the leaders who be it joined their position of power were ruling over somebody. You don't rule over your own people. You work in coherence together. There has to be a feeling of service and togetherness when you sit in certain positions of power. Now, Prime Minister Modi ji has repeatedly spoken about this, whether it was his address from the Red Fort, several other instances, even in our cabinet meetings and all. He's repeatedly said this, that inspiration has to be duty. Duty is what you all have to be bound with. Repeatedly he said this. And now if we see the emphasis that post-independence, this whole place is being redone, and redone better than what it used to be earlier. That is what independent India is all about. Also, the concept of duty is not new to India. In fact, this is an ancient concept. This country has seen people like Shravan Kumar, who were duty bound to take care of his parents. This country has seen people like Raja Ram. As a king, he was doing his he was nibhaying his dharm, his pious duty towards his own people, and as a son he complied with his duty. So this country is led by the concept of duties, and if a section complies with its duties, the other people's rights automatically get fulfilled. For example, if a father is complying with his, or a parent is complying with his or her duty towards his family or her family, automatically the rights of children are complied with. If children are engaging in duties towards their elders and parents, automatically the rights of elders and parents are complied with. So emphasis, instead of being on the rights, has to shift to duties. What can I do to this country, to people, to my family? The emphasis has to be on duties rather than I keep usurping everything for myself. So this particular inspiration, because most problems in society come from
I'm getting in pictures now of Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, meeting Sonali Phogat's daughter. He's on a visit to Punjab, and he's just had a meeting with the daughter of Sonali Phogat. The family of Sonali Phogat has been claiming that there is much more than meets the eye. Amandeep joining us with the details. Amandeep, give us the details of what we know so far about what the family has been claiming, what they allege. Doesn't add up in this case so far. Sonali Phogat's daughter has, and family members in fact, have just met Kejriwal and Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann. They've heard them out, expecting a news conference in a short while from now. Amandeep should be joining us on the phone line anytime now, so we'll go across to Amandeep. These are the first pictures coming in of Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann meeting the family, the daughter and the family members. Let me go across to Amandeep. Amandeep, what is the family demanding?
Well, Niranjan, family is continuously demanding the CBI probe, and this time Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, they both have scheduled a visit to Hisar, and in fact now they are meeting family, including daughter and the other family members, and they are consoling the deaths of Sonali Phogat, and meanwhile they are also asking the demand of the family, and in fact the visuals on our screen is very much from the Hisar. After addressing the press conference, now both the Chief Ministers of Delhi as well as Chief Minister of Punjab, they both are at the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat, and in fact meeting family just because the family was not at all.
Can you hear me?
Continuously raising the demand of CBI probe into this entire case, and even the demand was raised before the Haryana Chief Minister, and in fact the petition was filed before the Supreme Court as well. But now the politics has already begun, just because Aam Aadmi Party is spreading their wings in Haryana before 2024 assembly elections, and in fact now they are trying to console the family. They are meeting the daughter, and in fact they are also taking stock of the situation, what all is happening, why they are not satisfied with the Goa police investigation as the Haryana police investigation, just because two cases have been simultaneously registered in Sonali Phogat's death. One is murder case in Goa.
Sonali Phogat's death. One is murder case in Goa. Another is theft case in Hisar as well. And in fact, now let's wait and watch what kind of surety will be given from the side of the Kejriwal to the Sonali Phogat family. Just because this is the first time any Aam Aadmi Party leader meeting Sonali Phogat's family after the death and this huge controversy. Just because Niranjan, Phogat family is continuously highlighting the fact that there was a deep-rooted conspiracy behind Sonali Phogat's murder, and there were some big fishes behind this entire scene, and that is the reason they are demanding the CBI probe into this entire case to reveal and expose those faces who are actually well connected. And even they are also alleging that this was not the handiwork of Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder. There were some people who will actually hatch this entire conspiracy, and now Aam Aadmi Party Party, both the leaders, both the chief ministers of Aam Aadmi Party, they are taking stock of the situation. They are also communicating with the family, and in fact, let's wait and watch what would be the action of both the chief ministers of Aam Aadmi Party after meeting Phogat's family. Just because Phogat family has already met Haryana Chief Minister with the demand of CBI probe, and in fact further Haryana Chief Minister returned to Goa counterpart. Family is continuously alleging that they are not happy with the investigation of the Goa police in this entire case. The case should be handed over to CBI. CBI investigation is the only demand.
I'm getting in some breaking news update right now. I'm going across to the pictures coming in right now on ANI Select. There's some breaking news update now coming in. I'm moving on from the story from Hisar to the story breaking from the state of West Bengal. Now let's go across to the pictures straight. CBI officers have reached a second residence of Malai Katak.
ওনারা বললে মানে ওনাদের কথা যে আমরা যা দেখলাম এখানে এসে সবই উল্টো দেখলাম, তো ভাবতে পারিনি এটা একটা মন্ত্রীর বাড়ি হতে পারে। এটা বললেন, আমাদের সাথে ভীষণ ভালো ব্যবহার করলেন, আমিও আমার ব্যবহারও বললেন আপনার ব্যবহারও ভীষণ ভালো, এই আর কি বলবো।
কয়েকটা আলমারি ভাঙার জন্য চাবিওয়ালাকে নিয়ে এসেছিল ওখান থেকে?
না, আমি নিয়ে এসেছিলাম।
আপনি ডেকেছিলেন?
হ্যাঁ, কারণ আমার ওই চাবিগুলো হারিয়ে গেছিল। আমি ডেকেছিলাম, ওনারা খুলে দেখলেন।
কিছু পেয়েছেন ওখান থেকে? কিছু নথিপত্র?
আপনারা কিছু দেখলেন ওনাদের হাতে? বলুন আগে, কিছু দেখলেন কি? কোনো ফাইল বা ব্যাগ বা ঝোলা নিয়ে যাচ্ছে? হ্যাঁ, ওনারা অনেক কিছু অফিসিয়াল অনেক কিছু করছিলেন, লেখালেখি, প্রচুর লেখালেখি করছিলেন। আমাদের সই টই করালেন মানে? হ্যাঁ, ওনারা যে এগুলো করলেন বা এই যে ভাঙা হয়েছে আলমারি, বললেন আমরা কিছু যে আপনার বাড়িতে থেকে নিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছি না, এগুলো তো আপনাকে আমাদের ডকুমেন্ট লিখতে হবে।
है वो हमारे देश की बहुत जानी मानी हस्ती थी, हमारे देश की बेटी थी, हमारी बहन थी। पूरा परिवार इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा सदमे में है। पूरे परिवार को लग रहा है कि उनके साथ बहुत बड़ा अन्याय हुआ है। परिवार की भी मांग है, पूरे देश की भी मांग है कि इसकी निष्पक्ष जांच होनी चाहिए, और निष्पक्ष जांच तभी हो सकती है जब सीबीआई इसके इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी। गोवा में भी बीजेपी की सरकार है, हरियाणा में भी बीजेपी की सरकार है, केंद्र में भी बीजेपी की सरकार है। एक मात्र 2 मिनट के अंदर अगर वो निर्णय ले लें तो ये मामला जो है सीबीआई में जा सकता है, और सीबीआई में जाएगा तो इसकी निष्पक्ष जांच होगी और जो असली दोषी हैं वो सामने आएंगे। अभी परिवार से जो बात हुई, उनको लग रहा है कि एक तरह से पूरे केस को दबाने की कोशिश की जा रही है और जो दोषी हैं उनको बचाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। तो हम भी पूरी मांग करते हैं कि इसको तुरंत सीबीआई को सौंपा जाए और इसमें न्याय हो और निष्पक्ष जांच हो, ताकि पूरे देश के सामने पता चल सके कि कौन लोग दोषी हैं और उन दोषियों को सख्त से सख्त सजा दिलवाई जा सके।
क्योंकि परिवार को ये भी लगता है कि एक तो इतना बड़ा नुकसान जिसकी भरपाई नहीं की जा सकती, एक बेटी परिवार से चली गई और टैलेंटेड लड़की जिसमें भगवान ने बहुत टैलेंट दिया और उस अपने बलबूते पर उसने नाम पैदा किया अपना, और ऊपर से ड्रग्स के जो इल्ज़ाम लगाकर कलंकित करने की कोशिश की जा रही है परिवार को। तो परिवार को इस बात का भी ज़्यादा दुख है कि एक तो मौत का तो दुख है ही, लेकिन साथ में जो इल्ज़ाम झूठे ऐसे लगाए जा रहे हैं कि ओवर ड्रग से ऐसी घटना हो गई जब वो, तो निष्पक्ष जांच की हम भी, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आज यहाँ आए हैं और हम उनके परिवार को मिलने आए थे, और उन परिवार का ये भी कहना था कि अब तक कोई बीजेपी का नेता तो दूर की बात है, कोई पक्षी भी बीजेपी सपोर्टर जो है वो इस घर में नहीं आया, ना ही गोवा में उनको मिले। तो सीबीआई की जांच की मांग परिवार कर रहा है, और तीनों जगह पे केंद्र में, गोवा में और हरियाणा में बीजेपी की सरकार है। तो मुझे नहीं लगता, मुझे समझ नहीं आती कौन रोक रहा है। वैसे तो सीबीआई भेजने में 1 मिनट नहीं लगाते, लेकिन अगर कोई ऐसी जांच करनी हो तो पता नहीं क्यों मामले को दबाया जा रहा है। लेकिन देश की बेटी थी, पार्टी जो मर्जी हो, विचारिक मतभेद चलते रहते हैं, इट्स ए पार्ट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, पर देश की बेटी
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam, in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Yotta Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrato Mondol produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrato, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today.
Now, there's been a very big development in the national capital. In the season of scams and charges and counter charges, another charge now on Arvind Kejriwal, and this time the Lieutenant Governor claims that he has received a complaint against Arvind Kejriwal, and that complaint claims that Arvind Kejriwal allegedly duped the exchequer of over 1 crore rupees in a land deal. I have details of that complaint. It's here on our screen right now. The note from the LG says Arvind Kejriwal sold 3 plots for rupees 4.54 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72.72 lakhs. The complaint also says Kejriwal sold the plots to his wife Sunita Kejriwal at a market rate of 45,000 per square yard, but showed the transaction at the rate of a mere 8,300 per square yard on paper. Aishwarya joining me with the details of this complaint. Let me go across to him. Aishwarya, it's a very serious complaint. It's a complaint at this stage, an allegation. What do the allegations say? And how serious is this?
Well, Niranjan, the complaint has been directed to the Honorable LG's office, and it reads, as an aware and a responsible citizen of this country, it is my duty to uphold the law of the land and flag any wrongdoings. I am therefore bringing to your kind attention a glaring case of deliberate under-evaluation of property as resultant tax evasion. Claims this citizen who has written this complaint to the LG's office that tax evasion on and by a Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal while selling 3 properties through his wife Srimati Sunita Kejriwal in Bhiwani district of Haryana. While 2 of these properties were in the name of Arvind Kejriwal himself, the 3rd property was in the name of the father. Mr. Govind Ram. So this is what is being done. It's a complaint written by a citizen. The property, 2 properties were in Haryana, Bhiwani. It is being said that in the first property, the total property, the 3 properties sold for 4.54 crores and showed on the papers a grossly undervalued price of 72.72 lakhs. This is all based on a complaint. In Niranjan, it's very clear. It's not by any agency. It's not an allegation which is being leveled even by the LG's office. The LG's office has received this particular complaint. I again repeat, this is a complaint written by a citizen of this country to the Honorable Office of the Lieutenant Governor that has been made available to the media. It says Arvind Kejriwal sold 3 plots. Arvind Kejriwal sold the plot through his wife, Srimati Sunita Kejriwal, at market rate of 45,000 per square yard, but showed the transaction at the rate of mere 8,300 rupees per square yard on papers. So these are allegations. Allegations would require investigation. So will the LG order an inquiry?
Aishwarya, stay with me. I have to take a short break, Aishwarya. Aishwarya, stay with me. I have to take a short break. Stay with me. I'll take a short break and come back. It's a very serious charge. It's an allegation. It's only a complaint. It's an allegation. It's now up for investigation. Has been forwarded. We're tracking the story closely. Stay tuned to Republic. We take a break and come back.
Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeting Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था. अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
Breaking news now, a complaint that was received by the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. He's shared details of this complaint that he's received against Arvind Kejriwal. The note says that Kejriwal sold 3 plots for 4.5 crore, showed on paper a grossly undervalued price of 72.72 lakhs. The complaint says that Kejriwal sold plots through his wife Sunita Kejriwal at a market rate of 45,000 per square yard, but showed transaction rate as 8,300 per square yard on paper. The LG has received a copy of the complaint dated the 28th of August, addressed to the Delhi Lokayukta. The complaint claims that Kejriwal duped the exchequer of 25.93 lakh in stamp duty, 76 lakh as capital gain tax. The Lieutenant Governor has now marked the complaint to the Chief Secretary for further action. That's the breaking news update in Delhi as the political fight intensifies. Taking a short break. We'll come back with the breaking news updates.
Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrata Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrata, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeting Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत 2 टुकड़ा हो ही गया था. अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forest, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. मनीष सिसोदिया इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. बीजेपी एमएलए who is now being detained here.
It's the biggest irony as the Vadra Congress holds Bharat Jodo Yatra. Is it just another desperate tactic now? Robert Vadra tweets his own photo on Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodo campaign. Another TMC minister raided by the CBI. Law ministers' residences searched in Kolkata and Asansol. Pan-India income tax raids over bogus political donations. Over 50 locations searched across India. Delhi LG receives complaint against Delhi CM Kejriwal, says exchequer duped over 1 crore rupees. India sheds colonial baggage. PM to inaugurate Kartavya Path, but the lobby is outraged. Viewers, we're live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. The top story right now, PM Modi will inaugurate Kartavya Path and unveil the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate in Delhi. And this will happen on 8th September, which is tomorrow. As India sheds its colonial baggage, the lobby is outraged. Why are some repulsed by renaming Rajpath? That's the question we're asking. As India prepares for this mega event, PM Modi will inaugurate the Kartavya Path tomorrow at 7 p.m. in Delhi. And our executive editor, Ashurya Kapoor will help us understand why this is a very, very significant day which will be coming tomorrow. Ashurya, help us explain that why is it going to be a big moment for India?
Well, absolutely. Prime Minister to inaugurate Kartavya Path. Prime Minister will inaugurate that massive statue of Netaji as well. So the renaming of Rajpath to Kartavya Path in itself, the name itself suggests that how it was called
Rajpath, that the people who rule walk on this road, to the renaming to Kartavya Path, that the people who follow their Kartavya, the people who do work, the people who deliver, the people who work for the upliftment of the country. So that's the significance is in the mere renaming from Rajpath to Kartavya Path. Though it has not been taken positively by several quarters politically speaking, but then the government says that it is very clear, we are not here to rule, we are here to serve.
Right.
That is what the government of the day is saying. Yes, back to you.
Well, thank you, Ashurya, for helping us understand the significance of this big event, which will happen tomorrow at around 7 p.m. Let's also have a listen into what BJP leader Meenakshi Lekhi had to say.
Central Vista, to be known as Rajpath, is non-compliant with the ethos of this country. And the fact is that when we got independent, we chose a system of democracy. Unfortunately, we continued with the imperialistic mindset, and the powers who be it continued to follow the same path. And thus it was necessary that we change that particular aspect, and we get inspired by the right ethos and right fundamentals. If you look at the history of our country, this particular place was built by imperialistic powers. This road and this region was called Kingsway, and the other intersecting road was called Queensway. So Queensway's name changed to Janpath, but this only became a Hindi translation of Kingsway, which became Rajpath. So the sense with which the administrators or the leaders who be it joined their position of power were ruling over somebody. You don't rule over your own people. You work in coherence together. There has to be a feeling of service and togetherness when you sit in certain positions of power. Now, Prime Minister Modi ji has repeatedly spoken about this, whether it was his address from the Red Fort, several other instances, even in our cabinet meetings and all. He's oft repeatedly said this, that inspiration has to be duty. Duty is what you all have to be bound with. Repeatedly he said this. And now if we see the emphasis that post-independence, this whole place is being redone, and redone better than what it used to be earlier. That is what independent India is all about. Also, the concept of duty is not new to India. In fact, this is an ancient concept. This country has seen people like Shravan Kumar, who were duty bound to take care of his parents. This country has seen people like Raja Ram. As a king, he was doing his, he was nibhaying his dharma, his pious duty towards his own people. And as a son, he complied with his duty.
Big news also coming in from the national capital right now. Sensational development as the Lieutenant Governor has received a complaint against Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. The LG has forwarded the complaint for necessary action. The complaint mentions the exchequer was duped over 1 crore rupees. Big allegations there against Kejriwal. LG there receiving a complaint against Kejriwal. And our executive editor, Politics, to help us understand why this is very, very significant. Ashurya, these are very serious allegations, because a sum of 1 crore rupees is no small amount, Ashurya.
Well, absolutely. First and foremost, we need to understand this is a complaint filed by a citizen. The complaint has been sent alongside the photocopies of the sale deeds of 3 particular properties, out of which 2 are in Hisar in Haryana, to the Honorable LG's office. It's a complaint filed by a citizen.
against Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, and the Honorable Office of the LG of Delhi has marked the complaint to the Chief Secretary of the National Capital for further necessary action. So it's up to the Chief Secretary of Delhi to decide that what action he finds appropriate according to the complaint. In the complaint, what has been written very specifically is, point number 1, that according to the complainant, Arvind Kejriwal has sold 3 particular plots for total amount of 4.54 crores and showed on papers, according to the complaint, a gross undervalued price of 72.72 lakhs. That in itself means that the market rate is 45,000 per square yard according to the complaint, but Arvind Kejriwal and his family members have only written 8,300 per square yard on papers. So the complaint has been filed on the 28/8/2022, so the 28th of the last month. It has been filed and addressed to the Delhi Lokayukta against the Chief Minister demanding inquiry. In the complaint, it is being mentioned now, which is being forwarded to the Chief Secretary's office, that a total amount of 25.93 lakhs in stamp duty, I repeat, according to the complaint, it is mentioned 25.93 lakhs in stamp duty and 76.4 lakhs as capital gain tax has been evaded. That means, as you were mentioning, more than a crore, more than 1 crore in total, including that of tax, stamp duty and 76.4 lakhs as capital gain tax. So at the end of the day, it's a tax evasion case. It's a complaint. It's a complaint written to the Delhi Lokayukta and the Delhi LG's office, which has now been forwarded by the Delhi LG's office to the Chief Secretary's office for further appropriate action. I have with me BJP leader Harish Khurana as well. So Mr. Harish Khurana, it's a complaint written by a citizen to the Delhi LG's office, which the Delhi LG's office has now forwarded to the Chief Secretary's office.
We demand a proper investigation should go on, and Arvind Kejriwal should come forward and reply on these questions. And what we have heard, that he has not disclosed this property in his affidavit what he used to file in the election commission. I'm just taking out what the fact is, but he should come out and tell the country what the actual truth is. But this is very serious
Mr.
matter.
Khurana, the counter from the Aam Aadmi Party comes that they were also demanding an investigation against the LG. The BJP did not favor that. Then why are you demanding an inquiry against a complaint? A complaint is a complaint. That is what they are saying, sir. That's the counter coming from the other side.
Aishwarya, over here, what we are alleging has come out in the public also with the facts, with the papers, with the sting operation, everything, each and every corruption has come out through papers. But what the Aam Aadmi Party is alleging just on the nothing concrete. They don't have any paper. If you have any problem, go to the court. Why are you not going to the court? Why are you hiding the issue? They are raising this issue, LG issue, only because they want to divert what corruption charges have been made on like chicken scam. That's the fact. But this is the latest this thing about the property sold in Haryana. What we have heard, sir, and you can check your team also, that he has not declared in his commission.
But the only counter is that the Delhi LG's office, which has officially released these documents, now the Aam Aadmi Party is saying, and I say now the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they also had documents against the LG. So the Aam Aadmi Party is countering by saying, we also complained, you are also complained. It's a complaint versus complaint. The people of Delhi are watching. So are you saying, as a BJP leader, Mr. Harish Khurana, that you are going to raise this issue? Because the AAP said that we also had documents.
Listen me out, Aishwarya. Just showing the papers in the public doesn't mean any evidence. Where are the evidence? Show them to the public. Why are you not giving to your channel? Give to your channel what the actual fact is. The public TV has a full right. It's the biggest channel. They should access the papers what they have. Why are not giving the papers to the media? Why not giving the public to the ACB? Why not giving to CBI? You have a full right to demonstrate.
Because what is mentioned in this complaint is also very important, Harish Khurana, that it is also a case of tax evasion according to this complaint. They say 25.93 lakh in stamp duty and 76.4 lakhs in capital gain tax. So more than a crore.
Exactly. This is directly related to Arvind Kejriwal. And now Arvind Kejriwal has to come forward and tell the country what the actual fact is. We are just only demanding the complaint which has been came in the public. I mean, the papers are in public right now. This property has been sold. The proof has been laid down. Please come out and tell the country what the actual fact is. And also, please tell the...
Absolutely, Harish Khurana. We are going to follow this case as we have been following all the other complaints. Thank you very much. BJP leader Harish Khurana joining in. Back to you, Shivangi, in the studios. Back to you.
All right, Shaurya is getting us on the top updates right now on this big story you're tracking right now. It's scam versus scam as well, and many complaints against each other in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party versus LG versus also BJP. Shaurya is helping us understand the latest development coming in from New Delhi. All right, let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Of Delhi, Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has issued a legal notice to Aam Aadmi Party leaders. The party's national spokesperson and MP Sanjay Singh launched a fresh attack on Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. He allegedly had massive irregularities in the payments to Khadi workers. Since the return of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, the sand mafia threatened a mining officer with dire consequences. A person named Santosh Kumar barged into the district mining office in Patna and demanding the release of a seized truck allegedly used in illegal sand mining operations. PM Modi will inaugurate the Kartavya Path tomorrow. It symbolizes a shift from erstwhile Rajpath being an icon of power to Kartavya Path being an example of public ownership and empowerment. PM will unveil the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate. These steps are in line with PM's second Panch Pran for New India and Amrit Kal, remove any trace of the colonial mindset. Searches by the Income Tax Department are underway at Delhi-based independent think tank Centre for Policy Research. The action is reportedly connected to simultaneous raids in Haryana, Maharashtra, Gujarat, among other places over funding of more than 20 registered but non-recognized political parties. Special CBI court rejected the application filed by Vidhi Mukerji seeking permission to live with her mother Indrani Mukerji. This comes after Indrani Mukerji was released on bail in the 2012 murder of her older daughter Sheena Bora. The court granted bail on condition that the witness cannot establish any contact with the accused until recording of evidence is completely done. Vidhi is still a witness in the case. Supreme Court heard the plea challenging the order of Karnataka High Court upholding the prohibition of wearing of headscarves in pre-university institutions. The bench hearing the case said that no one is forbidding girls from wearing headscarves, but it's only a matter of time and school. Hearing will continue in the case tomorrow. All right, let's get to the top update coming in from West Bengal. Onto the big story from West Bengal, where the CBI is currently conducting searches at 6 locations across the state, 5 locations in Kolkata and 1 in Asansol. And we are tracking the big story from the Republic Bangla as well. Big updates and breaking coming from our Republic Bangla team. These raids are linked to a coal scam. The CBI is conducting searches at the premises of West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak in connection with its probe into alleged coal scam from Eastern Coalfields Limited Mines in Asansol. So big updates coming in on this case. Remember that this is putting the TMC government there on a back foot. Multiple scams, SSC scam, cattle smuggling scam, among others. There are many ministers in the net of those scams and under the radar. Kishore is joining me from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishore, give us a quick update about what's happening right now. The coal theft scam as well, the coal scam. Help us understand that scam as well, and what is the latest update as of now?
We saw multiple back-to-back marathon raids at different homes of Molloy Ghatak, one of the senior-most ministers in Mamata Banerjee's birth, and he is right now the law minister here in West Bengal and also holds important position in organizational structure of the Trinamool Congress as well. So there were raids in his Asansol house and in his Kolkata house. The latest update is CBI has left some of these houses, and in some of these houses still raids are going on. Molloy Ghatak himself was in Kolkata in his Bibadibagh house where he used to stay in a government quarter, and he himself went out a while back along with the CBI team. The CBI team left, and also Molloy Ghatak left. When we asked Molloy Ghatak, when we tried to understand that what is his reaction, he did not speak to the media at all. He was kind of smiling. That was his body language. However, it is very clear that it's a huge trouble mounting on him right now, as his different homes and locations are being raided, and documents are being taken away by CBI team as well. Previously, ED team had questioned Abhishek Banerjee in the same case, and Rujira Banerjee as well, and therefore this is also the trail of that same case, the coal smuggling scam, where Molloy Ghatak has been searched today, and he is under CBI scanner. He has been questioned for about 6-7 hours today, and his houses have been raided in various parts of the city and the state, and ultimately Molloy Ghatak left his house. We do not know that whether Molloy Ghatak has been, he did not give any reaction, and we do not know whether there were more searches in different other locations as well apart from this. However, Molloy Ghatak seemed to be smiling. However, he was very uneasy after these searches. Very clear that trouble is mounting on him, and he understands that after Partho Chatterjee and Onubroto Mondol. Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Kishore, for getting us all those details. So, Mamta's minister under CBI ED scanner for coal theft case, and our correspondent there, Kishore, getting us all the updates from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Well, let's stay on with the news from West Bengal. Two 17-year-old boys were found dead in Kolkata almost 2 weeks after they were reported missing, with the police now claiming that the boys were strangled to death by their neighbors. There is a lot of anger on the streets of Kolkata as the parents are questioning the negligence of the police. Here's the first story.
Nearly 2 weeks after two 17-year-old boys, Atanu De and Abhishek Naskar, went missing in Kolkata's Baguihati area, their mortal remains were found in a morgue, their bodies unclaimed. The police claims the two boys were strangulated to death, allegedly by a neighbor and his accomplices. Local residents staged protests in Kolkata demanding justice for the two boys.
বড়বাবুর সঙ্গে আমাদের এত কথা হয়ে গেল, বুঝেছেন? বড়বাবু বললো যে যত রকম সহযোগিতা করার সব দেওয়ার, তাতে ওনাদের যা পানিশমেন্ট লাগে বাচ্চা হিসাবে সব পানিশমেন্ট। বাচ্চা চলে গেলে কি ফাঁসি দেবে? একটা মায়ের সন্তান চলে গেছে। কিন্তু না, উনি যেটা বলতে একদম পুরোপুরি বলেছে যে একটা বাচ্চার বাবা হিসাবে দায়িত্ব নিয়েছে, আমি অফিসে নিয়েতে যা যা শাস্তি লাগা চাইতে শাস্তি করে দেবো। হ্যাঁ, তা ভুলে বলবো, আমরা তার জন্য আমাদের যেখানে যা করতে হয় তাই করবো। আমরা যখন এই ওয়ার্ডের কোনো কাউন্সিলরের সহযোগিতা পাইনি, কোনো কাউন্সিলরের সহযোগিতা করিনি।
4 persons have been arrested in the case, but the prime accused, Satyendra Chaudhary, and one of his aides are missing.
নিয়ে গিয়ে যখন দেখালো তখন তারা চিনতে পারলো, তাহলে সেদিন নিয়ে যায়নি কেন? আপনারা বলুন।
তাহলে কি থানার কি গাফিলতি?
থানার গাফিলতি, থানার গাফিলতি। মহিলা পুলিশ আমাদের সঙ্গে খুব বাজে ব্যবহার করেছে। ওনার সাসপেন্ড চাই আমরা, ওনার সাসপেন্ড চাই আমরা। আমাদের সঙ্গে খুব বাজে ব্যবহার করেছে।
While the probe continues, the residents of Baguihati demand answers from the local police and the administration over the pace of the investigation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
18 Bangladeshi nationals were arrested from Rajnagar area of the capital, Agartala, in a raid based on a secret information. All the arrested were staying at the house of one person named Rajiv Mia for the past few days. The questions arise as to how they entered Tripura from Bangladesh and for what purpose. The police of the Batala police station seized several documents from the detained Bangladeshi citizens. Although the police did not say anything about this matter to the media, a person who lives in the said area informed that they had been moving here for quite some time. He expressed doubt that various criminal activities were being organized in the state by these intruders. Therefore, a request was made to the administration to continue operations to arrest them. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time for top global updates. The UN Atomic Watchdog has urged Russia and Ukraine to establish a nuclear safety and security zone around their nuclear plant in Ukraine. This comes after mounting fears of the fight possibly triggering a nuclear catastrophe. In fact, the head of IAEA warned the UNSC of an impending catastrophe after an inspection visit at the plant. Georgian PM met with the EU top officials in Brussels to discuss the country's membership bid. EU Foreign Policy Chief expressed some concern over Georgia's bid to join the EU, citing issues of judiciary, rule of law and freedom of media. Ukrainian president expressed hope that the IAEA would force Russia to demilitarize the power plant and return its control to Ukraine. He further added that if Russia has put the world on a radiation disaster edge, then the world must take appropriate measures so Russia is forced to stop terror. A new attack hit Sloviansk, damaging several houses in the city located in eastern Ukraine. Amid the sound of explosions, people tried to clean the debris and fix the windows and roofs broken by the blast. However, no casualties were reported. The US State Department congratulated the United Kingdom's new Prime Minister Liz Truss, saying it looks forward to continuing its close cooperation on a range of important priorities, including continued support to Ukraine in the face of Russia's war.
We congratulate Liz Truss on her becoming the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The UK and the US are the closest of friends and allies, and we look forward to continuing our close cooperation with Prime Minister Truss and the new government on a range of important priorities, including continued support to Ukraine in the face of Russia's war.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. It's the biggest irony as the Vadra Congress holds Bharat Jodo Yatra. Is it just another desperate tactic? Plus, India sheds colonial baggage. PM to inaugurate Kartavya Path, but the lobby is outraged. Stay tuned. Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam, in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Author Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrato Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrato, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a Congress Yatra. BJP has filed police complaint against DMK IT wing head and MLA TRB Raja after targeting Veer Savarkar in his post. The post, which was deleted later, had an image of a Hindutva ideologue, Veer Savarkar, on a black bird hitting a Hindu god.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी
Umesh Katti, Karnataka's Minister of Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as well as Forests, passed away due to a cardiac arrest at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai and the Revenue Minister R. Asoka, called his demise a great loss to the BJP and to Belgavi.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है. BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम. राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन.
Is the biggest irony as the Vadra Congress holds Bharat Jodo Yatra? Is it just another desperate tactic? Robert Vadra tweets his own photo on Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodo campaign. Another TMC minister raided by the CBI. Law minister's residence is searched in Kolkata and Asansol. Pan-India income tax raids over bogus political donations. Over 50 locations searched across India. Delhi LG receives complaint against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Says exchequer duped off over ₹1 crore. India sheds colonial baggage. Prime Minister to inaugurate Kartavya Path, but the lobby is outraged. As the Congress flags off its Bharat Jodo campaign today, the BJP hit back at the party, saying Rahul Gandhi is unable to unite his own party, let alone the country. Unrelenting on the attack on Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, the BJP claimed the Bharat Jodo campaign is not one to unite the country, but rather a desperate bid to save his family. Here are some of the reactions coming in from some of the top BJP leaders.
कांग्रेस का समय में तो भारत दो टुकड़ा हो ही गया था। अभी भारत जोड़ने के लिए तो कांग्रेस को पाकिस्तान जाना है।
तभी राहुल गांधी को फिर से लाने का तैयारी
वही है। भारत तो डिवाइड हो गया 1947 में। अगर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करना है तो राहुल गांधी को ये यात्रा पाकिस्तान में करना सही है। भारत में यात्रा करने से क्या फायदा होगा? भारत तो जुड़ा हुआ है। खंडित क्या हुआ? पाकिस्तान ही खंडित हुआ। तो इसीलिए मैं राहुल गांधी को सलाह देता हूं कि भारत जोड़ो कार्यक्रम आप पाकिस्तान में लेके जाइए।
राहुल जी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा पर निकले। कभी कभी बड़ा आश्चर्य भी होता है, जो अपनी पार्टी को जोड़ नहीं सके वो भारत जोड़ने निकले हैं, और जो अपने को अपनी पार्टी से भी नहीं जोड़ सके वो भारत जोड़ो की यात्रा पर निकले। याद है ना, कांग्रेस में एक दरबारी गायन होता है, राहुल जी को फिर अध्यक्ष बनाओ, फिर अध्यक्ष बनाओ। वो कहते हैं मैं नहीं बनूंगा, और बीच में विदेश यात्रा पर चले जाते हैं। तो पार्टी से वो कितने जुड़े हैं ये तो आप सभी जानते हैं। जहां तक पार्टी को जोड़ने का सवाल है, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद चले गए, कितनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें कह गए, वो कैसे आचरण होता है राहुल जी का, और कांग्रेस के अंदर पूरी संस्कृति कैसी दरबार संस्कृति बन गई है। बाकी नेताओं की टिप्पणी होती है। मनीष तिवारी जी को कहना पड़ा कि हम स्टेक होल्डर हैं, हमारी बात सुनी जानी चाहिए। तो कांग्रेस तो अपने लोगों को जोड़ नहीं पा रही है, उनके अपने पुराने समर्पित छोड़कर जा रहे हैं, और राहुल जी चले हैं देश जोड़ने। तो राहुल जी पहले अपना घर तो संभाल लेते, घर को जोड़ लेते, तो देश जोड़ने की बात करते। तो ये छलावा है, दिखावा है। इट इज हिपोक्रेसी ऑफ द वर्स्ट ऑर्डर। लेकिन राहुल जी, आज पार्टी की ओर से मुझे आपसे एक दो सवाल पूछने हैं। आपने स्वयं देश की एकता को कमजोर करने की कोशिश कितनी की है? आज आप देश को बताइए, अपनी यात्रा में आपने देश के जवानों से उरी का सबूत मांगा था कि नहीं मांगा था? आपने देश की सेना से बालाकोट की गवाही मांगी थी या नहीं मांगी थी? हिंदुस्तान की एक संस्कृति रही है कि सेना की शहादत, सेना के शौर्य और सेना के बलिदान पर कभी सवाल नहीं करते, और आपने उसका सबूत मांगा। ये आपने देश की सामरिक सुरक्षा और सेना के त्याग को भी तोड़ने की कोशिश की, और आप देश को जोड़ने की बात करते हैं। राहुल गांधी, याद करिए, कोविड के समय में जब पूरे देश को हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक करने की बात कर रहे थे, तो आपने क्या कहा था? लॉकडाउन से क्या होगा?
Country is walking on Kartavya Path, and the family and the Congress party is walking on Gulami ka Parivar Path. And yet again this has been proven with the kind of posters we are seeing in the so-called Bharat Jodo Yatra. It shows that this is not about Bharat Jodo. This is about Parivar ko jodo. This is about Bhrashtachariyon ko jodo. From north to south, east to west. Rahul ko नेतृत्व से जोड़ो, प्रियंका को पद से जोड़ो, और रॉबर्ट को पार्टी से जोड़ो. This is what the entire Bharat Jodo Yatra is all about. It is about only and only securing a position or a pad for the family who has been rejected by the people of India. And therefore, this is not a pad yatra, but a pad ke liye yatra. A pad for Rahul, a pad for Robert, a pad for Priyanka, a pad for Sonia Gandhi. Ironically, these are the people who from 1947 onwards has indulged in Bharat Todo. Those whose USP has been Bharat Todo, whether it is dividing India for political gains on communal lines, whether it is giving the 10-12 biggest riots in India on communal lines, whether it is dividing classrooms to people on the name of caste, class, religion. The Congress party is the one which has indulged in Bharat Todo and is now undertaking a Bharat Jodo. This is like the devil preaching scriptures. But the fact is also that the Congress party
Days after busting an interstate illegal weapon smuggling module operating from Madhya Pradesh with the arrest of 2 arms suppliers, Punjab police has also arrested arms manufacturer from Kazalpura in Madhya Pradesh. These are pictures coming in of those arms seized from Madhya Pradesh by Punjab police. Amandeep would be live with us from Chandigarh and share more information. Over 35 weapons, all these pistols recovered from these arms smugglers manufacturing in Madhya Pradesh, supplying to Mofussil, Punjab. And for what? It seems that those gangs which ultimately got to Sidhu Moosewala would be using those weapons. So let's go to Amandeep. He's reporting live from Chandigarh. Amandeep, 35 guns recovered from these arms smugglers being manufactured in Madhya Pradesh's Kazalpura. what is the purpose, or what was the purpose of these arms? Where all they were headed to? Which was the destination? Where was the destination of these weapons?
Well, Abhishek, these weapons would be spread among the gangsters, and in fact this is the nexus of the gangsters, and here is Punjab Police Special Operation has break down the chain of the weapons that was being smuggled to Punjab to spread the terror and the law and order situation in Punjab as well. And in fact, from the very first day of the Sidhu Moosewala's killing, Punjab Police was very crucially investigating the point that from where these gangsters are getting the weapons. It was in the investigation that some AK-47 rifles and in fact the grenades, IEDs were being dropped by the drones from the cross border from the side of the Pakistan. But there are a good amount of pistols has also been recovered from the gangsters every week, and police was very much into the question that from where they are getting these pistols. And in fact now they have busted this entire nexus that Madhya Pradesh is turning to be the center point from where these weapons are being smuggled to Punjab. And in fact, after smuggling in Punjab, these gangsters are easily getting these pistols and carrying out their certain kind of operations, and in fact trying to use the kill and to spread the terror in Punjab as well. 55 pistols has been recovered, total 80 weapons has been seized, and even the operation is still underway just because the investigation is not very much stick to the recovery of a huge amount of weapons. They are also trying to break down the chain from Punjab to Madhya Pradesh, that who all are the suppliers even here in Punjab and in fact there in Madhya Pradesh. It was a huge nexus that Punjab Police is trying to break them down, and even the huge amount of recovery reveals that that Punjab is under the lens. Yes, Abhishek.
Also, Amandeep, you think that all these recoveries are happening by way of a backward investigation post the Sidhu Moosewala murder? The police was looking into these gangsters and mafia, and then they realized that these people are getting weapons from somewhere, and that's where the investigation began and now led to Madhya Pradesh also. Is the Punjab Police connecting with Madhya Pradesh Police to make sure that these factories where these weapons originate, these manufacturing units are essentially extinguished?
Well, absolutely. There is a special cell working against the gangster trend in Punjab. Special gangster task force that was constituted by the Punjab government, and in fact they are specifically investigating all these matters related to the gangsters and even the easy access of the weapons as well. And this unit of Punjab Police is now in touch with the Madhya Pradesh Police for the further course of investigation, just because, Abhishek, the Madhya Pradesh Police is having a very crucial role into this entire investigation part, and the smuggling was started, the manufacturing was started from Madhya Pradesh, and smuggling was being done here in Punjab. And in fact Punjab has break down this nexus, and further they are sharing the details with the Madhya Pradesh Police to bring the chain of illegal weapon smuggling to the gangsters in Punjab. Just because, Abhishek, Punjab is on the high radar of the gangsters. Pro-Khalistanis are exploiting the energy of the young gangsters who have recently indulged into the crimes. Easy availability of the weapons is the very important point for them, just because they all are the youngsters below 30 age. And in fact, these weapons has been handed over to them to create certain kind of law and order situation to spread the terror. And these pro-Khalistani elements have been merging with the young gangsters in Punjab, and Sidhu Moosewala is one of the very evident example that his killing was carried out while sitting in abroad. The conspiracy was hatched in Canada, implemented in Punjab, and they are getting the support from the Pakistan as well. Yes, Abhishek.
Absolutely. Support from Pakistan, these gangsters using these weapons coming in from Madhya Pradesh to spread terror and of course flourish their drug syndicates. Thank you so much, Amandeep, for joining us from Chandigarh. Amandeep there. On that note, we'll take a short break. On the other side, another TMC minister raided by the CBI. Law minister's residences searched in Kolkata and Asansol. Also, pan-India income tax raids over bogus political donations. Over 50 locations searched across the country.
परिवार को बचाने की यात्रा है। ये परिवार का पार्टी पर नियंत्रण बना रहे, उसके लिए यात्रा है।
Robert Vadra make himself face of Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. What beyond desperate antics? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Well, the massive protest is now being done by BJP workers in front of Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia, इसको बर्खास्त करो, हमारी ये मांग है। BJP MLA who is now being detained here.
An individual was reportedly beaten to death over 500 rupees in Itawah in Uttar Pradesh. Family members of the victim held a protest and did not accept the body for cremation, demanding compensation for the victim. A case under the said Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Prevention Act has been filed against 4 people. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP National President JP Nadda held a crucial meeting with the union ministers to allot clusters to them for preparation of the 2024 general elections. With less than 2 years to go for the general elections, the Lok Sabha Pravas campaign was launched by the Home Minister and the BJP National President on the 25th of May.
Cracking the whip on the midday meal scam in Rajasthan, income tax authorities are conducting raids on those who earn illegally in the midday meal scheme. At least 53 locations have been raided by the income tax department staff. Income tax department has also conducted raids in Mumbai, Uttarakhand and Delhi in connection with the midday meal scam. Supreme Court Constitution Bench will hear on 27th September the interim application moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction to stop the ECI from deciding the real Shiv Sena claim raised by the Eknath Shinde group. Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray has sought permission to meet MP Sanjay Raut, who is lodged in the Yotta Road jail. As per sources, the Mumbai Central Prison received a call from Uddhav Thackeray's office seeking permission to meet Raut, who was arrested in money laundering case on August 1st. Meanwhile, TMC workers staged protests outside West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak's residence. They protested against the CBI raids. TMC leader Anubrato Mondal produced before the Asansol court in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrato, who was arrested by CBI, was sent to 14-day judicial custody, which ends today. The Income Tax Department is conducting raids on political parties across the country in connection with the illegal donations. According to sources, these political parties were involved in serious financial impropriety by receiving donations without due statutory compliance. IT raids are underway across 5 cities. Delhi government has banned the production, storage, sale and use of firecrackers till 1st January 2023 to help now rein in the pollution levels of the national capitals, which it suffers every year during Diwali. Speculations are rife over Robert Vadra's official entry after he tweeted his photograph on a Congress poster at a
पर्सनल नंबर पे फ़ोन आया, हम रीतलाल यादव के भाई बोल रहे हैं, गाड़ी से कुचल दिया जाएगा, तो इस तरह की धमकियां दी गई। आपको प्रशासन का जितना ताकत लगाना है लगा लीजिए, हम पर डेली 2 FIR होता है, आप जाके हम पे FIR कर दीजिए, मेरा कोई कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता।
There is a shocking incident right in the heart of Patna that some notorious elements threatens them with dire consequences, exemplifies that the jungle Raj is back in Bihar.
Oh, that was due to the sand mafia in Bihar. Sand mafia named Santosh Kumar forcefully barged into the district mining office Patna and threatened the mining inspector R.K. Singh and the dealing clerk to meet with fire consequences if the seized truck with sand was not released immediately. That was a threat to the officials of the Bihar mining department. Let's look at this report.
मैं अभी माइंस डिपार्टमेंट पटना के ऑफिस में मौजूद हूं और यहां पर एक खबर आई है कि कुछ राजद विधायक के समर्थक यहां पर आके अवैध खनन से जो लदा हुआ एक ट्रक था उसको जब्त किया गया था, उसको जबरन छुड़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे।
पे पर्सनल नंबर पे फ़ोन आया कि हम रीतलाल यादव के भाई बोल रहे हैं, बोले जी बोला जाए। हाँ, तो कैसे गाड़ी पकड़ लिए? गाड़ी ओवरलोड था, गाड़ी पकड़ लिए, गाड़ी पकड़ना मेरा काम है, तो शाम को आप ठीक नहीं रहिएगा, हम पे डेली दो FIR होता है, आप जाइए FIR कर दीजिए, जो करना है आप।
कि यही आप हमारा गाड़ी मंडी से कैसे पकड़ लिए? आपको इतना हिम्मत हो गया कि आप हमारा गाड़ी पकड़ लिए? आप हमको फाइन दीजिए। अभी हमको बोले कि आप फाइन लिखिए 4 लाख, जैसे उसका फाइन हुआ 1,42,600। नहीं, आप 4 लाख लिखिए। हम 4 लाख आप लिखिए, हम उससे राजेंद्र सिंह से हम शाम में जाके उससे 8 लाख रुपया वसूलेंगे। नहीं वसूलेंगे तो गाड़ी चढ़ा देंगे हवा उगड़ा पर। हमारा गाड़ी चलता है मसौरा घाट में।
उधर से आया ना, डायरेक्ट हनहनाइत आया, बोला कि माइनिंग ऑफिस कौन है? माइनिंग ऑफिस तो यही है। तो फाइन कहाँ होता है? हम बड़ा वो के पास चले जाइए। तो बड़ा उस आया तो फाइन बड़ा उन्हें बताए फाइन को। कुछ देर देखा, बोला कि 1,42,000 कितना बताया, 600 रुपया फाइन देखा। हाँ, धमकी तो सबको दिया, समझिए कि ना हम मैंने सबको सम्मेलन ना, हम यहाँ सुने ना, तो धमकी उनकी पूरा दिया, कैसे करेंगे वैसे करेंगे, तो रोड पर चलने नहीं देंगे।
ये थे माइनिंग ऑफिसर राजेंद्र प्रसाद सिंह और आपका नाम सर? अरुण कुमार, जो बड़ा बाबू हैं यहाँ पर, इनसे बदतमीजी की गई। अब संतोष कुमार नाम के एक व्यक्ति हैं जो कि अवैध माइनिंग में लिप्त हैं और उनकी गाड़ी पकड़ी गई। वो नाम ले रहे थे विधायक, राजद के विधायक रीतलाल यादव का, कि उनके भाई हैं, धमकी दे रहे थे कि सरकार बदल गई है। और ये लोग दोनों अधिकारी बता रहे हैं कि ये पहली बार ऐसी घटना हुई है कई वर्षों बाद, मतलब ऐसे पहले तो कोई घटना नहीं हुई थी। तो ये देखिए गुंडा राज का आगाज है। ये एक तरीके से अपराधियों का मनोबल किस तरीके से बढ़ा हुआ है, ये जीता जागता उदाहरण है।
कल कार्यालय से फ़ोन आया, सभी लोग डरे हुए थे यहाँ, चूँकि माइनिंग अफसर हमारे कोर्ट में गए हुए थे किसी काम से। हम लोग छापेमारी करके आए थे तो घर पे थे, इसलिए सारे लोग यहाँ डरे हुए थे। फिर हम लोग आए तो फिर जाके विधिवत प्राथमिकी दर्ज कराए।
दोनों अधिकारी बता रहे हैं कि इन लोगों को डर लग रहा है। अब जिस तरीके का माहौल बना हुआ है, कार्यालय में घुसकर धमकी दी जा रही है, तो डर लग रहा है इन लोगों को कि उनके जान को खतरा है और सरकार से गुहार लगा रहे हैं कि इन्हें सुरक्षा मुहैया कराया जाए। पटना से वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट कुंदन के साथ प्रकाश सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के लिए।
Another short break. On the other side, Robert Vadra tweets his own photo on Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra poster. BJP calls it Parivar Jodo campaign instead. Nitish Kumar meets Sharad Pawar as part of the Bihar Chief Minister's Delhi visit. Pictures on your screen. Details after the short break.